Welcome to CPA Days, semarakan bersama para kontestan kompetisi
Surabaya.
Kalau udah lulus, nanti jadi apa ya? Kerja, lanjut S2, atau nikah dulu?
Sa, lagi apa? Aku lagi seneng banget nih hari ini dapet 3 panggilan kerja.
Kok bisa? Kita kan baru selesai sidang bulan lalu.
Jadi, waktu semester 6, aku mengikuti ujian IECBA tingkat dasar dan lulus. Dan dapat gelar IECBA bersamaan dengan lulus kuliah. Jadi, selain punya ijazah S1 akuntansi, aku juga punya sertifikat IECBA sebagai kualifikasi profesional akuntansi dan audit.
Oh, jadi udah bisa ikut ujian sertifikasi dari semester 6 ya? Syaratnya apa aja?
Nah, iya betul. Kamu bisa mengikuti ujian CPA tingkat dasar mulai dari semester 6. Dengan syarat melampirkan surat keterangan mahasiswa aktif. Nah, aku saranin kalau kamu berminat buat daftar ujian, kamu bisa cek informasinya melalui website iap.or.id atau melalui sosial media IAPI.
Oh, kayak gitu. Aku daftar sekarang deh.
Surabaya State University is one of the best colleges in Indonesia. Surabaya State University has 8 faculties. One of them is Faculty Economics and Business. In 2009, the State University of Surabaya developed Diploma of 3 years Accounting Study Program becomes Major Accounting. Based on SK number 2077/DD/2008 in 2008.
Full screen,
Department of Accountancy has one study program, namely Bachelor of Accounting. Bachelor of Accounting study program itself is located at the UNESA Ketintang campus, and Bachelor Accounting study program present for educated graduated accountant that superior in accounting science in accordance with demands globalization to present the education in the field of accounting. It is oriented towards academic and professional abilities on
ini ngelek nanti.
Tadi iya merah.
Pakai wifi.
Lagi. Jadi aku sedang
pakai wifi. Ini serius. Bahasa mau ngelakuin. Mentok piro, mentok loro ae. Mentok loro ae. Ini pakai wifi ya, Mbak?
ini.
Wah. Record.
Bukan, share screen.
Live YouTube. Oh, Marisa.
Record apa?
Ya, live YouTube kan? Apa?
Mending go wifi ruangan atau
Wifi ruangan apa kok hotspot gitu kan?
enggak?
Iya maksudnya.
Mau makan kan? Makannya nge-live. Kita spotting wifi itu. Itu bang mereka.
Untuk pusing 10 giga bisa.
Kamu full.
Udah putih kok mas. Kuning maksudnya.
Hah?
Hanya mau
Tapi udah bagus kan maksudnya. Enggak seburuk yang tadi.
kalau nggak sih jadi coba.
Cici pakai wifi ruangan. Tipe. Iya, otomatis nyambung nih tujuan ke ongkos. Misal nih wifi ruangannya lah, aku nyambung ini wifi iki. Tapi sementara fokus wifi itu.
Lihat
Sementara.
YouTube lihat. Ya dari kan dia motor. Suara isi motor. Iki. Oh di antara tiga ini. Enggak. Paling suara aku enggak. Itu coba di kamu on mic kan? On mic. Tiket ngobrol be Rahmat. Tes. Jadiin aku co-host playlist gak bisa share screen. Oke, thank you. Gak ada yang on mic kok. Jadiin aku co-host kok. Kan aku hostnya. Saya co-hostnya Kak Maritza. Kak Maritza, tolong jadiin aku co-host. Bentar ya. Operator 2. Tuh, 1. Operator 2 selesai. 3. Tiga. Ini loh 1. Musik koin. Kurang lagi. Tadi kamu share konten tadi. Kamu main. Waiting kalian berapa? Banyak 16. Tolong aksepin dong. Di punya aku nggak ada pesertanya ini. Yang panitia aja deh mas. Hah? Oh yang panitia. Yang panitia belum ada yang lain nggak ini. Share screen ini kayak jadi namanya dia tulis nanti tapi pasti yang ada yang kenceng kita nggak ada yang jadi sore coba Biar mbak. Apa nih?
Sok lanjut. Extend. Control T. Control C. Windows T. Extend. Udah extend.
Masih ada nggak ya? Udah. Katanya Rahmat. Oh, masih ada. Soalnya masih ada. Saya plus jadiin aku kasih latihan suara. Sini. Tes. Tuh, ini. Tuh. Tes. Habis ini tak kerjain. Iya. Tas. Bocor lagi. Tiap aja share. Ayo. Tes. Masih. Kamu soalnya tuh isinya apa? Ini yang share soalnya. Apa aja tadi? Yang dari video tadi. Kalau coba share soalnya dia pakai video file gimana? Tuh. Ini tuh.
Ini.
Tes. Ada tuh. Nolnya isi.
Oh, ini salah. Cek. Bocor kita itu, Bu. Hijau.
Yang sama yang
Hijau dah. Enggak, bukan golongan. Hah? Cek.
achieve the vision, mission, and goals that have been proclaimed, as well as to answer the demands of the business and the industrial world. The Bachelor of Accounting major continues to strive to foster innovation and creativity in the quality of learning through the use of various supporting applications to increase the competitiveness of graduates. Power Designer, Power BI, Visio Microsoft, Audit Tool, and Link Archive System or Atlas, ESPD, and Accurate are some examples of such applications. This process is expected to emphasize the unique characteristic of the accounting undergraduate major, namely being a digital-based study program. Thus, it is hoped that graduates of the Bachelor of Accounting major are competent and adaptive profiles to development of science and technology. Bachelor of Accounting study program also has many competent educators. Emphasize proportion practice bigger from theory with involving stakeholders and activity capable academic, combining the world of education and the world of business. Bachelor of Accounting study program is committed not only to providing competent and quality education, but also to always educating character in each student through various kinds of intracurricular, co-curricular, and extracurricular activities. In line with the manifestation of the motto of the State University of Surabaya, namely growing with character.
The capacity to learn is a gift. The ability to learn is a skill. The willingness to learn is a choice. Accounting Department, Faculty of Economics and Business, is committed to developing reputable human resources in accounting science, not only nationally, but also in Southeast Asia region. The profile of our graduates is not only competent and skilled in their respective fields, but also have a good character. Always maximize your learning capacity, continuing to own your study skills, and constantly fostering a desire to learn. Join and make the future with us.
Tes, tes. Halo.
Tes. Oh, ya. Lumayan. Iya, feedback suaranya. Itu kayaknya bentar banget ya. Iya. Udah ini. Ini suaranya segini. Halo, tes. Kok bisa masuk? Itu iya, karena feedback. Halo, tes. Halo. Sudah, segini cukup. Volume. Halo, segini? Masih jauh? Kedengaran nggak? Segini. Iya, semuanya dari situ. Feedback.
Cek, cek. Terus sepertinya balik.
Tes, 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 keras nggak? Keras pakai ini headset.
Apa?
Surabaya State University is one of the best colleges in Indonesia. Surabaya State University has 8 faculties. One of them is Faculty Economics and Business. In 2009, the State University of Surabaya developed Diploma of 3 years Accounting Study Program becomes Major Accounting. Based on SK number 2077/DB/2008 in 2008. Department of Accountancy has one study program, namely Bachelor of Accounting. Bachelor of Accounting study program itself is located at the UNESA Ketintang campus, and Bachelor Accounting study program present for educate graduated accounting that's superior in accounting science in accordance with demands globalization to present the education in the field of accounting. It is oriented towards academic and professional abilities on a national and international scale. Be equipped with a facility for comfortable study. With comfortable class, students could follow learning optimally. Sophisticated computers and accounting laboratory as facility to support practice learning accounting and statistical data analysis to implement the theory that received in lectures. Library as means of literature that can utilize students to discuss many issues and search relevant references. Department Accounting also covers directly Himaja, UNESA. Himpunan Mahasiswa Jurusan Akuntansi as a receptacle for students who want to develop soft skills in themselves implemented. of course with existing useful activities. To achieve the vision, mission, and goals that have been proclaimed, as well as to answer the demands of the business and the industrial world, the Bachelor of Accounting tool and leadership system or ALPAS, ESPD, and Accurate are some examples of such applications. This process is expected to emphasize the unique characteristics of the accounting undergraduate major, namely being a digital-based study program. Thus, it is hoped that graduates of the Bachelor of Accounting major are competent and adaptive profiles to development of science and technology. Bachelor of Accounting study program also has many competent educators. Emphasize proportion practice speaker from theory with involving stakeholders and activity capable academic, combining the world of education and the world of business. Bachelor of Accounting study program is committed not only to providing competent and quality education, but also to always educating character in each student through various kinds of intracurricular, co-curricular, and extracurricular activities. In line with the manifestation of the motto of the State University of Surabaya, namely growing with character.
The capacity to learn is a gift. The ability to learn is a skill. The willingness to learn is a choice. Accounting Department, Faculty of Economics and Business is committed to developing reputable human resources in accounting science, not only nationally but also in Southeast Asia region. The profile of our graduates is not only competent and skilled in their respective fields, but also have a good character. Always maximize the learning capacity, continuing to own your study skills, and constantly pursuing a desire to learn. Join and make the future with us. Surabaya State University, growing with character. Akuntansi, 1. Synergy, accountability, transparency, and unity.
Welcome to CPA Days, semarakan bersama para kontestan kompetisi dan profesional di Indonesia.
Melalui CPA Days, kamu akan mendapatkan akses mengembangkan kompetensi melalui beragam kegiatan.
Dengan cara yang kreatif, menyenangkan, dan inspiratif.
Mulai dari kompetisi audit dan akuntansi,
talk show dan webinar,
call for paper,
kompetisi TikTok dan Reels Instagram.
Dan acara puncak yang diisi dengan babak final kompetisi
CPA bersamaan dengan lulus kuliah. Jadi, selain punya ijazah S1 akuntansi, aku juga punya sertifikat ACPA sebagai kualifikasi profesional akuntansi dan audit.
Oh, jadi udah bisa ikut ujian sertifikasi dari semester 6 ya? Syaratnya apa aja?
Nah, iya betul. Kamu bisa mengikuti ujian CPA tingkat dasar mulai dari semester 6. Dengan syarat melampirkan surat keterangan mahasiswa aktif. Nah, aku saranin kalau kamu berminat buat daftar ujian, kamu bisa cek informasinya melalui website iapi.or.id atau melalui sosial media IAPI.
Oh, kayak gitu. Aku daftar sekarang deh.
Surabaya State University is one of the best colleges in Indonesia. Surabaya State University has 8 faculties. One of them is Faculty Economics and Business. In 2009, the State University of Surabaya developed Diploma of 3 years Accounting Study Program becomes Major Accounting. Based on SK number 2077/DB/2008 in 2008. Department of Accountancy has one study program, namely Bachelor of Accounting. Bachelor of Accounting study program itself is located at the UNESA Ketintang campus, and Bachelor Accounting study program present for educated graduated accounting that's superior in accounting science in accordance with demands globalization to present the education in the field of accounting. It is oriented towards academic and professional abilities on a national and international scale. Be equipped with a facility with comfortable class, students could follow learning optimally. Sophisticated computers and accounting laboratory as facility to support practice learning accounting and statistical data analysis to implement the theory that received in lectures. Library as means of literature that can utilize students to discuss many issues and search relevant references. but also to always educating character in each student through various kinds of intracurricular, co-curricular, and extracurricular activities. In line with the manifestation of the motto of the State University of Surabaya, namely growing with character.
The capacity to learn is a gift. The ability to learn is a skill. The willingness to learn is a choice. Accounting Department, Faculty of Economics and Business is committed to developing reputable human resources in accounting science, not only nationally but also in Southeast Asia region. The profile of our graduates is not only competent and skilled in their respective fields, but also have a good character. Always maximize your learning capacity, continuing to own your study skills, and constantly fostering a desire to learn. Join and make the future with us. Surabaya State University, growing with character. Akuntansi, 1. Synergy, accountability, transparency, and unity.
Surabaya State University is one of the best colleges in Indonesia. Surabaya State University has 8 faculties. One of them is Faculty Economics and Business. In 2009, the State University of Surabaya developed Diploma of 3 years Accounting Study Program becomes Major Accounting. Based on SK number 2077/DB/2008 in 2008.
Honorable and invited guests, and all the participants we are proud of, welcome to the 2024 International Economic Conference of Business and Accounting. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. May peace be upon us all. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, and greetings of virtue. The Honorable Professor Dr. Anna Kicianto, SOS MSI, as the Dean, Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Negeri Surabaya. The Honorable Dr. Haji Muhammad Haidul Anwar, SAG, MAA, as the First Deputy Dean for Learning, Research, Community Service, Student Affairs and Alumni, Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Negeri Surabaya. The Honorable Dr. Hajah Ramawati Kusumaningtyas, SE, AK, MSACA, as the Coordinator of the Undergraduate of Accounting Study Program, Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Negeri Surabaya. The Honorable Ms. Intan Kurnia Permatasari, SE, AK, MACA, as the Chief Executive of the 2024 International Economic Conference of Business and Accounting. The Honorable Luki Agung Febrian, as the Chairman of the Accounting Study Program, Student Association for the 2024 period, Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Negeri Surabaya. The Honorable Sandi Bagas Permana, as the Assistant Chief Executive of the 2024 International Economic Conference of Business and Accounting, and also all of the participants in the 2024 International Economic Conference of Business and Accounting. thank for the presence of Almighty God for all His blessing, so that we can attend the 2024 International Economic Conference of Business and Accounting with the theme Transforming the World Economy Towards a Green Economy as the main pillar of achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. First of all, let me introduce myself. I'm Salma Palupi Hartana, as a Master of Ceremony who will guide the event on this occasion. Next, I will read the 2024 International Economic Conference of Business and Accounting agenda this morning. The first is opening. The second is listen to the national anthem of Indonesia Raya and Mars UNESA. The third is the reading of the report by the Chief Executive of IECBA 2024. Then opening remarks, and then moderator CV followed by opening by moderator. Then reading of the first keynote CV continued by the second, third, and fourth keynote. The next is delivery of material and Q&A session by first keynote, followed by second and third keynote. The next is break time, and then delivery of material and Q&A session by fourth keynote. The next is closing by moderator, then presentation session. The next is ice breaking, then rewarding, and then after movie show. And the next, closing remarks by the coordinator of the undergraduate accounting study program. The next is photo session, and the last is closing. Honorable guests, currently, let us start the 2024 International Economic Conference of Business and Accounting. Before starting this event, let us pray so that today's event can run smoothly. Praying will be led by Muhammad Ulil Azmi. To Muhammad Ulil Azmi, the time is yours.
Okay, thanks for your opportunity, MC. Before I wanna introduce myself, my name is Muhammad Uliasmi Shauki. I'm here to lead this praying in Zoom meeting with Islamic religion. Begin. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Hamdan yuwafi ni'mahu wa yukafi mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu wa lakal syukru. Kama yanbaghi li jalali wal karim ma'dhimi sultanik. Allahumma salli wa sallim ala sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa sallim ajma'in. Al-Fatihah. Finish.
Thank you, Muhammad Ulil Azmi, for leading prayer this morning. The next agenda is listening to the national anthem of Indonesia Raya and Mars UNESA. The audience is asked to be solemn in listening to the national anthem of Indonesia Raya and Mars UNESA. We invite the committee in charge. Thank you to the committee for playing the national anthem of Indonesia Raya and Mars Unesa. Now, before entering the opening remarks, let's hear the reading of the report by the Chief Executive of IECBA, who is Ms. Intan Kurnia Permatasari, SEAKMA. To Ms. Intan Kurnia Permatasari, SEAKMA, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning to all of you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, greetings of virtue. Excellencies, Professor Dr. Anang Kristianto, SOS, MSI, Dean of Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Negeri Surabaya, Dr. Rohmawati Kusumaningtyas, SEAK, MSA, TA, ICPA, Head of Undergraduate Program in Accounting, Universitas Negeri Surabaya, and all speakers, lecturers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to express my appreciation for distinguished keynote speakers who will spare your important and valuable time to share with us in this important event. I also would like to express my gratitude to co-hosts Universitas Pembangunan Jaya, Universitas Garut, Universitas Mataram, Universitas Makassar, and Universitas Muhammadiyah Kudus. And of course, I would like to express my appreciation for all of participants who participated in this event. I am very proud to present to you the outcome and results, the second International Economic Conference of Business and Accounting 2024, held in Surabaya on September 4th. This event attracted over 483 participants in here. 518 participants in person, and more than 38 papers submitted, and more than 360 viewers of the live stream footage online. It was the second IECBA event of this scale, of which we were able to actively engage with and reach out to a wider range of stakeholders across Asia, Australia, and UK. It was the second IECBA event of this scale, and the focus of IECBA 2024 is to bring together ideas and solutions that can help us balance economic growth with environmental protection. By discussing and exploring innovative ideas, we aim to find practical solutions that can help us make this transformation into a greener economy. The goal is to create a balance where economic activities contribute to sustainable development without causing harm to our environment or future generations. I would also like to express its thanks to organizing committee of IECBA, our lecturer, and ever helpful staff. And last, but certainly not least, I wish to thank wholeheartedly all contributors and participants of this event for making it an informative as well as enjoyable day. I do hope that the IECBA is able to impact all of us to greatly foster and empower the society through science and technology from sustainable innovation. May God protect and bless us abundantly. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Have a great day.
Thank you, Ms. Intan Kurnia Permatasari, for reading the report of the ASPA. The next agenda is opening remarks that will also open the 2024 International Economic Conference of Business and Accounting that will be delivered by Professor Dr. Anang Kisyanto, SOS MSc, as the Dean, Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Negeri Surabaya. To Professor Dr. Anang Kisyanto, SOS MSc, the time is yours.
Thank you, Miss MC. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, selamat pagi, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Honorable Vice Dean of the Faculty of Economic and Business, UNESA, Coordinator of Undergraduate Accounting Study Program, Dr. Amati Kusuman Tias, and Head of Study Program, Faculty of Economic and Business, Universitas Negeri Surabaya, lecture, student who are present at this academic forum. We are also pleased to welcome our keynote speaker, Dr. Muhammad Rafiq from University of Nottingham, United Kingdom, Noel Bergonia, MBE CPA from Carverson Department of Accountancy, Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Fitra Roman Cahaya, SAMCOM PhD from University of Essex, United Kingdom, Dr. Lois Fitzgerald from University of New South Wales Business School, Sydney. We are excited to welcome you to our International Economic Conference of Business and Accounting 2024, organized by the Student Association of the Accounting Study Program, with the topic Transforming the Wood Economic Toward a Green Economy as the main pillar of achieving the Sustainable Development Goal, SDGs. This year's topic is highly relevant as we face significantly global challenge. The transforming the wood economic toward a green economy as the main pillar of achieving the Sustainable Development Goal, SDGs, mean we need to change how we handle our economy to make sure good for the environment. Moving toward a green economy means finding way to grow economically while also taking care of our planet. This includes using resource wisely, reducing pollution, ensuring that economic progress doesn't our environment or future generations. The focus of IECBA 2024 is to bring together ideas and solutions that can help us balance economic growth with environmental protection. By discussing and exploring innovative ideas, we aim to find practical solutions that can help us make this transformation into greener economy. The goal is to create a balance where economic activities contribute to sustainable development without causing harm to our environment or future generations. By inviting the best speaker in this file, the Faculty of Economic and Business, Universitas Negeri Surabaya, which has been accredited internationally by ACAS and ranking 300 plus THE Impact Rank SDGs by subject, decent work and economic group, is committed to disseminating more ideas and issues of sustainable development goal in the global landscape. We will this IECBA 2024 will serve as a medium for all presenters and participants to exchange and share and discuss ideas, research, best practice, and solutions related to this issue. By saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, the International Economic Conference of Business Accounting 2024 by the Student Association of accounting study program with the topic transforming the world economic toward a green economy as the main pillar of achieving the Sustainable Development Goal SDGs, I open. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
I would like to thank Professor Dr. Anang Kisianto SOS MSI for his opening remarks for today's agenda. Now, we will start the main agenda, which is delivery of material and Q&A session by keynoters, and it will be guided by Ms. Inshira Putikadea SEMA as the moderator. Before we hand it over to our moderator, let me read our moderator CV. To the committee in charge, please. Okay, so this is our moderator CV, Ms. Inshira Putikadea. Okay, so she is a dedicated and experienced accounting lecturer with a strong background in teaching and research, critical thinking, and problem solving. She also has made significant contribution on management accounting by publishing several articles. Also, she has education background in Bachelor of Economy in Universitas Negeri Surabaya and Master of Accountancy in Airlangga University Surabaya. Before become accounting lecturer, Ms. Inshira is accounting staff in Chilen Joyo Surf Camp in 2013 until 2014, and then became junior auditor in Crescent International from 2014 until 2015, then become accounting staff in PT Pakuan Jati in 2015 until 2019, and now she's an accounting lecturer in Universitas Negeri Surabaya from 2019. And not only that, our great moderator also has professional certification in ASEAN Chartered Professional Accountant and Certified Public Accountant. Well, that's the awesome moderator CV from our great moderator. So her background is relevant with today's topic. Okay, so now I would like to hand it over to our moderator, Ms. Inshira Putikadea SEMA. Thank you.
Okay, thank you MC for presenting me. Please let me take over from now on. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya. Greetings of virtue. Hello, good morning everyone, the honorable speakers, guests, and participants. Welcome to the International Economic Conference of Business and Accounting 2024 with the topic Transforming the World Economy Towards a Green Economy as the main pillar of achieving the Sustainability Development Goals. I'm Insyirah Putika Dea, and I will be in charge as a moderator in this event. Today, there will be 4 keynote speakers who will share knowledge about the challenges and the opportunities in transforming the world economy towards sustainability. As we all know, according to the UN SDG, sustainability has become a global attention lately. Sustainability issues like climate change, water management, poverty, and gender equality have a significant impact on the economy from personal businesses to the global economy. Well, before I start, I would like to inform the participants to follow the rules during the session. Please ensure your microphone are mute during the presentation to avoid any noises. If you have any question, please drop it in the chat room or you can raise your hand to address the question directly to the speakers in the Q&A session. Okay, without further ado, let's begin with the first keynote speakers. In this session, we will be hearing from Dr. Noel Bergonya, MBA CPA from the Polytechnic University of the Philippines. Before I greet him, I would like to introduce Dr. Bergonya by reading his profile first. Please, committee, share his CV. Okay, thank you. Dr. Noel Bergonya, MBA CPA, has been an accounting lecturer at Polytechnic University of the Philippines since 2015. Currently, he is in charge as the chief of the accounting department in Polytechnic University of the Philippines. Dr. Bergonya also had several working experiences. He worked at Reed Elsevier Philippines as a fixed asset and project accounting specialist. Before, he also worked at Accenture in Corporation as a project mariner related to accounting, auditing, and business analyst fields. Dr. Bergonya also graduated from Polytechnic University of the Philippines with a Bachelor of Science in Accounting in 2012 and an MBA in 2018. Now he is a doctoral candidate at the same university at Polytechnic University of the Philippines. He also has some certification, including CPA, Certified Public Accountant, and then Certified Accounting Teacher and Bookkeeping National Certification 3 Pacers. Okay, to shorten time, I will greet our first keynote speakers. Please join me, Dr. Bergonya. Hello, Dr. Bergonya. Are you here already? Hello. Okay, hello, Dr. Bergonya. Good morning. Can you hear me? Sorry. Okay, help committee to unmute the microphone.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry before.
Good morning.
Hello.
Good morning. Can you hear me already?
Yeah, I can hear you clear.
Yeah, thank you
How
very
are you
much.
today, Dr. Bergonya?
Yeah, I'm good. However, currently the weather here in the Philippines is maybe bad due to the storm that recently hit the country.
Oh yeah, I heard that you in the Philippines have yesterday got storm, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay, maybe Dr. Bergonya, are you ready for the presentation?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm
Do you want
already.
to operate it by yourself or with
Yes,
the help by yourself?
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
Okay, then for your information, you may deliver your presentation in 30 minutes, and then we will open the Q&A session afterwards. Now, Dr. Bergonya, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me just check if you can already see my screen already.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's seen already.
Okay, thank you very much. Salamat pagi. Good morning, everyone. And it's very nice to be here in your conference. And thank you very much, of course, to the Faculty of Economics and Business of the Universitas Negeri Surabaya for inviting me for this conference. Okay, so for today, I am tasked to discuss related to our conference topic, and I entitled it Business Practices for Sustainability Transforming the World Economy Towards a Green Economy. So, as introduced a while ago by our distinguished moderator, I'm Noel Bergonya, and currently the chairperson for the Department of Accountancy here at the Polytechnic University of the Philippines. And to our distinguished guests, our faculty members, and even the student participants, again, good morning to all of you there in Indonesia and to the rest of the world. Okay, so for my discussion today, I have just outlined it with the following. First, defining sustainability, of course, in business, some innovative business practices for sustainability, the economic benefits of sustainable practices, accounting for sustainability, and some challenges and solutions, and even future trends regarding sustainability that would impact, of course, our economy. So I hope that at the end of this short discussion, we will be able to tap all of these concepts. And should you have questions later, I'm willing to answer them. Okay, so let's start with our discussion. So first, let's define what sustainability is. So I know majority of you you might have already seen this or even heard this in your discussion in your respective classes. So in 1987, the United Nations Brundtland Commission defined sustainability as meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of the future generations to meet their needs. Today, there are almost 140 developing countries in the world seeking ways of meeting the development needs, but with the increasing threat of climate change, concrete efforts must have been made to ensure the development today does not negatively affect future generations. Actually, this sustainability has actually sinked in over the years to us, especially with the climate change. So here in the Philippines, in the past summertime, we have reached around 45 degrees Celsius already in terms of the temperature. I'm not sure in Indonesia during their summertime, during your summertime last time, what's the highest degree that you have in terms of your temperature. We are really seeing already climate change. And not only that, there are already compromising of the particular ability of each and every one of us, no, in waters and even other aspects of our lives. And it is important to take note that sustainability is a crucial part of not only the world economy, but of course, in a small run, our businesses. Sustainability actually has three components. We have our environmental, social, and economic aspects. There is a benefit of achieving the sustainability in each realm and overlaps between each pair and so has values. And above, as you can see, in the middle of the three environment, social, and economic aspects, we have sustainability. So, however, true and lasting sustainability can only result from the overlap of three areas. In other words, sustainability in any one area of this without attention to the others may lead to a failure. Okay, so that's why the balance in terms of the economic, social, and environmental aspects of businesses is very important for us to achieve our sustainability goals. Okay, so um, as part of my discussion today, I would like to share to you some innovative business practices. So I may not be able to discuss all because of our time, but let me just share to you some of the innovative business practices and how it was being applied here in our country, Philippines. And you may also relate this to your country, Indonesia, and to the rest of our participants. Okay, so first of which, one of the business practices as to sustainability is the use of what we so called circular economy. So at the core of this circular economy, there is a transformative concept that redefines our understanding of production and consumption. Okay, so as you can see here in the image, um, on the left side, okay, so it entails that from manufacturing until the consumption and use up to recycling of the outputs and even using it again as input in manufacturing. Okay, it's a very important role, no, to really have this concept of circular economy. So in stark contrast, we have actually what we so called traditional linear economy, which is focusing on take, make, and dispose. However, in a circular economy, it is founded in the idea that the resources can be utilized more efficiently and sustainably through the principles of what we so called reduce, reuse, and recycle. So this innovative economic model goes beyond simply recycling the materials. So as we all know, um, there are laws and even regulations internationally and even locally in each of our respective areas and countries where we need to apply this reduce, reuse, and recycle. So it requires a systematic shift on how our products are being designed. So if you will see some of the products that we have, maybe if you will go to supermarkets or even if you have products at your home, you can see the reduce, reuse, and recycle tag maybe on the label of the products that we are using. And this really resonates the concepts of the circular economy, that it encourages the development of new business models that creates a sustainable economic value and build a robust, resilient system capable of withstanding environmental challenges. Especially if you will see plastics, right? So it's very important that first we avoid using plastic already. But if we cannot avoid this, then we need to recycle and reuse those plastics. Okay, since we need to ensure that this is being fully utilized and it's not just single used. Okay, so this is a circular economy. Here in the Philippines, just to share with you, there is a law that was being passed in the recent year, okay, which is known as the Extended Producer Responsibility Act of 2002, which requires large companies to adopt and implement policies for proper management of plastic packaging wastage. It institutionalizes the extended producer responsibility on plastic packaging and amends the waste management that we have previously, because here in the Philippines there are so many laws about waste management. So in terms of producer responsibility, Okay, here is the law that was provided. So actually, just to explain further this law mandates that um, over the years, the time that this law had been passed, as you can see on the screen, okay, there should be an increasing percentage as to the recovery of plastic product footprints generated during the past years. So this actually requires companies to really recover their plastic usage over the years, which until 2028, there should be at least 80% recovery. Before the passing of these laws, there are so many plastics around the area, and we can see that here in the Philippines, some of our colleagues from UNESA, Faculty of Economics and Business, have joined us recently here in the Philippines, visit, and technically they can see somehow plastics all over some areas. But through this act that was established, okay, so um, at least we will reduce the use of plastic. At the same time, we will be able to recover these plastics and again reuse them as part of the circular economy that we have discussed a while ago. So maybe you have also this law in your country, and take note that it's very important that we in our businesses should also take into consideration, just like this law, the manufacturing until we dispose our products and collecting again those wastes that we have produced. Okay, so that's one item that we can consider the circular economy as a business practice for sustainability. Okay, so another practice that we can also use in our businesses is all about energy efficiency. So in the Sustainable Development Goals, of course, number 7, it entails affordable and clean energy. So with the energy efficiency, it represents more than 40% of the emissions abatement needed by 2040 according the International Energy Agency Sustainable Development Scenario. So maintaining a global growth and supporting development in the emerging economy implies a sharp rise in consumption habit. So over the years, especially during the pandemic that we are in our respective home, we are able to use more energy than ever. However, there was a reduction towards transportation fuels, which leads to smoke and reduces somehow the pollution. However, with the use of course, the fossil fuels and even some coals used to generate our electricity, it is important to take note that there was already a shift of increasing energy efficiency activities that businesses have made. So, in accordance with um, the article made by Fisher, energy efficiency is the first fuel for achieving high ambition climate goals, improving quality of life, and creating jobs. So nowadays, we can see already some businesses who are using solar panels. So it may be evident already, especially on the lights on our streets, and even some of the machines had already this solar energy, or not only solar energy but other sources of clean energy that is being used by businesses for them to operate. So investments already in renewable energy had been increasing. Just to share with you, here in the Philippines, some sort of energy efficiency practices applied to business. We have this what we so called Republic Act number 11 2085, okay, which is known as the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Act. This law was actually passed in the year 2019, which, number one, requires the manufacturers, the importers, and dealers to comply with the minimum energy performance and to display them on the packaging of the products and energy labels, showing the energy requirements and consumption efficiency of such products. So, if you buy products here in the Philippines, it's required to have, let's say, for example, the wattage and even some seal of quality so that they could be able to attest. The companies would be able to show that this particular product is energy efficient. Okay. In addition to that, aside from the products that had been produced by companies, and this law also enforces and ensures compliance with prescribed rating standards for energy performance in buildings and industry. Because again, in most places here in the Philippines, we use, of course, the usual electricity. But somehow, based on certain rules here in this law, there should be an efficient way of the buildings and even the nearby industries through coordination with government agencies and local government units to ensure that we comply with energy requirements. Okay, so it's very important to take note that as part of the business processes, okay, and our goal of sustainability, to really have an efficient energy sources and even aside from the sources, its usage. Um, Here on the on the right side of your screen, you may see here an image of a windmill. Okay, so here in the Philippines, this is located in the northern part, where on the side of the beach, it's around almost few kilometers, there is a windmill which actually generates electricity on one particular local government unit. Same goes with the other parts of the Philippines. There are also, let's say, for example, hydrothermal technologies in terms of electricity. And businesses nowadays, as I had mentioned, we are using already solar panels, okay, in generating electricity that can be used in lighting the street lights or even lighting your businesses to reduce the consumption of energy. So it's our goal, of course, to be energy efficient, but also the importance of it is we help our environment to reduce the use of non-renewable energy. Okay, so that's the second business practices that I may share with you today, the energy efficiency in terms of usage of course, efficient energy sources and some rules about it. Okay, so I hope that you are still with me. Just to check if you can hear me still. So can I see any emoticons on the screen before I proceed? You may click any emoticons or reactions on your Zoom. I'm not sure, by the way, if you can actually react. All right, but I hope that you can clearly hear me. Thank you. So to continue with my discussion, this is actually the third one of the innovative business practices. It's talking about green supply chain management. So you might have heard already supply chain management, okay, which is talking about logistics and sourcing of materials that is being used in companies. So in the research by some students from the De La Salle University here in the Philippines entitled How Green Supply Chain Management Affects the Company's Performance, as you can see in the screen, this is their operational framework. And to achieve green supply chain management, this is focusing, of course, in green procurement, green manufacturing, as well as green distribution. So the green supply chain management is actually focusing on incorporating environmental considerations into the supply chain management. This approach actually aims to minimize, of course, air emission, water wastage, solid wastes, and decrease the energy cost because we are already energy efficient, as mentioned a while ago, decrease the fee for waste treatment, and enhances the public relations in compliance with existing environmental regulatory standards. So by integrating green practices, the businesses can improve efficiency, reduce cost, and strengthen their reputations. So some of the key principles of this green supply chain management is actually using an eco-friendly sourcing. Okay, so just to share with you some of the practices of some businesses that I have looked into when it comes to green supply chain management. So you might have heard already of a Jollibee Food Corporation. Okay, so here in the Philippines, the Jollibee Food Corporation, the group, the foundation, works with the farmers to source local harvests. So as part of the supply chain management, as you all know, some of the products there are chicken, even vegetables that are used in their particular products. So take note of this. If the product will come from, let's say, from Indonesia going here to the Philippines, it may take time before it arrives. Of course, aside from that, um, from from your country going to my country here, it would take a lot of energy. Okay, let's say for example, if it will be through air, of course, the gasoline, okay, the transportation, the logistic, okay, there are so much energy that was being used. However, through this concept that they support local farmers, it means that their procurement of their inputs are actually being sourced out only in the locals here in the Philippines, which actually reduces the use of energy, might as well other resources, reduce the cost so that they could be able to use those products in their products. Okay? So they help actually farmers. So from seedlings, they provide them with um, support for the growth of this particular plants, which they will use, such as tomatoes and even cabbages. So this only shows that if you will care for the environment, you can do something, just like what this company have done to support the local farmers to ensure that they will not waste more energy so that they can get their inputs. In addition to this green supply chain management, as mentioned a while ago, as part of the process, we have also some sort of waste reduction of our production. Okay, so here in the Philippines, we have this what we so called Department of Environment and Natural Resources, which passed a law in 2020, which actually bans the use of single-use plastics. So maybe in your country you have this law as well that mandates you to not use a single-use plastic, okay, with less than and also cups with less than 2.2 millimeters in thickness, and even straws. So we might have seen in businesses that they have what we so called no straw day, or even no plastic. You need to bring your own plastic, or even you need to bring your own bags, okay, just to put the products that you have bought. Okay, so it's very important to take note that it's part of the green supply chain management. That, of course, to reduce the waste of the process, we need to ban those plastics. But take note, guys, and everyone, that reducing this plastic usage is also taking into consideration the other alternatives, because sometimes we use paper, and papers come from trees. Okay, so basically, we need also to ensure a balance between all of these. So let's try to incorporate also other alternatives in our green supply chain management. So there is what we so called life cycle analysis that we can check into, which assesses the environmental impacts of our products until the raw material extraction from the disposal. Okay, so these are just some of the innovative business practices that I want to share with you this morning. Okay, so it includes number one. What's the first one again? It talks about the circular economy, of course, the concept of reduce, reuse, and recycle. We have also mentioned a while ago some sort of energy efficiency, and in energy efficiency, it entails the concept of reducing and implementing green technologies and practices. And last is the green supply chain management, okay, which also entails that we need to have a sustainable sourcing and logistic process. Okay, so later maybe some of my co-presenters or my keynote speakers will also discuss some business practices that they may have experience or even in their country is using. Okay, so now, as part of my discussion as well for this morning, okay, let me just share with you some of the economic benefits of sustainable practices that we have used in business. Okay, so of course, as already mentioned a while ago with the energy efficiency and even with the supply chain management, we could be able to reduce our costs. So we decrease, of course, our operational cost through lower energy bills because we have efficient system, and even some of the inputs as well as the logistic in the supply chain management had already been reduced in terms of length of time. So really, we could be able to reduce our costs if we ensure that we apply in our businesses some sustainable practices. In addition, okay, aside from cost reduction, case, use of sustainable practices might entail revenue growth. So it attracts actually first and foremost, when we apply sustainable practices, it attracts eco-conscious customers and even markets. Okay, so if we use these sustainable practices in order for us to really have this business model in our company, then it would increase our sales. Okay, not maybe in the short run, but it in terms of the long run, we can see the revenue growth. And one of also of the economic benefit is we reduce the risks or we mitigate the risks. How? So, of course, as we all know, why we are doing this, it's because we need to protect our environment, we need to protect our future. And through the use of the sustainable practices, we tend to reduce the exposure to environmental regulation liability. So, there are many laws, just like what I have shown you, especially here in the Philippines, about compliance with some sustainable practices. And if we comply and we apply that in businesses, of course, we reduce the liability of paying the penalties, okay, for violating these standards. So as you can see, this actually benefits our businesses, which leads, of course, to the economy's increased, of course, or a greater height economy in our country. Okay, so those are some of the economic benefits of sustainable practices. And of course, we are able to save our environment. We would be able to save and even protect our future. Okay, so since we have talked about the practices and even the benefits, economic benefits of it, now let's talk about some sustainability reporting activities and even accounting for sustainability. Okay, so in June 2023, the International Sustainability Standards Board, or ISSB, issued its inaugural standard, which is, of course, the IFRS S1 and S2, which actually ushering in a new era of sustainability related disclosures in a capital market worldwide. So as you can see, I just take a snapshot of this IFRS S1 and S2, and maybe there is a further discussion of this in your courses, or maybe it could be part of your research study as well. Okay, it talks about disclosure requirements for sustainability related information, and also it entails climate related disclosures. So these standards actually aims to improve the trusts and confidence in companies' disclosure about sustainability to inform investment decisions. So as part of the accounting process, of course, we need to help our investors to make decisions, and not only through the monetary ones, but of course, sustainability of the businesses. So it's important to take note that before these standards had been established, there is no sustainability reporting standard. So there are different metrics, there are different requirements per country as to how they report for sustainability. But standardizing this helps really an overall capital market in the world to have a standardized vision of how sustainability should be disclosed. And let's just have a quick comparison of these two standards. So, as mentioned a while ago, for the S1, it set out the sustainability related financial disclosures, which talks about, of course, the governance of the entity, some of the strategies that had been made to reduce the risks and take the opportunity, some risk management activity, of course, to assess, prioritize, and monitor the risks, and also the metrics and targets, which I had mentioned a while ago, that is very important to have a standardized metric so that we could be able to see it for consistency purposes and for comparability. Okay? On the other hand, for the IFRS S2, we have this climate related risks, which is being discussed. Of course, entities and even our economy was being exposed for climate related changes. Okay, so through the help of IFRS S2, it shows us how we could be able to disclose climate related risks and even some exposures, and even the opportunities. Okay, so that's just a quick overview of IFRS S1 and S2 that is currently applied already by businesses in terms of reporting in their various countries, so that we could be able to report them properly. Okay, so I have only few more slides left. Okay, so aside from this IFRS S1 and S2, by the way, just to share with you, here in the Philippines, it's already mandated since 2019 that there should be a sustainability reporting guidelines for publicly listed companies. Okay, so yeah, it just gave us a framework for the Philippine publicly listed companies on how they can disclose sustainability. Okay. In addition, there is also what we so called integrated reporting, which is a framework that had been starting in January 2021, which is a framework that combines financial and non-financial information for a holistic view of an organization's performance, strategy, and value creation. So this focuses actually on ESG, right? So environmental, social, and governance. So I just want to share with you an example of an integrated reporting here in the Philippines. This is with the Bank of Philippine Islands, which is one of the largest bank here in the Philippines. So these are just some snapshots of their particular integrated reporting. Okay, so they present the business model and value creation. Okay, and even they disclose some ESG matters, which has, of course, environmental impacts. Okay, also some sort of use of green buildings. Okay, so the savings that they have made was being disclosed. Okay, and even the energy and fuel water consumption management that they have done. And lastly, for this integrated reporting for the Bank of Philippine Islands, they also show here on the screen what they have already achieved in terms of the sustainable development goals of the United Nations. So all in all, integrated reporting benefits all of our stakeholders in the organization and the ability to create value over time. Okay, so on my last few slides, I just want to talk about some of the challenges that we might have seen in terms of sustainability. So, of course, the initial cost is too high in terms of initial investment. But as part of the solution, we can see to it that it's for long term, that in the long term, we will have savings and financial incentives for not violating the rules that we have in our respective countries. Might as well, it's somehow complicated to follow the sustainability rules and reporting. But of course, through incremental implementation and expert consultation, we would be able to implement this. Okay, and again, it's very important to take note that this is very important for the business and in our economy. And lastly, some sort of measurement. So one of the challenges beforehand, as mentioned, is in terms of measurement, we tend to um, uh, have no single metrics, but through the use of course, the IFRS S1 and S2 as a starting point, we could be able to standardize already the metrics and even some reporting frameworks. So these are some of the challenges and solutions regarding the sustainability reporting in businesses. And finally, my last of my sharing are some of the future trends as to this particular sustainability in business. Of course, there will be technological advancements, so innovations in green technology and even digital tools will be implemented to reduce, of course, the usage of plastics and even papers. There will also be some regulatory changes, so expect that there will be more regulatory requirements and even laws that will be passed by countries. Okay, and even the customer expectation will somehow change due to growing demands for sustainable products and practices. And lastly, because of the what we are experiencing right now in terms of the heat and even in typhoons, there is also an increase in focus on climate actions of each of the businesses and in the economy. Okay, so overall, what I have shared with you today is all about sustainability in business and the challenges, its accounting, and how do we account for it. And I hope that you have learned something with my discussion, that it's very important that we take note the role of each and every one of us, being accounting student and even professors right now, for shaping the future of our business and accounting towards sustainability. So with that, I would like to thank once again the Universitas Negeri Surabaya for inviting me this morning to talk about business practices for sustainability, transforming the world economy towards a green economy. So, terima kasih, thank you very much, and I'll turn you over to our moderator.
Okay, sorry for the technical problem. Thank you very much, Dr. Bergonya, for the insightful information. I'm sure that we have learned a lot from your presentation today. Maybe now we will open the Q&A session, but before that, I'd like to inform the participants here. You can, if you have any questions, please turn on the raise hand button and don't forget to address your name and affiliation before asking the question, or you can write it down and drop it in the chat room and I will read the question later. Okay, maybe there are some participants who want to ask. I will choose. Wait. Wait a minute, Dr. Bergonya, because I can read the name. Okay, Mrs. Arum Widya Putri. Hello. Okay, Arum Widya Putri. Sorry, I can read your full name because it's coverage. Mrs. Arum, hello. Operator, can you help me to unmute the participants? Mrs. Arum.
Okay.
Hello. Yeah, okay.
Can anyone listening me? Can anyone listen my voice? Okay.
Yeah, I can hear
Okay.
you. Okay.
Okay.
You can address your question after
Alright.
you forget to address your name and affiliation first, right?
Okay. So my name is Armidia Putri. I'm from UNESA. So let me to describe to my question. So thank you in advance for the opportunity. Sorry, I can on camera on my laptop because of my poor signal. And my English is not that good to understand too. So I would like ask to this day I have read a news that some companies promote their companies that their companies are eco-friendly. They are including labeling their company as eco-friendly, reusable, and using clean energy to making their product. So I believe it. So because I read it on CNN, which is kayak believable source gitu. So, but in the next day, I also read that there are 10 largest waste disposal companies in the world. So, this is in that time, I also read that the companies I trust that they are eco-friendly company. So turn out they are also 10 largest waste disposal companies in the world. In my opinion, they don't really care about the impact they make out and prefer to companies than um, their consumers to believe that they are eco-friendly by their campaign. So this is the problem. Almost all of the consumers which is also some of my friends, my homie too, they are believe it that this company are really eco-friendly. They are really making their product in a good way. But sometimes I learned that this company aren't that really like what their campaign for. So the and like the consumer is always buying their product without care about the impact gitu. It's pretty hard to tell them. It's pretty hard to make them believe that it's like it's a bad way. I mean, this product is really bad for our climate. It's bad for our um it's bad. It's having bad impact lah. So I also listen and I mean I scroll TikTok sometimes and I find that there one man, he's a lecturer as well. He's make a campaign to not buying this product, and I won't spell the name of product, yeah. So this is campaign persuade the consumers does not buy this product again because it has bad impact for the um country or maybe the world. So, but the comment is mostly hate this lector for being too much giving attention for the nonsense news. But I think it's important news. I mean, like mostly the consumer or people here not really care about the this this topic gitu. So um so this problem it why they're so hard to believe it, because this is our home, this is our planet. Why they're so believe, then they're prefer to stay buy and stay konsumsi their product just because their products are trendy. Okay, maybe it's millennial Gen Z are think that it's trendy. Wow, I need to buy one of them or maybe more. Nah, maybe if only one person will buy it, it's okay. But it's about a big what it's many people who have that same talk of that is, yeah. I mean, fine if they're making $1 billion in profit, but they are making it from um bad image from that. It's a pretty fact, maybe it's my opinion. So it's giving like they aren't care about the bad impact they created. Okay, so that's my question. Sorry if it's pretty hard to understand. Thanks again.
Okay, Miss Arum, it's okay. Okay, Dr. Bergonya, maybe it's about the greenwashing, if I can catch the question. So, she asked
Yeah.
about some company promote their product categorized as eco-friendly, but in fact, this company not compliant to the sustainability about the environmental. So maybe about the greenwashing, I think.
Yeah.
How about your opinion about the companies who conduct to promote their product is eco-friendly, but in the sustainability report, they are not friendly at all.
Yeah. So thank you very much for that question. Yeah, I do understand that there are many businesses that labels their product as eco-friendly. However, in reality, it's not actually eco-friendly. Maybe it's very important nowadays, as mentioned a while ago, that there is what we so-called consumer expectation, that once they see you label it just like that, they would be able to expect that, hey, I will buy this product more because it's eco-friendly. But what is really important right now for us here who is attending this conference, it starts with us actually, by really understanding the reporting frameworks, at the same time in understanding some basics as to this what we so called eco-friendly products, because we can actually check them through the let's say, for example, when you see the products, it has its label eco-friendly, you can just check on, let's say, for example, the sources of raw materials that was in the label of that product. Second, you can just search, for example, their company profile. Where does this product come from? Okay, by understanding the environment where this product came from, actually leads us for more understanding, is it really an eco-friendly product? Which may not give us a misleading note that since this is eco-friendly, I will just buy this. Some of the companies are actually using this. I've heard this from one of my marketing friends that they are telling that this is eco-friendly, but it's not, as part of their marketing strategies. And of course, consumers who are eco-friendly are actually really buying that product. So it's more on really information dissemination. If we may help other people, just like what you had mentioned a while ago, that your friends, something like that, looking into pages and being vigilant in terms of looking into these products, if they are really those products that they are saying in their labels. Yeah, so that's important. So maybe after this you can talk to some of your friends, and maybe it's a word of mouth, by the way, because some people may not know that we have this reporting as discussed a while ago, and rules that was being implemented in each of the countries. But really sharing with them some insights about it would help them so that they will not be misled. Okay, I hope I answered your question. Thank you very much.
Okay, how about that, Princess Aru? Is that clear for you? Okay, I think it's clear enough. Thank you, Dr. Bergonya, for your answer. Okay. For the another participant, I apologize because the limitation of the time. Maybe I should cut off the Q&A session. So let's move to the next agenda. Now let me summarize some points of Dr. Bergonya presentation. Well, Dr. Bergonya stated that there are three spheres in sustainability business, which are economic, and then environment, social, and governance. Sorry. And then the development of innovative business practices through a circular economy, energy efficiency, and green supply chain management. Regarding the suggestion to extend the producer's responsibility throughout the entire product life cycle, I think it's not only the producer, but also the consumer who should be aware of waste management in order to make the circular economy works. And then energy efficiency is a tool to achieve climate goals because it can improve the quality of life and create jobs. In example, the development of solar panels as renewable energy. And then there are some economic benefits of sustainable practices, which are cost reduction as well as revenue growth, and then risk mitigation in the business. And there are some challenges. There are some challenges in implementing sustainability, like the initial cost, complexity, and the measurement or the standard. Okay, before I close this first session, as a form of acknowledgement and our gratitude, we present a certificate of appreciation for our first speaker, Dr. Noel Bergonya, MBA CPA. On our behalf, here is the display of the certificate. Okay, here is the display of the certificate of appreciation for Dr. Bergonya. And then the committee will send it personally to you later after the event has been finished. Thank you once again, Dr. Bergonya, for your time and your contribution. We are looking forward to seeing you again at any other event. So this is the end of the first session. let's move to the second keynote session. Okay, I'm sorry for the technical problem. Okay, maybe I will start it again. I'm sorry. Okay. Okay, so this is the second speaker session. This session is special, I think, because we will be hearing from the two honorable speakers at the same time, Dr. Louis Fitzgerald and Dr. Jinky Trevelyan from University of New South Wales, Australia. Actually, Dr. Fitzgerald just informed us yesterday that she will be presenting with her colleague, Dr. Trevelyan, in this session. So we apologize for the picture on the conference flyer just display Dr. Fitzgerald only. Okay. Before I greet our speakers, I would like to read the profiles of Dr. Fitzgerald and Dr. Trevelyan. Okay. Maybe I will greet the speakers first. Hello, Dr. Fitzgerald and Dr. Trevelyan. Okay, then because the screen is display the profile, I would like to read it first. This is the Dr. Louis Fitzgerald. Dr. Louis Fitzgerald has been a lecturer at University of New South Wales, Australia since 2008. Currently, she is in charge as project officer of the International Universities Climate Alliance in Sydney, Australia. For the former education, Dr. Fitzgerald graduated from the University of Sydney as a Doctor of Education. Dr. Fitzgerald also has several certifications from the Critical Thinking Foundation and Università Bocconi. And then the CV of Dr. Trevelyan, please, the committee, can you share it? Okay, next, Dr. Jinky Trevelyan is also a lecturer at UNSW Australia. She is a senior lecturer and academic lead of education development at University of New South Wales, Australia. Before joining the University of New South Wales, Australia, Dr. Trevelyan had several working experiences at the Center for Social Impact as senior lecturer and education director, at Retrospect Galleries as administrator, at the University of Sydney as casual academic, at the Event Power as project and office administrator, and many more. For the former education, Dr. Trevelyan graduated from the Australian National University with a PhD in 2003 and Bachelor of Art in 1996, I'm sorry. Okay, now I will greet our speakers. Please join me, Dr. Fitzgerald and Dr. Trevelyan. Hello, Dr. Fitzgerald and Dr. Trevelyan. Are you here already? Hello, Dr. Trevelyan. Hello, can you hear me clearly? Okay, I'm sorry before about the technical problem I've got. Okay, it's such an honor to meet you both. How are you today? Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay, thank you. Committee, please, can you unmute the Dr. Trevelyan and Dr. Fitzgerald? Committee, please help to unmute the speakers here. I'm sorry for the technical problem.
I think it's okay now. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you
Fantastic.
clearly.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
how are you?
it's
Yeah.
it's wonderful to be here. In fact, we're not together, Jinky and I. Jinky's zooming in from North New South Wales, Australia, and I'm in Sumbawa, Indonesia.
Okay, wow. I
Yeah.
hope you are doing well wherever you are.
Jinky, how are you?
I'm very well, and I'm very happy to be joining you today. Thank you ever so much for this opportunity. I feel very honoured. So it's lovely to see you, and I hope that you find what we've have to say about our sustainability education program interesting. Yes, so thank you.
Okay, thank you to Dr. Trevelyan for joining us today. Sorry, I got an information that you both have already prepared the recorded video, right, to present this session. Okay. So maybe you can guide and ask the operator to play your video because it is your session, so you may control the operator to help you. Are you ready for presentation?
Oh, I'm just wondering, I sent the link to Bu Intan. Maybe, I don't know, maybe, is it easier for you to play it? It's a YouTube recording.
We already received it. And then the operator will help you to play the video after this.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you ready for
Yeah.
presenting the video?
Can I just say something very quickly? I thought the previous presentation was very, very interesting. It was a great presentation by Professor Begonia. And I thought the question afterwards was also very interesting. Your student asked such an important question about business practices, and I was very glad to hear that.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Dr. Fitzgerald. Okay, maybe I would like to inform you before I start to play your video. Maybe you should stay here for a while in this room, around 40 minutes. Is it okay
Absolutely.
for you?
Absolutely. We plan to be here for questions and discussion.
Okay, then because we will hold the Q&A session afterward. Okay, then maybe we can start it by now. I will ask the operator. Is it ready? Okay, is it ready? So let's start the video presentation of Dr. Fitzgerald and Dr. Trevelyan.
I'm Dr. Louise Fitzgerald. I'd like to introduce my colleague, Dr. Jinky Trevelyan. And before we begin, I'd like to thank Ibu Ika Dia Chandra Arifa for her gracious invitation to talk to you today. Over to you, Jinky.
I'd also like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which we are speaking to you from, the Bedegal people of the Eora Nation, and to extend that acknowledgement and respect to the Indigenous peoples around the world and acknowledge their very important role in sustainability education and sustainability futures.
So we're talking to you about developing a sustainability curriculum for business school. And what I think was a really important learning point for us was to think about how business graduates need more than simply to be able to say that they're passionate about sustainability. We learnt from Smeal Business School, Penn State University in the US, that the graduates need to have relevant discipline-specific knowledge, skills and capabilities to integrate sustainability into every business decision they make. So what we wanted to see was how can we prepare students to be able to do this. Business schools face significant challenge in ensuring that the graduates do have the requisite knowledge, skills and attributes to co-evolve organisations' capacity and commitment to sustainable business practice. And the other issue, of course, is that even when businesses present as operating sustainably, there is the great temptation for greenwashing to be used just to simply look good. And it happens in business schools as well.
And so this concept of integration we realised was extremely important, and it wasn't just about how we went about integrating that curriculum, but the why of it, because what happens when you have sustainability sitting separate to the business curriculum is that it's not seen as authentically and relationally involved with that content, and there's a decoupling. What's been identified in some of the literature and research as a decoupling of the values from action. So students have a knowledge about sustainability values that are espoused by the university, but they don't see those in action. They don't see how to apply them. So the curriculum framework is not actually a body of knowledge that we developed. We didn't say, okay, well, this is the content. It's not curriculum in that sense. It's a framework for developing curriculum that's relevant and also integrated with the business disciplines. And we wanted to make sure that that framework was sort of comprehensive and robust. So we developed 5 key topic areas which cover quite broad levels of knowledge, but also looked at the 5-stage spectrum of business responsibility to integrate that into the learning process of students.
We found the notion of a spectrum particularly useful because there are different stages of capability and mindset in terms of how important sustainability is to one's practice. So we found this particular framework that said stage 1 is really just about compliance, like following the rules, staying out of trouble. If whatever's legal, whatever's required to be sustainable, then that's what we're going to do, and we don't really need to think beyond that. So what we wanted our students to do was to be able to think in much more advanced levels, much more integrated levels about what sustainability means, so that eventually they have moved beyond being business-centered, doing it for reputation, towards thinking about the systems of an organisation, what's required to operate sustainably in a more holistic way, and eventually to be able to regenerate, to think about how do we change and renew things so that they are more sustainable in terms of everything that the business does. And eventually co-evolutionary, so to really have the skills to be able to work with a range of partners and stakeholders and move towards a more sustainable future. The other thing that we wanted to do with our curriculum is to think about it in terms of an iterative curriculum. So we start, when we have these different levels of sustainability awareness and competence, we wanted to start at a basic level and at the same time introduce the more advanced, more complex concepts. And then throughout the students' progression through programs, they're being reminded about what they've learned from the beginning, but building on it to be able to operate at more advanced levels.
And in terms of those 5 key topic areas, we were also working on some of those fundamental sustainability principles. So obviously the interdependence and systems approach and systems thinking in terms of the natural and social environment's impact on the business environment was an important foundation for that. We also felt we needed to identify the needs of present and future generations through intergenerational equity, inclusion of stakeholder theory, but also broader inclusion of Indigenous knowledge, for example. Climate change and the multidisciplinary stakeholder collaboration required to address those challenges formed another pillar of the topic areas. And then there was the need to really address governance, regulation and reporting, which of course is a broad area in its own right, as well as looking more deeply at sustainable business models, including new economic models. So these were sort of the 5 pillars that we felt really needed to be covered based on very broad literature research into sustainability education. So learning from those models of best practice as well, when we were looking at this material, what they had done at the Smil College of Business in Penn State University was to actually apply new learning outcomes in every discipline within the business school. And this really is an elaboration on that idea of the need to integrate sustainability into the curriculum. But it also means that we need to work with academics across the business school when it comes to sustainability education, and that it needs to be something that becomes a part of all teaching and all programs, not something that sits alongside those programs. So that's where we came to apply that sustainability framework to be able to work in that space.
And we were fortunate enough to have the opportunity to develop a course to really try and both experiment with some of these sustainability concepts, but also to demonstrate what is possible. So our goal really was to show, well, okay, we've developed this curriculum, what does it actually look like in practice? A capstone was a really good opportunity to do this because essentially students are almost ready to graduate. They have quite a lot of business knowledge and expertise, and we wanted to give them situations where they could draw on that and then face new areas that perhaps haven't been included in the business curriculum so far. So we designed a course that was fairly innovative in many ways, I would say. One of the first things was that we chose an ungraded assessment scheme. So it, in a sense, it took the pressure off the students in terms of, well, I must get a very high level pass mark on this course to fit in with everything else that I'm doing. So basically we assessed it in terms of not satisfactory, satisfactory, or exceeds expectations. We wanted students to have lots of opportunities to reflect on what they're learning, and so one of the tasks was to keep a journal and to think about basically everything they were doing in the course, and regularly write about what they're thinking, what they're learning, and what they want to do in the future. We also chose project topics because essentially the program was sustainability projects. And they were distinctly interdisciplinary, in fact multidisciplinary. And the idea there was that we wanted to be able to collaborate with people across our university and develop topics that required students to think beyond business. And that was a really exciting and interesting process of ourselves making connections with other faculties and working on topics together. Another aspect of the project tasks was that we wanted to step away from what a lot of business students are very familiar with and good at, which is simply to take a business case and develop a solution. So our project tasks required them to undertake research in areas that were new. There weren't easy answers, and we were more interested in terms of how well they learnt the context and how they were able to describe and investigate the complexities of these contexts, and not necessarily have an answer, but at least have some understanding of what the context is and what the options available were. The other thing that we decided was that we wanted to have a good amount of time each week to work with the students. And so the setup of the class was a 3-hour weekly workshop. We learnt right from the outset that students were actually passionate about sustainability, and they had the same feeling that we had, which was that they felt that it's not enough just to be like that. They actually wanted to have the skills and to know what to do that would make a difference. But I have to say that one of the things that we've learned is that students at this stage of their education are really facing quite a few constraints. So for example, our students tended to be quite involved in jobs outside of their university study, and they were definitely time poor. Many of them were planning the next step after the graduation. They were applying for work, or they were already engaged in internships. So that was a real feature about why it was a good idea to have them in class for that long period each week. We also realized that the students don't read a lot. We had to really think about how to present the information that would be communicative and meaningful to them. Another factor is that we operate in a university structure which is based on 3 terms per year rather than semesters. And so what that meant was that we only actually see the students 9 times over the course of the full course. So it's quite a condensed period of learning. And another factor is that in our university system, attendance is not compulsory. So we really had to work hard to see our students every week. So all of these things really were great learning for us, but also important features of what we were able to achieve and what the student experience was like.
So one of our topics was water management, and we were focusing on the Murray-Darling River system, which is a major river system down the sort of east side of Australia. It goes quite a way inland and then comes back out again. And we asked the students to choose what industry they were going to focus on. They chose to focus on the cotton industry, and to also apply a framework to help them to evaluate the impacts. But this is sort of to give an outline of the kinds of things we put into the project, and we did this in consultation as well with the Global Water Institute, and we looked quite broadly at various resources that were available. But we really wanted to give students that opportunity to critique the business activities and to look at that broader context of impact, to discuss the potential for enhancing sustainability as part of those business activities, and apply those sustainability principles that we had used in the introductory material in the course, following that curriculum framework that we described earlier. So this is really to explore new opportunities for sustainability, but also, as we described, it's very much a research-based project and a learning project from that point of view.
The other topic choice was the gender pay gap. So in Australia we have a compulsory reporting system for organisations above a certain size where they need to reveal what wages are being paid across the organisation. And so the gender pay gap refers to the difference between what men are being paid in the organisation and what women are being paid at a median level. And it's interesting to note that what's happening in Australia is that the gender pay gap is actually quite a bit higher than OECD average. So it was a very interesting topic for the students, and what we wanted them to do was to investigate different organisations and how well they're performing, and to look for best practice in terms of addressing gender equity, and be able to think about what are the different strategies to achieve this, and perhaps come up with some recommendations for an organisation that's performing badly.
And I think they chose the banking and finance sector, which is a particularly high gap as well, which was an interesting area of research for them.
So it was really good that they chose that industry that's quite relevant to what their future prospects are. So I talked a little bit about how we wanted this to be a research focused activity and also interdisciplinary. And we wanted to, I'm just demonstrating here on these next couple of slides, all the different areas that students were required to think about and to learn about in order to do the project. So for example, with the gender pay gap, they needed to learn about gender discrimination as it occurs. Industrial relations was an important area. They needed to look at government, OECD and UN texts just to be able to make some comparisons with what's happening globally. To look at, once they'd selected organisations, to actually look at what they're saying, the organisations are saying themselves about gender. There were SDGs that are particularly relevant to gender differences. SDG 8 about decent work, and 5 which is about gender equality. And of course the big area of care, the care industry, and what the difference between paid care work and unpaid care work. So that has been a really challenging for them, an interesting area for them to learn about.
In the water management research and resources, we were looking at ecological economics and other articles related to that, as well as Indigenous knowledge perspectives, in particular identifying the agency of the river as an actant in this space. The government statutory bodies, of course, there's a very strong regulation framework around the water management, and then the industries that were sort of impacted along that waterway. UN Sustainable Development Goals that were relevant were 6 and 14 and 12, and the Task Force on Nature-Related Financial Disclosures was the sort of main framework for evaluation that we used in that.
So just to wrap up, we've had a really satisfying and interesting time working on this area, and if we can sort of arrive at where we're at the moment, we have more questions than answers for what this area requires. So some of the questions that sort of, in terms of where we're at, include: how can we give students the skills to face the future needs of business sustainability when current business doesn't have these skills and is slow to develop them? Another question that we're curious about is: what are the essential skills for understanding what we don't yet know, given uncertainty and change? And that really is a big question, and we're very interested to hear what you think about that. But finally, while systems thinking gives us methods for understanding, how does this translate to action and agency? So I'll wrap up at this point, and we look forward to furthering the discussion with you at the conference. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the meaningful video I saw. Okay, wait. Well, maybe I would like to inform the participants here. If you have any question, please raise your hand and don't forget to address your name and affiliation before asking the question. And then I will also read the question in the chat room later in order. And then, okay, wait, is there any question here? Not yet. Okay, maybe we will be waiting for the question of the participant. Dr. Okay, Tika. Okay, there is a participant here want to ask you both. Is it okay for you? Are you ready?
Absolutely. Yep.
Okay. Okay, Miss Ika Permatasari. Hello, the committee. Okay. Okay, Miss Ika Permatasari, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to discuss the interesting topic presented by Dr. Fitzgerald and Dr. Trevelyan. Yeah. In my opinion, there are absolutely the differences between developing and developed countries. I think in arranging the curriculum of business school at the university. I'm sorry. I want to discuss about in Indonesia, especially our country is a developing country. And we are struggling to integrate the sustainability issues in our curriculum. But we are in progress to develop that curriculum, even though there are only several courses that integrate the sustainability issues. What I want to ask to Dr. Fitzgerald and Dr. Trevelyan is maybe you can give us an insight what is the basic issues of sustainability that we need to integrate in our curriculum. Maybe there are 17 SDGs as Sustainable Development Goals in UN SDG, which SDGs are urgent, especially in developing country like Indonesia. And I'm sorry, I want to deliver the second question. If you are okay, Dr. Fitzgerald. Yeah. Okay. The second question is how do the UNSW make the growth mindset of the lecturers, the university personnel to integrate the mindset itself into daily lives of the university, because the mindset itself need to move from unsustainable to sustainability issues. I hope that you clear with my discussion and questions, and thank you for the opportunity.
You're welcome. I'm going to let Jinky go first.
Okay, that's fine. I was going to let you go first, Louise, but I'm happy to jump in and answer some of those. I think in the first case, this idea of integration that we came up with is kind of quite important in terms of what you're saying about the fact that there are limited numbers of courses devoted to sustainability. And what we were looking at is that it's important that sustainability becomes a part of the core courses in any discipline in business education. And so that is about working together with colleagues. And I've done a lot of work in that space in our business school, working across different disciplines like accounting, economics. We also have information systems technology and risk and actuarials. And so, and for each discipline, there's a slightly different focus into terms of what's most important for sustainability. But the reason why we found the framework useful was because that gave us those main touch points that we did think we needed to focus on. Now, what helped that is that sustainability is also considered one of the program learning outcomes from the business school point of view. So this really helped to focus that process. And I think along with the SDGs, because your other question I'll briefly respond to as well. I mean, they are all urgent. It really depends also on very specific situations whether or not you're going to be extremely concerned with rising sea levels, for example, as opposed to deforestation. But we know that they're all urgent in their own way. So in terms of that importance, though, they are a great focal point for people to focus on what's important to them as well as to the situation that they're in. And I don't know that that needs to be an either or situation. I think it's about saying that there is some diversity in the way in which both disciplines and individuals are empowered to act within the sustainability. So I get they're sort of two key points I would make. Would you add anything to that, Louise?
Yeah, thanks so much. I understand the complexity, or at least I think I understand some of the complexity of what we're talking about. Sustainability, how do we prepare for the future? How do we actually cope with the presence? I just want to go back to a basic concept. And when we, firstly, I want to say, in the previous presentation, Dr. Begonia spoke about two really interesting and very good initiatives that are happening in the Philippines that aren't happening in Australia. So that when we talk about the difference between developing and developed countries, you might assume that a developed nation like Australia is way ahead on sustainability. But there are things that are happening in the Philippines that we're not doing, like the notion of extended producer responsibility. Fantastic initiative. I've heard about it in Northern Europe. I didn't know it was happening in the Philippines. I'm very impressed. And the other one is the legislation about banning single-use plastics. Fantastic initiative, really needed. We don't have that in Australia. So, but at the same time, we've got this notion of, sustainability, the three elements of it. There's economic, there's social, and there's environmental. And we might think in a business school that the way to do sustainability is to make sure that it's got a benefit. It's got some economic value. Now, I would think a really significant, challenging step would be to get ourselves as educators and our students to think beyond the economic reasons for doing this. Of course, we need businesses to survive. Of course, we need to think about the bottom line, profit. But we need to have a sense of responsibility for social sustainability and environmental sustainability. So it's not just about the economic case. We need to know and to care about the environment and about society. The biggest problem the world faces at the moment is social inequality. So we've got to take that on. We've got to address inequality in our practice as well. That's enough for me. And I can see we've got a couple of students. So have we got time for more questions?
Yeah, thank you for the explanation, Dr. Trivian, and Dr. Fitzgerald. Thank you, Ms. NC.
Thank you, Ms. Ika, for your question, and Dr. Fitzgerald and Dr. William for the answer. Maybe we will move to the next participants who want to ask this directly to you both. I will choose Sylvia Putri. Sylvia Putri. Okay. Okay, you can address the question by yourself.
Okay, thank you. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Sylvia Putri Yolanda. I'm from accounting class, international class 2024. So I still don't understand about the gender pay gap. After I researched it, turns out that in Indonesia there is also a gender pay gap. What can be done to reduce the occurrence of things like this? Because salary in Indonesia, also, salary payment also depends on the boss or the superior who are also humans and cannot be set. In addition, does it all depends on the mindset of the person who giving the salary or how? Thank you.
Great question. Thank you so much. Sylvie, is it? First of all, I'll just quickly say something, then I'll invite Jinky. Gender pay gap is not the same thing as equal pay. It's not equal pay for equal work. In other words, if there's a female and a male doing the same job, it's not about the fact that the man earns more than the woman, okay? What it's about is that we look at, in any context, how much is the median wage of men, what are they earning in the organization, and compare it to the median wage of women. So it's really about a whole lot of things. It's not just about how much money people are getting, but it's about what's their role in the organization. How much of the senior management positions in the organization are filled by women? And how can, for example, if women are doing all these different work outside their job, they might have to work part-time. They may not be able to advance their career because of their other responsibilities. So how do we address that? How do we ensure, for example, that if there are top positions in the organization that need filling, they definitely need women there? Why not job share? Is it possible to have two women do one role so that they can manage their lives? How do we encourage more women to advance their career if, for example, they have children at home? If the organization provides initiatives for men in the organization to do more work outside the home, would that so to take on more responsibility for child rearing, for housework, would that mean that women have more time to devote to their careers? You can see it's a really big question. So it's not just within the organization, it's actually society-wide. How do we reward care that women mostly do? Jinky, do you want to add something to that?
I think that's very important also in relation to the question that it's not about individual choices either, that what Louise is describing is very much about the systemic issues that surround these inequities. And obviously it's really helpful when you have clear laws that you can appeal to, and that there's actually implementation which enforces those laws, which do cover things like equal pay for equal work. But we're also seeing that the disparity is also about what opportunities are available and how they relate to different experiences of discrimination or experiences of lack of opportunity, which again have those cultural roots as well as the sort of socio-economic circumstances. So we've got all of those factors that are quite systemic that impact on those issues, and that's why we need to look at resolving them with a broader lens in order to take that into account. so that we're not breaking it down to an individual responsibility, because that actually is difficult for the worker as well as for the employer then, because it's about a negotiation in that space. So it is an issue, and it's a complex issue, and understanding that it's a complex issue can sometimes mean it seems too big, but it also means that we can actually address it in meaningful ways, because we're not trying to just put a little fix on one particular area of that problem, but saying, okay, how do we understand what the bigger issues are that are creating this circumstance? So I hope that helps.
Okay, how about that, Miss Sylvia, right? Is that clear enough, the answer? Okay, 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 so I think it's clear enough. Thank you for your great answer, Dr. Fitzgerald and Dr. Trivilian. I'm sorry, due to the limitation time, maybe I should cut off this Q&A session. Is it okay for you too?
Yes, thank you so much for your everything.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining with us. Before I close this session, let me briefly summarize some points on your presentation. First, I think either a business school or university is facing the needs of graduate students in terms of sustainability competence. That's why the institution should integrate the curricula with sustainability value. And then the institution should have a sustainability curriculum framework which align with UN SDGs to support the sustainability skills in the students. And then there are 5 stages to integrating sustainability curricula in the university, as Dr. Fitzgerald and Dr. Trivilian stated before. First, compliance. Second, business center. Third, systemic. Fourth, regenerative. And fifth, co-evolutionary. And then there are 5 key topic areas based on business sustainability practices, which are interdependent and system, and then the needs of future generations, global challenges, governance, regulation, and reporting, and the last is sustainable business or economic model. Okay, as a form of acknowledgement and our gratitude, we present a certificate of appreciation for Dr. Fitzgerald and Dr. Trevilian. On our behalf, here is the display of the certificate. The committee feels please help to display the certificate. Okay, so here is the certificate of Dr. Louis Fitzgerald. And then the committee will send it personally to Dr. Louis Fitzgerald later after the event has been finished. And also Dr. Jinky Trevilian, we will personally send it to you later after the event has been finished. Okay,
thank you so much. And
okay, thank you so much. Thank you once again for Dr. Fitzgerald and Dr. Trevilian for your time and your contribution today. We look forward to seeing you again at any next event.
It's our pleasure.
Okay, I hope you have a great day.
thank you. Thank you, you too.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so it is the end of the second speaker session. We will continue to the third keynote speaker session. Before that, I'd like to thank the participants here who have joined us from the start. I hope you haven't got bored yet, guys. So in this session, we will hear from Dr. Fitra Romancahaya from the University of Essex, United Kingdom. Before I greet him, I would like to read his profile first. Okay, here is Dr. Fitra Romancahaya. Dr. Fitra Romancahaya is a lecturer at the University of Essex, United Kingdom. He is also a fellow of the UK Higher Education Academy since 2023. He graduated from Curtin University as a PhD in accounting and Master of Commerce in accounting. He also graduated from Universitas Islam Indonesia as Bachelor of Commerce in accounting. He has some certification related to sustainability such as GSRS and GSRA. Dr. Romancahaya also has several working experiences as an academician in Widya Dharma University, Curtin University, and Universitas Islam Indonesia. His research interests in sustainability reporting and assurance, accounting and governance in developing countries, disclosure practice in developing countries, corporate governance, social and environmental disclosure. Okay, now let me greet our third keynote speakers. Please join me, Dr. Cahaya. Dr. Cahaya, hello. Are you here already? Hello, Dr. Cahaya. Okay, we will wait. I think Dr. Cahaya haven't joined us. Okay, maybe I would like to remind the participants here, if you have any question, don't forget to write it down and then you can drop it in the chat room, or you can ask by yourself by turn on the feature of raise hand in the Q&A session of every speaker.
Welcome to CPA Days, semarakan bersama para kontestan kompetisi dan profesional di Indonesia.
Melalui CPA Days, kamu akan mendapatkan akses mengembangkan kompetensi melalui beragam kegiatan.
Dengan cara yang kreatif, menyenangkan, dan inspiratif.
Mulai dari kompetisi audit dan akuntansi,
talk show dan webinar,
call for paper,
kompetisi TikTok dan Reels Instagram.
Dan acara puncak yang diisi dengan babak final kompetisi audit dan akuntansi terbesar di Indonesia, serta kegiatan menarik lainnya.
CPEDS adalah langkah awal kamu untuk menghadapi masa depan.
Jangan lewatkan kesempatan ini. Bergabunglah dengan CPEDS dan temukan passionmu dalam dunia audit dan akuntansi.
Okay, I'm sorry for the waiting. I think Dr. Cahaya already joined us. Hello, Dr. Cahaya. Are you here?
Yes, yes.
Hello.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, yeah, okay. I can hear you clearly.
Good.
Okay. How are you today?
I'm very good, thank you. Yourself?
Yeah, I'm great. Thank you. Well, it's such an honor to meet you. Maybe to certain time, are you ready for presentation, Dr. Cahaya?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Do you want to operate it by yourself or with the help of the operator?
Yes, I can operate myself. I will share my slides.
Okay, okay then. For your information, you may deliver your presentation in 30 minutes and then we will open the Q&A session afterward. Is it okay?
All right. Yep,
Okay,
yep.
then.
Good.
Okay, then you can start it by now.
All right. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, conference committee, conference participants, and fellow speakers as well as students. Very glad to contribute to this conference as one of the speakers. Very happy to share my views, my ideas to you all, and happy to take questions after my presentation. I hope you are all well there in Indonesia or perhaps in other countries. Let me share my screen. Hang on. Yeah. Okay. All right. So can you see my slides okay before I start? You okay with the slides? Can you see that? Right. Okay. Hopefully, you can see my
Yeah, we
slides.
can
Okay.
see it.
Yeah. Great.
Yes,
Great.
yes,
Great.
sir.
Thanks for confirming. So, today I would like to share my views on what I call extended rules of accounting in more sustainable business practices. And I assume that this is a necessity to oversee the achievement of the SDGs. So, trying to match with the conference theme. So we are now in the process of transition, okay, in order to globally achieve the 17 SDGs, right? Therefore, from my side, because I am an accounting scholar, I would like to highlight the importance of accounting in this transition. And because some of the audience here are students, and I would like to share with you and let you know the importance of accounting in this global agenda, right? So my name is Roman. If you have questions after this conference, or perhaps you want to have a chat with me, feel free to email me, and then I'm happy to respond to your query and then perhaps I can have Zoom meeting with you to discuss further about my views. Right. So yeah. This is the outline for my presentation. So I would like to start with reminding you about the traditional role of accounting, which is actually financially focused basically, but the role is now expanded to aspects outside finance. Okay, so I will also highlight the roles and how can accounting contribute to the to our global agenda, which is achieving the 17 SDGs. Right. I would like to remind you again, or perhaps for those who are not aware of the function of accounting, I would like to give you some overview about what traditional accounting is. So basically, if we think about accounting, or perhaps potential students try to apply accounting undergraduate program in a university, in their mind, perhaps they think that accounting is some kind of reporting of information about money, yeah, about money. Okay, so talking about profit, loss, and then expenses, revenue. If we are talking about all of these aspects, then what we think is accounting, like what I have described in these pictures, right? Let me point it up. Okay, yeah. So when we talk about accounting, basically, then what we think is record about money. Okay. So this is an illustration. I would like to highlight this particularly those who are not aware of the basic process of accounting. I have provided here a simplified illustration by using a listed company, okay, as an illustration or as an example. So in a listed company, we have shareholders who buy shares of the company, and once they have the shares, then they will become the owners of the company. So there are a lot of basically owners of one company through shares. Okay. And in this case, the owners or shareholders will give some kind of a delegation to the management, or we can call the leaders of the management as directors. Through this delegation, the directors will lead the company, will lead the management to run the business, okay, by using basically mainly money or financial resources provided by the owners or shareholders. All right. So the management is given money or financial resources to run the business, and to be accountable to that money, then the management prepare financial statement providing information about what they have done with the money, okay, to the shareholders. This is the basic function of accounting. In the literature, this kind of function is now called as traditional accounting, right? The main function of accounting. Of course, in order to provide reliable and valid information, then the information needs to be audited by an external independent party. We call this party as auditors. Therefore, after this, the information is audited by the auditors, shareholders are confident to read the information and use the information in order to make what we call economic decision. What is that? Examples of economic decisions are continuously investing shareholders' money to the company and so on. So again, this is a simplified illustration describing the traditional role of accounting, right? Okay. Because of this main function, it is logical that if people think about accounting, then perhaps these pictures describe the traditional role of accounting. It is all about recording transaction or money into the system. We call it as accounting system like this. And those who are familiar with accounting scholars in this conference, for example, accounting students. So basically you have understood about, assets equals to liabilities plus equity. And there are a lot of accounts within these three elements, such as cash, account payable, and so on. So these are all parts of traditional accounting, and the output of this traditional accounting is financial statement, consisting of income statement, balance sheet or statement of financial position, statement of owner's equity, and cash flow statement. Right? Now, you may notice, excuse me, that there have been some changes in accounting, yeah, even long time before the launch of the 17 SDGs, right? Prior to the current agenda, before we talk about green economy, transition to more sustainable business practices, and so on, okay, some companies long time ago have started providing non-financial information, non-financial disclosures, in addition, of course, to the formal financial statements. Yeah, in addition to income statement, in addition to balance sheet and cash flow statement, for example, even decades before the launch of the SDGs. So, for example, if you look at the literature, Guthrie and Parker, long time ago, have tried to examine this phenomenon, and they found in the 1989 publication that some companies, for example, BHP, had disclosed sustainability-related information even since the initial decades of the 1900s. Yeah, by focusing the reporting on employee issues such as work safety, work accident, employee protection, safety equipment, and so on. Okay, and then in the 1960s, 1970s, the reporting grew to be known as social reporting, and most of the examples come from the US and the UK. Okay, in the early 1990s, environmental reporting emerged and dominated corporate disclosures because, this is important, because attention at that time shifted to environmental concern. Okay, so people's attentions, for example, governments, shareholders, creditors, employees, community members, and so on, they their attention the expectation on companies' operations shifted to environmental issues. How a company is responsible for pollution they have created because of the production process, for instance. Okay, so this argument is documented in Gray et al. Publication in 1996. Okay, and also evidence shows, the history shows that some organization, including Global Reporting Initiative, has initiated to provide guidelines to for companies to start providing information about social and environmental aspect in addition to financial aspect. Okay, so why did this happen? Okay, basically one of the main reason is, again, attention shifted to social and environmental concern because there were a lot of social and environmental problems happened because of businesses or corporations activities, like what I have described in these pictures, such as child labor, work accident, pollution, and so on. Right? Okay. These are some examples or cases before the launch of SDG, such as the case of dolphin deaths in New Zealand because of commercial fishing practices, and also the case of the Rana Plaza collapse in Bangladesh in 2013, and at that time, at least 1,080 workers died. So this was a major problem because a couple of days before the collapse, actually the management knew the problem of the building, but the workers of the garment industry were forced to come to the building to work because the garment industry needs to meet the deadline of the production, right? Okay, so they died because of the management's policy. So this is a negative impact of a business. Okay, so this happened because before the launch of SDGs, and again, based on the story that I have told you, basically attention shifted to not only shareholders as the owner of the business, but to what we call stakeholder. Okay, an individual or a group of people who can who can be affected by an organization's policy and activities. So stakeholders can be still investors or shareholders, but stakeholders can also be political groups, religious groups, labor unions, trade associations, suppliers, employees, or even we can add another group here, depending on how an organization interacts with certain groups. All right? Okay. Now, because of the changes in reporting practices, what were the impacts? Okay. So again, I'm still talking about the cases before the SDGs to highlight that even before the formalization of the SDGs, there had been changes in reporting practices in order to address stakeholders' concern. Right. So some evidence documented in the literature shows that there was a significant positive association between sustainability disclosure or CSR disclosure, okay, and the financial performance of companies. For example, in this case is Islamic banks, okay. in Middle East, for instance. So when a company, for example, discloses more information about social issues, environmental issues, emission, for instance, about water, about biodiversity, then the impact is that in the long run or in the long term, the financial performance of a company, for example, measured by return on assets or measured by another measurement, okay, um, the financial performance even improves because of the reporting. So in this case, I'm not talking about the impact of sustainability activities, but specifically in a more specific way, the impacts of sustainability reporting, because I am an accounting scholar. Okay. You can check yourself about the evidence from the literature about the impacts of sustainability reporting on financial performance or firm value. You can look at the period before or after the launch of SDGs. Okay, so how can basically accounting contribute to current global attempts to achieve SDGs? So I need to raise this question because our focus now is how we can together or globally achieve these goals, right? So I agree, of course, that green economy is one of the pillars of SDGs. And within the green economy, then there are a number of companies' activities which are more sustainable, which also consider or manage or minimize the negative impacts of companies' operations on people and planet. So while creating money, companies need also to minimize the pollution, for instance, and record all of this, all of the reduction into a reporting into the report, and then report the information to 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 stakeholders. So again, this question I think is very important. Now, accounting basically can contribute through its extended roles. The extended roles of accounting in the efforts to achieve SDGs can be done through its two main branches or aspects. Okay. So if you know accounting, so it is basically divided into two main aspects: financial accounting and management accounting. So basically, financial accounting tends to be or focuses on how we report financial information. On the other hand, management accounting is related to how we analyze accounting information in order to make decision to improve the management. Okay, so the approach will be based on these two aspects. So if we use the financial accounting approach, then the extended role of accounting here is providing sustainability reports. Okay, the most common terminology is sustainability report, even though in practice, some scholars, some practitioners also provide SDGs information in the annual reports or in sustainability reports, okay, by highlighting which SDGs have been addressed in the company's activities within, for example, 1 year period. Okay, so in order to do this, then a company needs to think about how to provide information to a number of different stakeholders, because each stakeholder may have a different interest on the company in relation to social and environmental activities or in relation to specific SDGs. Can be SDG number 1, number 3, number 4, 7, etc. Okay, so a company needs to think about investors, how to provide information to employees, for example, customers, community members. But again, in order to do this, a company needs to apply the same principle as when the company provides financial information. What is that? Information needs to be checked, needs to be assured by an independent external party. Okay, in this context, we call this activity as assurance. In financial accounting, uh, itself, auditing is also part of assurance process. But here, in the context of sustainability reporting, we usually use the word sustainability report assurance. And the people who do the assurance process, we call them as assurers. Okay? When information or sustainability report is assured by an independent external party, then these stakeholders will be confident to read the information, to use the information as the basis of their decision. For example, to decide to continuously support the company's operation by continuing providing raw materials, for example, for suppliers, and then to decide whether an employee will still be working on the company or not. And for community members, perhaps they will support the company's operation, which happen in their neighborhood, in their area, for instance, and so on. Right. So, in order to do this, the approach, the method to provide the information is different, even though the purpose is similar. Okay. In this case, in order to do the extended role, the reporting team, okay, needs to firstly identify the company's key stakeholders, which are the most important stakeholders. Once they identify, for example, they know that customers are more important than others, labor unions are more important than others, then the reporting team needs to approach them, to engage with them in order to what? In order to ask them what material topics needs to be reported. In the case of SDGs, perhaps, they need to ask the key stakeholders which SDG is relevant to them. SDG number 1, for example, SDG number 5. If some key stakeholders prefer SDG number 5, then the company needs to address this by what? By addressing the goal, trying to prepare the infrastructure, trying to do the activities in order to achieve that goal, and report the information about the progress that the company has done. All right? So you can see how the stakeholder engagement works in the process of reporting. For example, from this paper, or perhaps you can also look at other studies as well, because there are a lot of discussions around this in the literature. Okay. All right. From the managerial accounting aspect, the activities in relation to SDGs need to be well planned. The time frame, the step-by-step process needs to be determined first, because then the company needs to provide or think about the budget, the money allocation, and the realization of the activities, whether the activities in a certain time frame meets the target or not. And importantly, the company needs to measure the performance, for example, how much emission reduction a company can do within 1 year. And then if the target cannot be met, then the management needs to think about the improvement in the incoming years, for example. Therefore, basically, if the management applies these managerial accounting practices, there is a very, very important role of managerial accounting, which is ensuring that the SDGs can be achieved by the deadline through, of course, a gradual process, yearly process. Okay, and this can be intensively monitored and controlled, and importantly, through this control and evaluation, for example, an improvement can be done. Okay, so actually, we need more time to discuss all of this, but I think the main purpose of my presentation here is to highlight again the importance of accounting in the current agenda of achieving SDGs. And for those who are not really familiar with accounting, perhaps what I have presented will give you some ideas about how accounting can contribute to our current important agenda, achieving SDGs and doing activities in the transition of the economy to green economy, for example, and so on. Right. So in conclusion, the scope of corporate reporting actually has been expanded to social and environmental issues. And if this happened even before the launch of the formalization of SDGs or the launch of SDGs. Why? Because attention shifted to social and environmental concern. Some evidence shows that there is a positive association between sustainability reporting and the financial performance of firm value. So because of this evidence, we need to be optimistic with this. Lastly, accounting plays critically extended roles in SDG accountability by providing reporting and sustainability management control system to help oversee the achievement of the SDGs by the deadline. Thank you very much for listening, and I'm very happy to address questions you may have. I would like to stop sharing now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Cahaya, for such a great presentation. I'd like to inform the participants here, if you have any question, please turn on the raise hand feature. And don't forget to address your name and affiliation before asking the question, or you can drop the question in the chat room and I will read the question later. Okay, now I think we have one participant here to ask you directly, Dr. Cahaya. Mr. Evan Sutanto, I'm sorry for the misspell. Mr. Evan Sutanto, hello. Hello.
Hello, can you hear my voice?
Yeah, I can hear you clearly. Okay, you can address the
Is
question.
it clear?
Yeah, clear. Clear.
Very clear.
Thank you so
Okay,
much.
yeah, okay, you can address the question, but don't forget to address your name and affiliation before.
Okay. Firstly, thank you for the opportunity to ask the question to Mr. Roman Cahaya. My name is Evan. I'm come from Universitas Surabaya or Ubaya. Actually, one of my partner in here also go to same university as yours, Mr. Vitalis, if you remember.
Oh, yeah. I know him. Yeah.
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 He say greeting for you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah.
Today I want to ask about the IFRS S1 and S2 as the most recent product of sustainability. If we look deeper into IFRS S2, they are more into a practical practical problems in there, where accountant may found difficulties in implementing if I read that about carbon credit, climate resilience, and other things, it's more like technique, civil, and more about engineering. Uh, so how is the accountant roles to is it will we be in the leaders of them, or we will we be in the partner of them, or will we just assure their information? Yeah, that's my question.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much. So this is a very good and important question. Yeah. This is one of the this is one of the challenges that we have, of course. I agree with you. If you ask me, our position as an accountant, of course, I would like to argue that we must be the leader. You must be the leader. What does that mean? If you remember one of my slides, I used the term the reporting team, right? The reporting team. This team is quite different from the what we call the accounting division. Is a bit different. An accounting division, the division consists of people who are capable of accounting. Okay, and they deal with only financial transaction. They know everything about receipt, evidence, recording into a system, and so on, and they know about the financial regulation. But in this case, we call this as a reporting team, in which the members will or may have different disciplines or backgrounds. All right. In this team, I argue that it would be better if the leader is from accounting, because the leader knows the principle of reporting. This is very important. Okay? The leader knows about the issues in relation to IFRS, the issues that you that you ask me. Okay? Because the leader knows the issues, then the leaders need to have members who have different backgrounds. And in this team, then the leader needs to lead a discussion to address the standard. For example, okay, how to measure carbon emission, how to put the value, and so on. Okay, and in fact, recently you may notice that there are a number of workshops, okay, to train people about how to address the measurement of carbon emission, for example. So again, in order um, to contribute, again, we need to collaborate with people with have different expertise, so that we can know the issues that we need to record and to report. I hope my answer addresses your question.
Okay, Mr. Evan, is it clear for the answer, or you can have a follow-up question for Dr. Chaya if you want? Hello?
You need to unmute your microphone, I think.
Yeah, you need to unmute your microphone. Okay, Mr.
Thank
Evan.
you for your answers, but yeah, I agree also about the accountant must be in the leaders, but if looking through, I'm sorry, I like to use one of theory to my thinking of objectivities are about habitus. If we look into accountant capital, there are some doxa and discourse that we cannot perfectly fit. I know that we can collaborate with another teams, but I want to ask what kind of capital should possessed by today's accountant to uh, gain a better position in some doxa and discourse in the field of sustainability practice and reporting.
Yeah. Uh, yes. Sorry. Excuse me. Right. So again, we need to look at again the principle of reporting itself. Okay. So if you ask me about the capital, our reporting principle, skill or capability or qualification. Okay, qualification may be the correct word to describe this. Yeah, is the qualification which is needed in order to lead the process. Okay, so it is a matter about the process from the beginning, from how we think about the information that we need to prepare to address, okay, and how can we finally deliver the message through reporting. This is basically the capital that an accountant has. Then an accountant will be able to apply this qualification or knowledge. Okay, through this capital or knowledge, then they can lead the process, and they will let other people in the team know about information that we need, about the measurement numbers that we need, about how the report can meet particular standard, for example, GRI or not, and additional disclosures that we need, and so on. Okay, so we know the process, but we perhaps don't know how to measure, and we perhaps do not really know exactly the content of the information. Okay, we don't know. We have no idea about how to minimize work accidents, for example. Okay, but we know that information needs to be recorded first and communicated to the audience. And we know whether the information meets the requirement in the standard or not. Something like that.
Okay, thank you so
Yeah.
much.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Evan. I think it's enough. Maybe we can give opportunity to another participant here to ask Dr. Cahaya. Okay, let's move to the other participant. Maybe Mrs. Alia Azahra. Mrs. Alia Azahra. Hello. Miss Alia Azahra. Okay, the committee, please help to unmute the Alia. Unmute the Alia. Hello, Alia. Hello, Alia. Can you hear me? Hello, Alia.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. So my question is, what is the role of the private sector in accelerating the transformation of the world economy to a green economy? That's it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Alia. Yeah, Alia. My daughter's name is Alia. Alya. Okay. She's now still sleeping because it is now 5 o'clock in the morning. Right. this question tends to be more economic, but I will answer that question. Okay, so this is not about accounting basically. So the private sector plays a very important role, because if you remember some pictures in my slides, okay, when I showed you pictures about emission, pollution, work accidents, and the case of dolphin death because of the industry and so on. So all of these are impacts of business activities. Okay, if you ask me the role of the private sector to accelerate, of course the answer would be businesses must shift their management or operations approach, yeah, to a more sustainable business practices. Okay, as soon as possible. What are they? There are a lot of sustainability aspects that a company must address, and this is not easy. I will say that this is quite challenging, because the company needs to perhaps change the mission vision, and then need to allocate some money to do that. Yeah, for example, I give you examples. Yeah, in a company, the management, for example, from next year decides to replace all of the vehicles with electric vehicles. Yeah, in order to transport or move the raw materials from the warehouse to another place, for example, in a production process. Okay, this action is one kind of the effort of a company to accelerate the process into a green economy. You with me? This is an example of a sustainability business practice. So deciding to replace vehicles, okay, with electric cars, and it is expensive. It is expensive, but it is a kind of investment in order to gain a long-term success in terms of financial success and so on. Another example, if you see my background, this is my office, SX Business School. This is a zero carbon building. Okay. This is the first zero carbon business school building in the UK. Okay. The investment is, expensive. But this is, again, if my institution is a corporation, or you can call it one part of the private sector, this is one of the actions in order to accelerate the process, of achieving SDGs. Right? So the key answer is how to accelerate. Accelerate is start doing more sustainable business actions or practices. Hope my answer addresses your question.
Okay, is it clear, Alia, for the answer? Is it clear? Hello, Alia.
Okay, thank you, sir, for the explanation.
My pleasure.
Okay. Okay, let's move to the other participants. Maybe I will call Miss Nida. Hello, Miss Nida Nadia Zain. Miss Nida Nadia Zain, hello. Can you hear me? Okay, hello, Miss Nida.
Yes,
Okay, you can address the
thank
question.
you. Yeah, thank you to the moderator
Before that, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Nidana Dezain from the Department of Accounting, State University of Surabaya. For my question is, how can we ensure that the transformation to a green economy does not harm vulnerable groups in society? Thank you.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Nida. So your question is how can we what? Sorry. How can we? Could you please repeat? How can we minimize the impact of the transition on vulnerable people? Yeah. Is that correct? Okay. So yeah. Yeah. Minimize. Yeah. Hopefully this is correct understanding. Yeah. Minimize impacts on vulnerable people. Well, I think the purpose of the transformation to a green economy itself is basically one of the purposes is protecting vulnerable people, right? So talking about I will use the word green economy SDGs as the same aspects issues. Okay, As- the transition itself at the end is trying to also protect them as indicated in SDGs. Okay, therefore we know the word equality, okay, non-discrimination, okay, giving vulnerable people opportunity to contribute. Okay, in accounting, if you have an accounting background, there is a good paper written by Belal, in if I'm not mistaken, published in Critical Perspectives on Accounting in perhaps 2018. So the paper examined the impact of the rapid economic development in Bangladesh. Of course, this happened years before the current problem in Bangladesh. So the impact of the rapid economic development on vulnerable people, particularly in the garment industry, right? In the textile industry. Because if we buy clothes, the clothes can be made in Bangladesh, Indonesia, Cambodia, Vietnam, and so on, and perhaps mostly coming from Bangladesh, including the example that I gave you, Rana Plaza case. Okay, Rana Plaza case. So when a company runs a business and trying to address green issues, minimizing the impact on the environment, looking at SDGs, or in accounting, if we look at the standard global reporting initiative, okay, there are a number of aspects that a company needs to address to minimize the negative impact, for example, on indigenous people, on employees, and on local community members. If we talk about indigenous people, we can consider them as vulnerable people as well. In the case of Papua, for instance. In Australia, for instance, you know, Aborigine, they are considered as vulnerable people. People also with disability, how a company addresses or employs uh, 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 people with disability. All of these aspects in accounting needs to also be reported in sustainability report. And in the report, the company can provide the chart showing how many people with disability are employed within a company, for instance. How many local suppliers are engaged with the company? How a company employs local community members? How many indigenous people are employed by the company? Right? So again, a company is responsible to manage all of the thing. Once they decide to improve the financial condition, they need to also consider about how these vulnerable people can be engaged, and of course, the company needs to think about how minimizing the negative impacts on them. I hope my answer addresses your question.
Hello, is it clear, Miss Nida?
Yes, thank you, sir, for your explain.
Okay, Dr. Cahaya, do you mind if we add more questions?
No problems at all.
Okay, then we will move to the next participant. Maybe Miss Aulita Fitri. Aulita Savitri, you can address the question. Hello, Miss Aulita. Can you hear me?
Hello.
Hello.
Thank you to the moderator. Before that, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Aulita Safitri from the Department of Accounting, State University of Surabaya. For my question is, what strategies can developing countries implement to shift to a green economy without sacrificing economic growth? Thank you.
You're welcome. So again, these questions tend to be, an economic question, yeah, not an accounting question, but that's fine. Without without a sacrifice. Okay, so I think we need to be wise enough to look at this phenomenon. Okay, hopefully you agree with me. Okay, a transition is a process, as a process. This cannot be done within 1 or 2 years. Okay. When I gave you an example about the impact of reporting on financial performance, the data, the data examined were, from a long time period to see the impact. Applying that knowledge to your question, okay, if we use the word sacrifice, I think in the early stages of the transition, we have to admit, we have to acknowledge that a company needs to sacrifice a lot of resources in the early stages of the transition. You with me? What is the example? Hopefully I can give you a simplified example, all right? When a company decides to contribute to a green economy, in the early stages, there will be a lot of financial resources to be spent. This can impact, or this can influence the cash flow of the company. Okay? Even though in accounting, some of them will be recognized in a statement of financial position or balance sheet because there is an investment on assets. For example, okay, because you say that you are from accounting, in the early stages of the transition, a company buys several electric vehicles. I said they are expensive, all right? there are a lot of money to be spent, and this spending in accounting, because a company buys vehicles, they will be recognized as additional assets, the vehicles, I mean. But in terms of the cash flow, if a company buys the vehicles, then there are a lot of cash spent. This is some kind of sacrifice. Okay, the company needs to sacrifice at the beginning. Okay, however, in the long run, the company will save a lot of money in terms of financial aspect because they do not spend money for fuel. They do not need to spend money for fuel. Okay, as you know, the prices of fuel usually increases over time. Even in the UK, fuel is very, very expensive compared to fuel in Indonesia. Very expensive. Okay, I spend a lot of money for that, but I can't afford to buy electric vehicles at the moment, right? But in the long run, as I said before, it will save money, and also at the same time, it will contribute to the green economy because, okay, there is very minimal negative environmental impact from the use of electric vehicles in the long run. Okay, so to answer your question, it is a matter of, I agree with you. Perhaps the best words to describe is what we can do is just minimizing the sacrifice at the early stages of the process. Okay, but we can't avoid, the company can't avoid, yeah, they need to do that at the early stages. I think early stages. I'm trying to be optimistic at early stages, but at the end, everybody will be happy. I hope you are happy with my question, because I said everybody will be happy.
Okay, is it clear?
Yeah, hopefully you are happy with my answer, yeah?
Okay, maybe we can add one more question.
All right.
Okay. Miss Arum, hello, Miss Arum. Arum. Okay, Miss Arum, you will be the last participant who will ask in this session. So please address your question, but don't forget to address your name and affiliation first.
Okay. First, thank you for giving me opportunity for ask the question. Okay, so my question is, how did the focus on employee issues evolve into a broader concern for social and environmental reporting? Like, what favors contributes to the chief emphasis? Okay, am I clear?
Could you please
Sorry.
repeat?
Yeah, can you repeat the question slowly?
Yeah, slowly,
Sorry.
please.
Okay, so my question is, how did the focus on the employee issues evolve
Okay.
into broader concern for the social and environmental reporting? And what factor contributed to this shift in the emphasis? Okay, that's my
Okay.
question.
Okay. All right. Good. I think this is a good question. Yeah. You asked about employee issues in, you can call it social and environmental reporting or sustainability reporting, or even you can say SDGs reporting. Because but in practice, SDGs reporting is part of sustainability reporting. Right. Now, examples of employee issues to be reported. are number of accidents, number of work accidents, I mean. Okay. Safety programs implemented in the company, in a company. Workers' right, benefits to permanent employees or benefits to contract employees, health facility, and so on. Okay, these are the examples. When I talk about changes previously in accounting, we only provide financial information, which is limited to accounting transactions, which is limited to everything regulated by standards, by framework, which meets the recognition criteria and so on. Therefore, the outputs of the information are financial statement like balance sheet, income statement, and so on. In the transition, then a company needs to address a number of issues, including employee issues. If a company needs to report based on the communication with stakeholders, if a company decides to report work accidents, then the company, through the reporting team, it needs to monitor and records how many work accidents, for example, happen in a year. And at the end, based on that record, then the company is able to disclose how many work accidents happen in that particular year. Okay, so this is, for example, the focus of one employee issue. Okay, so again, I would like to remind you, the employee issues that need to be reported will depend on whether some key stakeholder groups of the company want that information. Okay, if that stakeholder group wants that information, then the company needs to focus the reporting on that particular issue. What is the meaning of focus here? The meaning is that a company firstly needs to, if the issue is work accident, a company, as I said before, needs to monitor the work accident during a year. If there is one happening, then the company needs to record through the system. And at the end, the company needs to aggregate, needs to sum up how many accidents. And then the company may need to explain why the accident happened and what is the action, the next action to anticipate such an accident. This is a transition in the focus of the reporting. You with me? Okay. Hope that answer can illustrate how the company needs to focus on a particular employee issue.
Okay, I hope the question, sorry, I hope the answer covers your question. Okay, thank you for the excellent answer, Dr. Cahaya. Now let me briefly resume some points from this presentation. Okay, there are extending roles of accountants in sustainable business practices. And then the traditional role of accountant just focuses on financial things and financial accountability throughout financial statement assurance. And actually, in the early 1990s, environmental reporting emerged and dominated corporate disclosure because the attention shifted to the environmental concern. And then in the 2000, the first version of GRI was published as a guideline and standard related to the environmental and social concern. Then the main reason for shifting the roles of the accountant to the environmental and social concerns are the prior cases related to environmental issues and workers' issues. Next, accountants can help to achieve the SDGs through the financial accounting and management accounting aspect. Accountant can prepare the extension of the corporate reporting, so it's not only financial reporting but also sustainability reporting. And the last is the sustainability reports can be used for broader stakeholders, not only for shareholder or investor. Okay, before I close this session, as a form of acknowledgement and our gratitude, we present a certificate of appreciation for our third speaker, Dr. Fitra Romanjahaya. On our behalf, here is the display of the certificate. Okay, here is the display of the certificate letter. The committee will personally send it to you after the event has finished. Thank you once again, Dr. Cahaya, for your time and contribution. We will look forward to seeing you again at any next event. Well, to all participants, this is the end of our third keynote speaker session. As stated in the agenda, we will have a short break after this. Thank you so much to all the participants here for staying with me. We will meet again in an hour for our last keynote speaker session. Now I will hand it over to the end.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thank you so much,
Yeah.
Dr. Cahaya.
Yeah. I will leave now. Thank you very much for the invitation and question. Bye. Morning. Good morning.
Yeah, have a great day.
You too. Bye.
Bye.
We would like to express our thanks to the moderator who guided the delivery of material and Q&A session by keynoteers at the 2024 International Economic Conference of Business and Accounting today. Well, now, the next agenda is rest time. We will return at 12:15 Western Indonesian time so that the invited guests and all participants can rest first. After that, I hope all participants will be present on time so that our event today can run smoothly and be completed on time. Thank you and have a good rest.
Surabaya State University is one of the best colleges in Indonesia. Surabaya State University has 8 faculties. One of them is Faculty Economics and Business. In 2009, the State University of Surabaya developed Diploma of 3 years Accounting Study Program becomes Major Accounting. Based on SK number 2077/DD/2008 in 2008. Department of Accountancy has one study program, namely Bachelor of Accounting. Bachelor of Accounting study program itself is located at the UNESA Ketintang campus, and Bachelor Accounting study program present for educated graduated accounting that's superior in accounting science in accordance with demands globalization to present the education in the field of accounting. It is oriented towards academic and professional abilities on a national and international scale. Be equipped with a facility for comfortable study. With comfortable class, students could follow learning optimally. Sophisticated computers and accounting laboratory as facility to support practice learning accounting and statistical data analysis to implement the theory that received in lectures. Library as means of literature that can utilize students to discuss many issues and search relevant references. Department Accounting also covers directly Himaja, UNESA. Himpunan Mahasiswa Jurusan Akuntansi as a receptacle for students who want to develop soft skills in themselves implemented. Of course, with existing useful activities. To achieve the vision, mission, and goals that have been proclaimed, as well as to answer the demands of the business and the industrial world, the Bachelor of Accounting major continues to strive to foster innovation and creativity in the quality of learning. Through the use of various supporting applications to increase the competitiveness of graduates. Power Designer, Power BI, Visio Microsoft, Audit Tool, and Link Archive System for Atlas, ESPD, and Accurate are some examples of such applications. This process is expected to emphasize the unique characteristics of the accounting undergraduate major, namely being a digital-based study program. Thus, it is hoped that graduates of the Bachelor of Accounting major are competent and adaptive profiles to development of science and technology. Bachelor of Accounting study program also has many competent educators. Emphasize proportion practice speaker from theory with involving stakeholders and activity capable academic. Combining the world of education and the world of business. Bachelor of Accounting study program is committed not only to providing competent and quality education, but also to always educating character in each student through various kinds of intracurricular, co-curricular, and extracurricular activities. In line with the manifestation of the motto of the State University of Surabaya, namely growing with character.
The capacity to learn is a gift. The ability to learn is a skill. The willingness to learn is a choice. Accounting Department, Faculty of Economics and Business is committed to developing reputable human resources in accounting science, not only nationally but also in the Southeast Asia region. The profile of our graduates is not only competent and skilled in their respective fields, but also have a good character. Always maximize the learning capacity, continuing to own your study skills, and constantly fostering a desire to learn. Join and make the future with us. Surabaya State University, growing with character. Akuntansi, 1. Synergy, accountability, transparency, and unity.
Welcome to CPA Days, semarakan bersama para kontestan kompetisi dan profesional di Indonesia.
Melalui CPA Days, kamu akan mendapatkan akses mengembangkan kompetensi melalui beragam kegiatan.
Dengan cara yang kreatif, menyenangkan, dan inspiratif.
Mulai dari kompetisi audit dan akuntansi,
Talk show dan webinar,
call for paper,
kompetisi TikTok dan Reels Instagram.
dan acara puncak yang diisi dengan babak final kompetisi audit dan akuntansi terbesar di Indonesia, serta kegiatan menarik lainnya.
CPA Days adalah langkah awal kamu untuk menghadapi masa depan.
Jangan lewatkan kesempatan ini. Bergabunglah dengan CPA Days dan temukan passionmu dalam dunia audit dan akuntansi.
Kalau udah lulus, nanti jadi apa ya? Kerja, lanjut S2, atau nikah dulu?
Sa, lagi apa? Aku lagi seneng banget nih hari ini dapat 3 panggilan kerja.
Kok bisa? Kita kan baru selesai sidang bulan lalu.
Jadi, waktu semester 6, aku mengikuti ujian IECBA tingkat dasar dan lulus. Dan dapat gelar IECBA bersamaan dengan lulus kuliah. Jadi, selain punya ijazah S1 akuntansi, aku juga punya sertifikat IECBA sebagai kualifikasi profesional akuntansi dan audit.
Oh, jadi udah bisa ikut ujian sertifikasi dari semester 6 ya? Syaratnya apa aja?
Nah, iya betul. Kamu bisa mengikuti ujian CPA tingkat dasar mulai dari semester 6. Dengan syarat melampirkan surat keterangan mahasiswa aktif. Nah, aku saranin kalau kamu berminat buat daftar ujian, kamu bisa cek informasinya melalui website iapi.or.id atau melalui sosial media IAPI.
Oh, kayak gitu. Aku daftar sekarang deh.
Surabaya State University is one of the best colleges in Indonesia. Surabaya State University has 8 faculties. One of them is Faculty Economics and Business. In 2009, the State University of Surabaya developed Diploma of 3 years Accounting Study Program becomes Major Accounting. Based on SK number 2077/DB/2008 in 2008. Department of Accountancy has one study program, namely Bachelor of Accounting. Bachelor of Accounting study program itself is located at the UNESA Ketintang campus, and Bachelor Accounting study program present for educate graduated accounting that's superior in accounting science in accordance with demands globalization to present the education in the field of accounting. It is oriented towards academic and professional abilities on a national and international scale. Be equipped with a facility for comfortable study. With comfortable class, students could follow learning optimally. Sophisticated computers and accounting laboratory as facility to support practice learning accounting and statistical data analysis to implement the theory that received in lectures. Library as means of literature that can utilize students to discuss many issues and search relevant references. Department Accounting also covers directly Himaja, UNESA. Himpunan Mahasiswa Jurusan Akuntansi as a receptacle for students who want to develop soft skills in themselves implemented. Of course, with existing useful activities. To achieve the vision, mission, and goals that have been proclaimed, as well as to answer the demands of the business and the industrial world, the Bachelor of Accounting major continues to strive to foster innovation and creativity in the quality of learning. Through the use of various supporting applications to increase the competitiveness of graduates, Power Designer, Power BI, Visio Microsoft, Audit Tool, and Link Archive System or Atlas, ESPD, and Accurate are some examples of such applications. This process is expected to emphasize the unique characteristics of the accounting undergraduate major, namely being a digital-based study program. Thus, it is hoped that graduates of the Bachelor of Accounting major are competent and adaptive profiles to development of science and technology. Bachelor of Accounting study program also has many competent educators. Emphasize proportion practice speaker from theory with involving stakeholders and activity capable academic, combining the world of education and the world of business. Bachelor of Accounting study program is committed not only to providing competent and quality education, but also to always educating character in each student through various kinds of intracurricular, co-curricular, and extracurricular activities. In line with the manifestation of the motto of the State University of Surabaya, namely growing with character.
The capacity to learn is a gift. The ability to learn is a skill. The willingness to learn is a choice. Accounting Department, Faculty of Economics and Business is committed to developing reputable human resources in accounting science, not only nationally but also in Southeast Asia region. The profile of our graduates is not only competent and skilled in their respective fields, but also have a good character. Always maximize the learning capacity, continuing to own your study skills, and constantly fostering a desire to learn. Join and make the future with us. Surabaya State University, growing with character. Akuntansi, 1. Synergy, accountability, transparency, and unity.
Surabaya State University is one of the best colleges in Indonesia. Surabaya State University has 8 faculties. One of them is Faculty Economics and Business. In 2009, the State University of Surabaya developed Diploma of 3 years Accounting study program becomes Major Accounting. Based on SK number 2077/DV/2008 in 2008. Department of Accountancy has one study program, namely Bachelor of Accounting. Bachelor of Accounting study program itself is located at the UNESA Ketintang campus, and Bachelor Accounting study program present for educated graduated accountant that superior in accounting science in accordance with demands globalization to present the education in the field of accounting. It is oriented towards academic and professional abilities on a national and international scale. Be equipped with a facility for comfortable study. With comfortable class, students could follow learning optimally. Sophisticated computers and accounting laboratory as facility to support practice learning accounting and statistical data analysis to implement the theory that received in lectures. Library as means of literature that can utilize students to discuss many issues and search relevant references. Department Accounting also covers directly Himaja, UNESA. Himpunan Mahasiswa Jurusan Akuntansi as a receptacle for students who want to develop soft skills in themselves implemented. Of course, with existing useful activities. To achieve the vision, mission, and goals that have been proclaimed, as well as to answer the demands of the business and the industrial world, the Bachelor of Accounting major continues to strive to foster innovation and creativity in the quality of learning. Through the use of various boarding applications to increase the competitiveness of graduates. Power Designer, Power BI, Visio Microsoft, Audit Tool, and Link Archive System or Atlas, ESPD, and Accurate are some examples of such applications. This process is expected to emphasize the unique characteristics of the accounting undergraduate major, namely being a digital-based study program. Thus, it is hoped that graduates of the Bachelor of Accounting major are competent and adaptive profiles to development of science and technology. Bachelor of Accounting study program also has many competent educators. Emphasize proportion practice speaker from theory with involving stakeholders and activity capable academic. Combining the world of education and the world of business. Bachelor of Accounting study program is committed not only to providing competent and quality education, but also to always educating character in each student through various kinds of intracurricular, co-curricular, and extracurricular activities. In line with the manifestation of the motto of the State University of Surabaya, namely growing with character.
The capacity to learn is a gift. The ability to learn is a skill. The willingness to learn is a choice. Accounting Department, Faculty of Economics and Business is committed to developing reputable human resources in accounting science, not only nationally, but also in Southeast Asia region. The profile of our graduates is not only competent and skilled in their respective fields, but also have a good character. Always maximize your learning capacity, continuing to own your study skills, and constantly fostering a desire to learn. Join and make the future with us. Surabaya State University, growing with character. Akuntansi, 1. Synergy, accountability, transparency, and unity.
Surabaya State University is one of the best colleges in Indonesia. Surabaya State University has 8 faculties. One of them is Faculty Economics and Business. In 2009, the State University of Surabaya developed Diploma of 3 years Accounting Study Program becomes Major Accounting. Based on SK number 2077/DB/2008 in 2008. Department of Accountancy has one study program, namely Bachelor of Accounting. Bachelor of Accounting study program itself is located at the UNESA Ketintang campus, and Bachelor Accounting study program present for educate graduated accountant that's superior in accounting science in accordance with demands globalization to present the education in the field of accounting. It is oriented towards academic and professional abilities on a national and international scale. Be equipped with a facility for comfortable study. With comfortable class, students could follow learning optimally. Sophisticated computers and accounting laboratory as facility to support practice learning accounting and statistical data analysis to implement the theory that received in lectures. Library as means of literature that can utilize students to discuss many issues and search relevant references. Department Accounting also covers directly Himaja, UNESA. Himpunan Mahasiswa Jurusan Akuntansi as a receptacle for students who want to develop soft skills in themselves implemented. Of course, with existing useful activities. To achieve the vision, mission, and goals that have been proclaimed, as well as to answer the demands of the business and the industrial world, the Bachelor of Accounting major continues to strive to foster innovation and creativity in the quality of learning. Through the use of various supporting applications to increase the competitiveness of graduates. Power Designer, Power BI, Visio Microsoft, Audit Tool, and Link Archive System for Atlas, ESPD, and Accurate are some examples of such applications. This process is expected to emphasize the unique characteristics of the accounting undergraduate major, namely being a digital-based study program. Thus, it is hoped that graduates of the Bachelor of Accounting major are competent and adaptive profiles to development of science and technology. Bachelor of Accounting study program also has many competent educators. Emphasize proportion practice speaker from theory with involving stakeholders and activity capable academic. Combining the world of education and the world of business. Bachelor of Accounting study program is committed not only to providing competent and quality education, but also to always educating character in each student through various kinds of intracurricular, co-curricular, and extracurricular activities. In line with the manifestation of the motto of the State University of Surabaya, namely growing with character.
The capacity to learn is a gift. The ability to learn is a skill. The willingness to learn is a choice. Accounting Department, Faculty of Economics and Business is committed to developing reputable human resources in accounting science, not only nationally but also in Southeast Asia region. The profile of our graduates is not only competent and skilled in their respective fields, but also have a good character. Always maximize the learning capacity, continuing to own your study skills, and constantly fostering a desire to learn. Join and make the future with us. Surabaya State University, growing with character. Akuntansi, 1. Sinergi, accountability, transparency, and unity.
Surabaya State University is one of the best colleges in Indonesia. Surabaya State University has 8 faculties. One of them is Faculty Economics and Business. In 2009, the State University of Surabaya developed Diploma of 3 years Accounting Study Program becomes Major Accounting. Based on SK number 2077/DB/2008 in 2008. Department of Accountancy has one study program, namely Bachelor of Accounting. Bachelor of Accounting study program itself is located at the UNESA Ketintang campus, and Bachelor Accounting study program present for educated graduated accounting that's superior in accounting science in accordance with demands globalization to present the education in the field of accounting. It is oriented towards academic and professional abilities on a national and international scale. Be equipped with a facility for comfortable study. With comfortable class, students could follow learning optimally. Sophisticated computers and accounting laboratory as facility to support practice learning accounting and statistical data analysis to implement the theory that received in lectures. Library as means of literature that can utilize students to discuss many issues and search relevant references. Department Accounting also covers directly Himaja, UNESA. Himpunan Mahasiswa Jurusan Akuntansi as a receptacle for students who want to develop soft skills in themselves implemented. Of course, with existing useful activities. To achieve the vision, mission, and goals that have been proclaimed, as well as to answer the demands of the business and the industrial world, the Bachelor of Accounting major continues to strive to foster innovation and creativity in the quality of learning. through the use of various supporting applications to increase the competitiveness of graduates. Power Designer, Power BI, Visio Microsoft, Audit Tool, and Link Archive System or Atlas, ESPD, and Accurate are some examples of such applications. This process is expected to emphasize the unique characteristics of the accounting undergraduate major, namely being a digital-based study program. Thus, it is hoped that graduates of the Bachelor of Accounting major are competent and adaptive profiles to development of science and technology. Bachelor of Accounting study program also has many competent educators. Emphasize proportion practice speaker from theory with involving stakeholders and activity capable academic, combining the world of education and the world of business. Bachelor of Accounting study program is committed not only to providing competent and quality education, but also to always educating character in each student through various kinds of intracurricular, co-curricular, and extracurricular activities. In line with the manifestation of the motto of the State University of Surabaya, namely growing with character.
The capacity to learn is a gift. The ability to learn is a skill. The willingness to learn is a choice. Accounting Department, Faculty of Economics and Business is committed to developing reputable human resources in accounting science, not only nationally but also in the Southeast Asia region. The profile of our graduates is not only competent and skilled in their respective fields, but also have a good character. Always maximize your learning capacity, continuing to own your study skills, and constantly fostering a desire to learn. Join and make the future with us. Surabaya State University, growing with character. Akuntansi, 1. Synergy, accountability, transparency, and unity.
Surabaya State University is one of the best colleges in Indonesia. Surabaya State University has 8 faculties. One of them is Faculty Economics and Business. In 2009, the State University of Surabaya developed Diploma of 3 years Accounting Study Program becomes Major Accounting. Based on SK number 2077/DB/2008 in 2008. Department of Accountancy has one study program, namely Bachelor of Accounting. Bachelor of Accounting study program itself is located at the UNESA Ketintang campus, and Bachelor Accounting Study Program present for educated graduated accounting that's superior in accounting science in accordance with demands globalization to present the education in the field of accounting. It is oriented towards academic and professional abilities on a national and international scale. Be equipped with a facility for comfortable study. With comfortable class, students could follow learning optimally. Sophisticated computers and accounting laboratory as facility to support practice learning accounting and statistical data analysis to implement the theory that received in lectures. Library as means of literature that can utilize students to discuss many issues and search relevant references. Department Accounting also covers directly Himaja, UNESA. Himpunan Mahasiswa Jurusan Akuntansi as a receptacle for students who want to develop soft skills in themselves implemented. Of course, with existing useful activities. To achieve the vision, mission, and goals that have been proclaimed as well as to answer the demands of the business and the industrial world, the Bachelor of Accounting major continues to strive to foster innovation and creativity in the quality of learning. Through the use of various supporting applications to increase the competitiveness of graduates. Power Designer, Power BI, Visio Microsoft, Audit Tool, and Link Archive System or Atlas, ESPD, and Accurate are some examples of such applications. This process is expected to emphasize the unique characteristics of the accounting undergraduate major, namely being a digital-based study program. Thus, it is hoped that graduates of the Bachelor of Accounting major are competent and adaptive profiles to development of science and technology. Bachelor of Accounting Study Program also has many competent educators. Emphasize proportion practice speaker from theory with involving stakeholders and activity capable academic. Combining the world of education and the world of business. Bachelor of Accounting Study Program is committed not only to providing competent and quality education, but also to always educating character in each student through various kinds of intracurricular, co-curricular, and extracurricular activities. In line with the manifestation of the motto of the State University of Surabaya, namely growing with character.
The capacity to learn is a gift. The ability to learn is a skill. The willingness to learn is a choice. Accounting Department, Faculty of Economics and Business is committed to developing reputable human resources in accounting science, not only nationally but also in Southeast Asia region. The profile of all graduates is not only competent and skilled in their respective fields, but also have a good character. Always maximize your learning capacity, continuing to own your study skills, and constantly fostering a desire to learn. Join and make the future with us. Surabaya State University, growing with character. Akuntansi, 1. Synergy, accountability, transparency, and unity.
Surabaya State University is one of the best colleges in Indonesia. Surabaya State University has 8 faculties, One of them is Faculty Economics and Business. In 2009, the State University of Surabaya developed Diploma of 3 Years Accounting Study Program Becomes Major Accounting. Based on SK number 2077/DB/2008 in 2008. Department of Accountancy has one study program, namely Bachelor of Accounting. Bachelor of Accounting study program itself is located at the UNESA Ketintang campus, and Bachelor Accounting study program present for educated graduated accountant that's superior in accounting science in accordance with demands globalization to present the education in the field of accounting. It is oriented towards academic and professional abilities on a national and international scale. Be equipped with a facility for comfortable study. With comfortable class, students could follow learning optimally. Sophisticated computers and accounting laboratory as facility to support practice learning accounting and statistical data analysis to implement the theory that received in lectures. Library as means of literature that can utilize students to discuss many issues and search relevant references. Department Accounting also covers directly Himaja, UNESA. Himpunan Mahasiswa Jurusan Akuntansi as a receptacle for students who want to develop soft skills in themselves implemented. Of course, with existing useful activities. To achieve the vision, mission, and goals that have been proclaimed, as well as to answer the demands of the business and the industrial world, the Bachelor of Accounting major continues to strive to foster innovation and creativity in the quality of learning. Through the use of various supporting applications to increase the competitiveness of graduates. Power Designer, Power BI, Visio Microsoft, Audit Tool, and Link Archive System or Atlas, ESPD, and Accurate are some examples of such applications. This process is expected to emphasize the unique characteristic of the accounting undergraduate major, namely being a digital-based study program. Thus, it is hoped that graduates of the Bachelor of Accounting major are competent and adaptive profiles to development of science and technology. Bachelor of Accounting study program also has many competent educators. Emphasize proportion practice speaker from theory with involving stakeholders and activity capable academic. Combining the world of education and the world of business. Bachelor of Accounting study program is committed not only to providing competent and quality education, but also to always educating character in each student through various kinds of intracurricular, co-curricular, and extracurricular activities. In line with the manifestation of the motto of the State University of Surabaya, namely growing with character.
The capacity to learn is a gift. The ability to learn is a skill. The willingness to learn is a choice. Accounting Department, Faculty of Economics and Business, is committed to developing reputable human resources in accounting science, not only nationally but also in Southeast Asia region. The profile of all graduates is not only competent and skilled in their respective fields, but also have a good character. Always maximize your learning capacity, continuing to own your study skills, and constantly fostering a desire to learn. Join and make the future with us. Surabaya State University, growing with character. Akuntansi, 1. Synergy, accountability, transparency, and unity.
Surabaya State University is one of the best colleges in Indonesia. Surabaya State University has 8 faculties. One of them is Faculty Economics and Business. In 2009, the State University of Surabaya developed Diploma of 3 years Accounting Study Program becomes Major Accounting. Based on SK number 2077/DD/2008 in 2008. Department of Accountancy has one study program, namely Bachelor of Accounting. Bachelor of Accounting study program itself is located at the UNESA Ketintang campus, and Bachelor Accounting study program present for educate graduated accounting that's superior in accounting science in accordance with demands globalization to present the education in the field of accounting. It is oriented towards academic and professional abilities on a national and international scale. Be equipped with a facility for comfortable study. With comfortable class, students could follow learning optimally. Sophisticated computers and accounting laboratory as facility to support practice learning accounting and statistical data analysis to implement the theory that received in lectures. Library as means of literature that can utilize students to discuss many issues and search relevant references. Department Accounting also covers directly Himaja, UNESA. Himpunan Mahasiswa Jurusan Akuntansi as a receptacle for students who want to develop soft skills in themselves implemented. Of course, with existing useful activities. To achieve the vision, mission, and goals that have been proclaimed, as well as to answer the demands of the business and the industrial world, the Bachelor of Accounting major continues to strive to foster innovation and creativity in the quality of learning. Through the use of various supporting applications to increase the competitiveness of graduates. Power Designer, Power BI, Visual Microsoft, Audit Tool, and Link Archive System or ALPAS, ESPD, and Accurate are some examples of such applications. This process is expected to emphasize the unique characteristic of the accounting undergraduate major, namely being a digital-based study program. Thus, it is hoped that graduates of the Bachelor of Accounting major are competent and adaptive profiles to development of science and technology. Bachelor of Accounting study program also has many competent educators. Emphasize proportion practice speaker from theory with involving stakeholders and activity capable academic, combining the world of education and the world of business. Bachelor of Accounting study program is committed not only to providing competent and quality education, but also to always educating character in each student through various kinds of intracurricular, co-curricular, and extracurricular activities. In line with the manifestation of the motto of the State University of Surabaya, namely growing with character.
The capacity to learn is a gift. The ability to learn is a skill. The willingness to learn is a choice. Accounting Department, Faculty of Economics and Business is committed to developing reputable human resources in accounting science, not only nationally, but also in Southeast Asia region. The profile of our graduates is not only
Welcome back to all participants and all invited guests at the 2024 International Economic Conference of Business and Accounting. Thank you for your cooperation in joining this event on time. Okay then, to continue our agenda, which is delivery of material and Q&A session by the last keynoter, we will hand it over to our moderator, Ms. Insyirah Putika Dea, SEMA. To Ms. Insyirah Putika Dea, SEMA, the time and place is yours.
Okay, thank you, MC, for presenting. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I'm Insyirah Putika Dea, the moderator in this section. Well, we will continue the agenda. So this time, Dr. Muhammad Rafiq will be our last keynote speaker. But before I begin, I'd like to remind all of the participants here to follow the rules during the session. Please ensure your microphones are mute during the presentation to avoid any noises. If you have any questions, please drop it in the chat room, or you can raise your hand to address the question directly to the speakers in the Q&A session. Well, in this session, we will discuss about the Sustainability Development Goals, Innovation, Transformation, and Progress with Dr. Muhammad Rafiq, BCom MA, MRes, FCA, FCTA, SFHTA from the University of Nottingham. But first, let me read his profile. Okay, this is Dr. Muhammad Rafiq. Dr. Muhammad Rafiq is an associate professor at the University of Nottingham, UK. Currently, he is the program director for Bachelor of Science in Accounting, and Business, and the deputy program director for Bachelor of Science Flying Stars. Dr. Rafiq has been winning multiple academic awards. He is also a published author, and then chartered accountant, management consultant, executive coach, and educationalist. He is a fellow member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants in England and Wales, a fellow member of the Association of Chartered Certified Accountants, and a senior fellow of the Higher Education Academy. Before joining in the Nottingham University, Dr. Rafiq provided advice on accountancy, taxation, and business consultancy to several organizations in the private and public sectors. And then his diverse research interests include digitalization, artificial intelligence, the impact of disruptive technologies on accounting and auditing practices, and transformational change. Now, I will greet our last speaker. Please join me, Dr. Rafiq. Hello, Dr. Rafiq. Are you here? Hello, Dr. Rafiq. Is it my voice clear?
Hello. Sorry, I was muted, so I guess you can hear me now.
Yeah. I can hear you.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and thank you very much to the participants who have taken the time to join us this afternoon. Am I okay to share my slides, or what's the arrangement?
Okay. Do you want to operate it by yourself?
I think it'll be easy if I can do that.
Okay, so okay then. I will inform you. You may deliver your presentation in 30 minutes, and after that, we will open the Q&A session. Okay, so Dr. Rafiq, you may deliver it from now. The floor is yours.
It says the sharing is not turned on, so. Oh, you can. I can. Now let's see if I. Okay, can you see the presentation?
Yeah, I can see it clear.
Okay, thank you very much. So I will start now. As you mentioned earlier on, if participants have got any questions, they can ask towards the end when they will have time to ask questions. In this presentation, I try to bring together different aspects of strategic development goals, the role of modern technology, including artificial intelligence, blockchain technology, as well as the harsh reality of the world we live in. So my presentation covers these sort of topics. We start with what the Sustainable Development Goals are as per the United Nations. And then which of those set goals have got more attention from the researchers, from the community of practitioners and so on, and why is that? And then the application of those goals, which happen to be global, but in the local context, how will these strategic development goals, sustainable development goals work in practice, in the communities, in the country, in the region we live in? Then I will move on to explaining, sharing with you what people define as artificial intelligence and how artificial intelligence is used in practice to achieve some of these sustainable development goals. Then I'll talk about a blockchain technology, which is a potential for sustainability. And then moving on to what are the challenges of using technology, especially artificial intelligence, and then the really important issue of ethics about the use of technology. And then I will go back to the starting point, which was the Sustainable Development Goals, reflect on the achievements we have made so far, and then what when I say we, everybody who is in this presentation and people who are kind of in other positions, people around the globe as individuals, what we need to do and individually, and what we can do collectively for the betterment of the environment that we live in. So that is what I would like to cover in my 30 minutes presentation. In 2015, United Nations member states agreed the 17 integrated goals, commonly known as Sustainable Development Goals. They start with to end poverty, and they go on all the way towards the working together. Next slide, I will share with you what those development goals are. But these research and development is the transformative process that involves both collective and individual efforts. So to achieve these strategic development goals, we need to work individually as much as we can do as individuals, and work collaboratively and collectively in this incremental process of achieving those goals. I just copied this picture that have got all those 17 goals, but just to make it easy, I am using the next screen where I have listed those goals. So the goals start with no poverty, and then the next one is zero hunger, good health and well-being, and quality education. And they go all the way to the partnership for these for the goals. As you guys can see that there is a connection, there is an overlap. We cannot see these goals in isolation. For example, if there is no poverty, if we as the community, as the kind of the community of this world, if we can manage to end poverty, sorry, has somebody else taken over my presentation? Okay, so if we can end poverty, I'm still on the previous screen, by the way. So if we can end poverty, then there will be no hunger. But is that possible? If there is no poverty, there's no hunger, then everybody technically should be educated, because education plays an important role in the sort of developing sustainable products, resources, adapting and helping the people. So these goals are interconnected. So according to the World Bank's report, the contemporary global landscape is marked by complex interplay of challenges. So there are challenges. There are challenges because there is no education, there is a lack of resources. Not everybody have got access to education. Because people are not educated, then they can't go and contribute effectively to their full potential in the economic development. If they can't do that, then we cannot have a sustainable world. We cannot eradicate poverty. If we can't eradicate poverty, hunger is an issue, and then we cannot provide health for everybody. So they're all interconnected. And one of those kind of, in my opinion at least, is the inequality. We live in a world where the resources are not fairly distributed. There are a number of factors to it. If I can say, if we look at the individual governments around the world, some countries have issues with the corruption. The rulers at the top are corrupt. They are not sincere with their own residents. Their focus is not on the betterment of the population. In some parts of the world, we could say that the people who make decisions are incompetent. They do not have the foresight to look beyond tomorrow. In some cases, people have got the ambition, they've got the drive, but they do not have the resources. They want to do everything good for their communities, but they can't because they don't have resources. And then the international politics plays an important role. The world we live in is polarized. There's more than one blocks. Some people want to be with a kind of on the side of this group. Other people want to be on the side of the other group. And this is unreasonable when you think rationally, but it is happening. People have got sides. Sometimes they kind of sacrifice their own agenda to please their political masters. So these are some of the significant challenges for the sustainable development efforts. I'm sorry, I think I can't move my screen. I don't know what has happened. So can anybody help?
Okay. I will
I want to go to
the committee.
It was going well. I started by moving my screens, but and now I can't now. So would you be able to take me to the next screen, please?
Okay, I will ask the committee to help you then. Next slide.
I'll see if I can share again. Okay.
Okay, can you try? Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'll see if
Okay then.
yeah. I'll leave it at that so that way I can see at least where I am. Okay. So we're talking about the development goals. We see there is a connection. We live in an unequal world. A number of reasons for this inequality. Some of those are international forces. Some of those are natural disasters. Some of those are outside our controls, and some of those challenges are self-made. We decide to kind of make wrong decisions as inhabitants of this world, and that is where we are. Talked about poverty, which is the first goal of the strategic development, sustainable development goals. Keep saying strategic, sorry. Sustainable development goals. First is eradicating poverty. At a surface level, one might think that poverty is only affecting or related to the third world countries, the communities that are less developed, people who do not have natural resources and so on. But the harsh reality is that the poverty is everywhere. Sometimes when I pick on a specific country, people get defensive. They don't like sort of sharing that. I remember at a conference, I mentioned Africa and somebody stood up and they said, no, we are well off. So I have used, in this case, the UK's statistics. As I said at the start, that this presentation is based on a kind of evidence-based research, so we can reflect on where we actually are rather than talking about the potential and the aspiration. So this is done by the Joseph Rowntree Foundation, which is a charity, and they, based on the 21, 22 figures, in the UK, which is a G7 country, one of the developed economies, in the UK, we have 1 in 5 people who are living in poverty, and that is 14.4 million people. According to the 21, 22 figures, that number would have gone up now. When we have the latest figures, it will be another a kind of wake-up call. It will be another opportunity for us to reflect on where we are and where we want to be when it comes to sustainable development goals. So the breakdown of those 14.4 million people in the UK who are living in poverty is 8.5 million. 2 in 10 are working age adults. 3 in 10 are children, and 1 in 6 are pensioners. So this poverty in the UK is not affecting one group. It's affecting people who are younger, who are growing up, people who are at working age, and people who have contributed to the society throughout their working age, and now they are retired and they are struggling. So people who are the children who are growing up in poverty now, what kind of future we can expect from them? UK is a G7 country, one of the developed economies. One would expect that everybody has got the right to decent education. Everybody has got access to the resources. The infrastructure is there. And there is more kind of equal society in the UK. That is not the case. There is a strong north-south divide. The south of England, which is London and other areas, they are better off. They've got more resources, a better infrastructure. And in the north, that is not the case. I'm just talking about the UK. When we look around Europe, again, one of the developed economies in the region, European Union, they have got some countries that have got established economies like the Germany's and the France and the others. And within the European Union bloc, especially the Eastern European Union countries, they are kind of less developed, if I can say that. So just to reinforce the point that we live in an unequal world, and the poverty is everywhere. Sarushan earlier this year did a sort of systematic research on the Sustainable Development Goals, and from SDG 3 all the way around. So this is the most researched area, which is the good health and well-being. Lots of researchers focus on this, good health and well-being. And good health and well-being cannot come if people are hungry, malnourished, if they don't have food on their tables, if they live in poor economies. So that is one of the most researched areas when it comes to the Sustainable Development Goals. The next one is affordable clean energy. Again, clean energy, we would expect everybody to have a right to the clean energy. It's not the case, but that is the second highest research areas. The third one is climate action. So even though all these goals are interconnected, there's more focus on these three goals, which is the good health and well-being, affordable and clean energy, and climate action. Surprisingly, Soroshian did not find any evidence of empirical work on partnership for the goals, which is the 17th goal of the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. The 17th goal, or the last goal, is the partnership for the goals. So what that indicates is that there is progress that is being made. It is in isolation, at a local level, sometimes maybe at a regional level, but there is a lack of collaboration. Not everybody is working, contributing as a kind of a bigger team to achieve these goals. Number of factors, number of reasons. In the forthcoming slides, we will cover those. So this is just the, I've written down what I said when I was talking about the previous slide. Okay. Medina Hernandez et al. Said that the global priorities with local adaptation. Those sustainable development goals are global. In an ideal world, nobody will be poor. Nobody will go to bed hungry. Everybody will have access to good health. Everybody will have a quality education. There will be gender equality. Everybody will have access to clean water and sanitation, and so on. In real world, it is very difficult. So when we talk about the climate change and sustainable cities and economies and reduced inequalities, those goals might be very ambitious for some countries, some regions, some governments, where they are struggling to provide basic necessities to their residents. So in those cases, the goals have to be adapted to the local needs and the local kind of priorities. We have already, I guess we're aware of the deforestation in Brazil and other countries in that region. Obviously, in a shorter term, that might provide food to the people. It might provide profits to multinational companies that are operating in that region. But in a long term, that is going to have a disastrous impact for the environment, for the future generations. So as we reflect on these global priorities, we need to see at local and national realities as well. What are our resources? What are we doing to make those resources sustainable? How are we contributing in protecting the natural resources that we have and maximizing the impact that we can from these resources that we have? Another way of looking at categorization is the economic, social, and development. Some people say that the ESGs at United Nations sometimes say that the goals are broadly divided into economic, social, and governance issues, from finance and investing as a basis of categorizing these sustainable development goals. Obviously, the environment plays an important role. As I said in my previous slide, that we need to be mindful for the sustainability of the environment, not just for our short-term profitability, but for the long-term future of the planet and for the well-being of the future generations. Now we're gonna put the Sustainable Development Goals to one side and move on to the technological development. I'm just gonna focus on artificial intelligence. There are many definitions of artificial intelligence, and these gets kind of revisited and revised over time. Most definitions states that AI solves complex cognitive problems associated with human intelligence, or that AI helps as many people as possible through smartphones or healthcare, or even that AI recognizes problems and creates solutions for the benefits of the technology, people, and society. Believe it or not, we use AI. I use you guys who are attending this presentation. We use artificial intelligence led products and services in many ways without realizing, sometimes without even realizing that this is artificial intelligence. Anybody with a smartphone uses the Siri, Alexa, Google Assistant, and other sort of commands and the apps that are available to us. They're all artificial intelligence led. We have face detection for facial ID, for our banking, and sort of other businesses that we conduct using our smartphones, iPads, and so on. So we are using artificial intelligence, sometimes with realizing it, sometimes without realizing it. If we reflect back maybe 5 years ago, 10 years ago, this technology wasn't there. So even though when I was talking about strategic development goals, I came across a bit bleak that the reality is that there is still poverty, there is still hunger, there is still people struggling for the clean water, there's people struggling with health issues and all that. But at the same time, as a society, we are benefiting from the technological developments. Yes, there is inequality, but progress is being made. Okay, so other examples of artificial intelligence include Venisu et al. Said that artificial intelligence is any software technology with at least one of the following capabilities. If it's got a capability of perception, including audio, visual, textual, or tactile, e.g. facial recognition, that is artificial intelligence. If it helps with decision making, then it is artificial intelligence, like medical diagnosis systems and so on. If it helps with predicting the future, a kind of environmental impacts like the weather, that is artificial intelligence. If you can recognize patterns from data, that is artificial intelligence. If you can interactively communicate, like the robots, the chatbots, and other sort of bots that we use, or if it uses some sort of logical reasoning, theoretical developments from premises and so on, that is all, these are all definitions of artificial intelligence that include machine learning. Bearing in mind, it keeps evolving, it keeps developing. The more technological developments are made, these definitions will keep evolving. And as society, as the users of these technologies, we will carry on benefiting from these technologies. But at the same time, we have to be mindful of the negative impacts, negative uses of this technology. You guys might have heard about cyberbullying. People are using this technology to make other people's life miserable. Some of these technologies are used for opinion shifting, opinion changing. These technologies have human biases because none of these technologies work in isolation. They are based on the data. They're based on data that comes from the participants, that are based on the data which cannot be neutral. As human beings, we always have implicit, explicit, some sort of bias. We have our opinion, we have our preferences. We like something, we don't like something. We have our reasons for liking things. Okay, so it has developed rapidly in recent years and some groundbreaking advancements. If we reflect in the technological developments in the last 5 years, we have a lot of new technologies there now. You guys, especially the students, might have heard about ChatGPT and other developments, which can be used positively as well as negatively. So these revolutionary developments include the finance, e-commerce, education, manufacturing, and healthcare. And they are dramatically transforming our world socially, economically, and politically. Now, the distinction between the factual news and fake news is a blurring area. There was a time when news was fact-based and opinions were the interpretation or the analysis was opinion-based. But now, fake news is used very bravely and shared for opinion shifting. When we think about the ethics and the moralities of fake news, it makes us wonder, where do we stand as a society? And now the literature on artificial intelligence and ethics is quite important. It is important because the more technology we have, it imposes more of a responsibility on us as users, but more importantly on the developers of those technology, because we don't want the children to be exposed to the pressures of marketing. It does happen. We don't want the children to be exposed to the peer pressures and bullying. It does happen. We don't want people to be bullied because they have a difference of opinion. We don't want people to be a kind of influenced because of the fake news. So there is a lot of responsibility on the developers, the users, the promoters of the technology. And that imposes even a bigger responsibility on the regulators at national level, at international level, at local level, at government level. There should be laws, there should be ethical guidelines, there should be monitoring, there should be prosecution. People should be reprimanded, people should be punished for abusing or misusing technology. There should be clear ethical guidelines, which at this stage, I must accept, are not there. Another problem with the technology, especially with the artificial intelligence, is its black box nature. If I use my phone and I give it a command to sort of switch lights in my house, it will do that by just one command. I do not know how it happens, where my voice note, my voice signal, what is the mechanical process that if I say something here and the lights in my house, which is 60 miles away from here, will get switched on, or the heating might go off or on. So the technology has got the power, but majority of the users do not understand the mechanics behind it, how it works. There is inadequate regulation, local level, national level, international level. And that there is a conflict between the developers of the technology and the businesses who are using that technology. Are they using it to exploit us to maximize their profits? Or are they using it for the betterment of the community, betterment of the society? Obviously, if one person is, if one company or one person is exploiting the technology, it cannot be benefiting everybody else, because by definition, exploitation is a kind of a benefit of some people at the expense of other people. So we live in an unfair society. We live in an unfair and uneven world. And at the moment, there is no enough guidelines and regulation when it comes to the use of artificial intelligence technology. However, the progress is being made. AI for Good, which is the United Nations driven initiative, they bring together the innovators and the companies who have problems. So the problems and the solution providers come together, they work on different research projects, they talk to each other with the view that they will advance technology that will become sustainable and will contribute towards the Sustainable Development Goals. These are some of the examples where artificial intelligence-led precision is used in agriculture. There is drones that are used, GPS, global positioning systems are used, crop sensors are used, and then this is a picture of the robotics, the fruit pickers. These are real examples being used in real world. But when it comes to sustainable goals, if we go to the our goal 8, SDG 8, which is decent work and environment and economic growth. So on that level, it looks like AI is helping us with that goal. But when it comes to industry innovation and infrastructures, yes, it is helping us with that. But when it comes to no poverty, if human beings are replaced with machines, then that could have a negative impact on the poor communities. And because the technology is expensive, not everybody can afford it. Not everybody can use it. The infrastructure is not there, so that there is an inequality there as well. So even though it might positively affect the our SDGs on SDG 8, which is decent work and economic growth, SDG 9, which is industry, innovation, and infrastructure, it will negatively affect SDG 10, which is reducing inequalities, and it will negatively affect no poverty. because by definition, people who work in these manual labor related industries lack education. If they had the education, if they had the opportunities, they will be using the technology and they will not be doing the manual labor work. If we lived in a society that is advanced enough that there's no, everybody's got access to education, and we can rely on these machines to do the manual and repetitive and boring work for us, and we focus on developing new technologies and kind of maximizing the benefits for the communities by use of these technologies and our education, we will live in a very different world. Here, I'll share an example with you. Last summer, I spent some time in Zaragoza region of Spain. My host there owns many acres of land, and they have very rich crops of cherries, grapes, apples, and so on. They live in Spain, which is part of the European Union. But the problem with that person or people who live in that community is they do not have financial resources to invest in this technology. They have heard about this technology, they are aware of it, they know that some rich companies in parts of Spain are using these technologies. But the person that I was staying with and observing their farming techniques and so on, they do not have the money. If they go to the European Union, they might be entitled to some grants, which has a long bureaucratic process to go with it, and they do not have the resources, the manpower to deal with the bureaucracy. And the grants will not be sufficient enough to invest in these technologies. Even if they do, the infrastructure, the internet speed is not there. The remoteness of the mountainous region is a barrier for the application and use of this technology in parts of Spain. So what my host did, when it's a crop season, they live in a very rural community. Local people of very small community do not like this kind of manual fruit picking activity. So this Spanish company, they get people from Eastern Europe who come in and they help with the crop picking. So the company provides them accommodation, they provide them transport from the accommodation to the farms, and then they work on the farms all day, and the picked fruit is taken to the warehouses where it's sorted, it's packed. Because of the amount of fruit that the company is using, they do not have the facility to freeze it, to preserve it, to protect it, and it has to go to the main market within 24 hours. Otherwise, they will lose it. And because they do not have access to this technology, a lot of fruit does not get picked when it's ripe, it's wasted that way. It doesn't get processed in good time, it gets wasted that way. And sometimes it doesn't reach the market in time, so it gets wasted that way. So that is not sustainable. And we are talking about Spain. Okay, so this is the harsh reality, unfortunately. But when the way we can technology, I'm mindful of my time, so I will not spend too much time on the next few slides, but I just want to give you a kind of a flavor of my own observation of how this technology, the availability of the technology, and how the barriers to using the technology are. So in terms of the potential benefits of this technology, and I must say that there are companies in the world that use this technology. So variable rate technology adjusts the application of fertilizers, pesticides, and seeds across the field, so they can ration. They can put more fertilizer, the more pesticides where it's needed, and less where it doesn't where it's not needed. So it's a kind of an economical distribution of these resources. And the remote sensing technologies, satellites, drones, they can have a look at the crop health and the moisture level in the soil, and that could lead to the need for drip irrigation. So if there is a drought in parts of of the crop, then they can use this drip irrigation system. Or if the soil is moist, then they don't need to use water. So the satellites, that the drones can be used in a kind of maximizing this natural resource, which is water. And the same in terms of identifying if there are any kind of monitoring the crop growth, if there are any challenges, if there are any diseases, and so on. And then the data analytics about the crop management, resource allocation, risk mitigation, and enhancing profitability and sustainability. So there is a possibility of doing all this. As I said in my previous slide, my host is aware of these things. They are intelligent people, but they do not have the resources. They don't have the money. They don't have the infrastructure. They don't have the support from the government at that level that is needed for it. But the technology is there, and where the companies that have got money, resources, infrastructure are benefiting from it. Another example of artificial intelligence is in Brazil, where they are reforesting the hills in Rio de Janeiro, where the computer defines the targets and the drones are dropping the seeds in that area for the reforestation. Another example of SDG 11, which is Sustainable Cities and Communities, is the Neom City. As a new city that's being kind of developed in Saudi Arabia. It's a futuristic development, and it is designed as a sustainable city. There's three spines. It's three kind of layers. It's a pedestrian layer, which you can see this potentially when it's built, there will be forestation and they will be good for the environment. And there's a service layer where there will be infrastructure. And then there is a spine layer where they will be using the pods to transport people. So there will be no cars. They will be using next generation freight operations to move goods. And there will be ultra high speed transition. But that it's got years to get to this stage. But the vision is there, the money is there, the work is going on. I was in Saudi Arabia last year, and the initial prep work is underway for this NEOM project. Now moving on to blockchain technology. There is a lot that is being said by various researchers that the blockchain technology has got a potential that it can be used. It can be used for doing the boring work. It can be used by cutting the middleman. It can be used, but in reality, it is not used as much as it should be. But there is a project in Indonesia, the smart waste management system for Nusantara. As locals, you guys might have a better understanding. I can only go by just one paper that I've read by Manik Atel about it. What they are saying is that the idea is that there will be a use of blockchain technology with the cloud-based server system, where they will be identify where the waste is needed. There will be drones, and there will be a sort of other robotics to collect the waste and to dispose it to a kind of filter it out, and so on. So there is a potential to use blockchain technology for the sustainability of the environment and to kind of make the resources efficient. If that is the case, the people who are involved in the current waste management system, if the government have got the resources, they can be retrained to do other things if this job, the manual job, is taken over by the technological development. So, as I said earlier on, there could be a ripple effect. So if the focus is on one goal, then it can either benefit the next goal or it can have a negative impact on on another goal. Gave you the example of robotics. It helps with the infrastructure development. It helps with the innovation and infrastructure, but at the same time, it has a negative impact on the equal. It does not help with the reduced inequalities. It increases the inequalities. People with the money can use that technology and benefit from it and profiteer from it. For the other people who do not have the money, kind of gets left behind. Now let's move on to. So I think I've.
Hello, Dr. Rafiq. Sorry for interrupting.
Okay, so I'll just finish here. So just to kind of bring it back, we'll say that because of the unequal world we live in, these are challenges. But let's just the last slide. Now I said we'll go to the SDGs. Now the goals were set in 2015, between 2015 and 2030. We are 60% through that process. 9 years have passed, but the recent assessment of the World Bank Group is that the Sustainable Development Goals of ending extreme poverty by 2030 remains out of reach. So it was ambitious. There is still poverty, but the goals haven't been met. But as a last slide, but that does not mean that we stand still. As individuals, everything we do should contribute towards the sustainability of the environment at a local level. Where we can, we should contribute at the regional level, and where possible at a global level. So as individuals, as communities, as societies, we all have a responsibility. We owe it to ourselves, we owe it to the next generations, that we all must do whatever we can to contribute towards these goals. So the transformation of world economy realistically is too far away, but all of us will have to contribute. We have to work towards it. So sorry, I finished here. Now I'll open if you have any questions about the presentation or anything you would like to share with me.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Rafiq, for your presentation. I'm so sorry for interrupting your presentation. Due to the limitation time, I will shift to the Q&A session. I'd like to inform the participant, if you have any question, please turn on the raise hand features and don't forget to address your name and affiliation before asking the question. Is there any question from the participant? Okay, due to the time limit, maybe I will give one opportunity for participants here to ask directly to Dr. Rafiq. Is that okay for you? Just one participant due to the
Yes.
limitation? Okay, I'm so sorry.
No, thank you. Thank you very much for the invitation, and thank you very much for allowing me to share sort of the way I see things. So if you have a question, please ask. Yeah.
Okay, okay, thank you. I will give an opportunity to Mrs. Nur Rohmatun Nisa. Yeah, Miss Nur Rohmatun Nisa. Hello. Okay, Miss Nur Rohmatun, sorry, Nur Rohmatun Nisa, you can address your question, but don't forget to address your name and affiliation before.
I think you're muted.
Yeah, the computer help to unmute Miss Nur Rohmatun.
Yes, yes, Miss. Okay, thanks for the time to moderator. First, I want to introduce myself. My name is Nur Rahmatunisa from Surabaya State University. Second, I want to ask my question is what are the main challenges? What are the main challenges in transforming the world economy to a green economy? Thank you.
I'm sorry, can you ask the question again? I didn't quite hear. I think there is some sort of technological issues. Please ask again.
Miss Nisa, can you repeat the question? Maybe you can add it slowly. Hello, Nisa. Unmute, please unmute yourself first. Amity, please help to unmute Nisa. Nisa, please unmute her. Nisa, hello, Nur Rahmatun Nisa. You should unmute yourself first because we can hear you. We can't hear you.
Yes, Miss.
Okay, then you can repeat your question. Maybe you can add it slowly so we can understand what do you mean.
Yes, I can repeat again. My question is, what are the main challenges in transforming the world economy to a green economy? Thank you. Do you hear my question?
I'm so sorry. If you can put in the chat, I should be able to read if that's the facility is there. I'm so sorry because we were talking about technology earlier on, and I am living sitting in Nottingham, and I'm struggling to hear what's being said. So if you can put in the chat, I should be able to read it. I do apologize for this difficulty. I do apologize.
Okay, it's okay, Dr. Rafiq. Maybe Miss
Okay, so if I can read it, it says, Safi says, how do the SDGs and economics relate to each other? So, good question. All these, in an ideal world, all these SDGs should be achievable if we start with the last one, which is working together. If everybody works together, everybody was educated, everybody used the modern technology, and all the economies in the world were kind of performing to their best. There was no exploitation, the infrastructure was there. Then, in an ideal world, all these sustainable goals will be achieved. But the reality is the economic developments of a country has a major effect on the sustainability of those goals. I'm sorry to say, but the developed countries and the rich companies, that is where the economics come in. People with money, the developed economies, rich countries, rich companies, sorry, they have the money. They can invest in developing new technology, and they can buy the technology that's being developed by somebody else, and they can maximize profits. That's where the economics come in again. So if you have the money to invest in the technology, and then you can reach out with your product to a wider kind of buyers. You can preserve your perishable products. You can maximize from the production of whatever you are doing. And then that way you can maximize your profit. So it just goes around. So you have to start with the money, with the sport, and then you should have the foresight, knowledge, and intelligence that this is how I should be investing my money. And then at a regional level, the infrastructure should be there. So yes, you have a huge dream for a robotic operation, but there is no signal. So you can't do that. I gave you the example of Spain's region. And then if all these things work, then you will be able to maximize profit. You will make more money, which you can distribute it to the owners of the business, who are the shareholders, and reinvest some of that money into further infrastructure development, further technological development, further expansion of your business, and further reaching to the new markets. Does that answer your question?
Okay. How is it, Miss Rohmatunisa? Sorry for the misspell. Is it clear, the answer? I hope it can fulfill your question. So I think that's enough for the question due to the limitation of the time. Thank you for your answer, Dr. Rafiq. Now let me summarize some points from your presentation. Well, actually, the SDGs represent international priorities. However, at the same time, they can be adjusted to the different national realities, cultures, and demographic dynamics, respecting the targets set by each country. And then the artificial intelligence here can solve complex cognitive problems associated with human intelligence. And then the AI technology has been developing at a rapid pace with groundbreaking advancement in machine learning, natural language processing, and computer vision, as you stated before. And then the UN-driven initiative AI for Good is one example of how AI is seen as force for good, where AI innovators and problem owners learn, discuss, and connect about how to identify AI solutions to advance the sustainable development goals. Okay, now as a form of acknowledgement and our gratitude, we present a certificate of appreciation for our fourth speakers, Dr. Muhammad Rafiq. On our behalf, here is the display of our certificate. Okay,
Thank you very
later,
much.
yeah, thank you so much. Later, the committee will personally send it to you after the event has been finished. So thank you once again, Dr. Rafiq, for your time and contribution. I apologize for the interrupting, and then we will look forward to seeing you again at any next event.
Thank you very much. I must congratulate the committee for organizing such a successful conference. I must thank the participants for giving us their time, and I wish you all the very best of the rest of the day. And it's been pleasure sharing some of my kind of observations and knowledge that I have with you. And I look forward to working with you guys again in the future if there is an opportunity. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Rafiq. Have a great day. I hope you. Okay.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to log off now. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, thank you. Bye. Okay, so today we've heard from some excellent speakers who have given us different perspective and insight about the sustainability in business and economy. I hope all the participants here enjoy this session. Before I close, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to our speakers. First, for Dr. Noel Bergonya from the Polytechnic University of the Philippines. Second, for Dr. Louis Fitzgerald and Dr. Jinky Trevelyan from the University of New South Wales. And then Dr. Vita Roman Cahaya from the University of Essex. And last for Dr. Muhammad Rafiq from the University of Nottingham. Also, I'd like to thank to all the participants here for their involvement and thoughtful questions during the session. Finally, this session has come to an end. I hope you learned something meaningful and insightful from this event. I look forward to seeing you again at any next event. I apologize for the misspelling words and mistakes that I made during the session. Now, I will hand it over to the MC. Thank you very much, everyone, and have a good day.
Thank you, Ms. Inshira Putikadea, SEMA, for guiding the main event this time, and we are back to MC again. Well, what a useful knowledge from our great keynoters, isn't it? Hopefully, all of the knowledge provided can be useful for all participants who have joined IECBA at this time. Now, we will go to the next agenda, which is presentation by each author. Each author is asked to enter the breakout room assigned by the committee in the group. The presentation will start from the first sequence, and the time for presentation is 10 minutes and Q&A session is 5 minutes. I also inform all Master of Ceremony who are in charge of breakout rooms, please go to breakout rooms immediately. Once more, I ask all authors to join the breakout room immediately. And for all participants, please stay in the Zoom meeting and you can join in any breakout room. Last, I hand it over to the breakout rooms MC and referrers. Thank you.
Surabaya State University is one of the best colleges in Indonesia. Surabaya State University has 8 faculties. One of them is Faculty Economics and Business. In 2009, the State University of Surabaya developed Diploma of 3 years Accounting Study Program Beacons Major Accounting. Based on SK number 2077/DB/2008 in 2008. Department of Accountancy has one study program, namely Bachelor of Accounting. Bachelor of Accounting study program itself is located at the UNESA Ketintang campus, and Bachelor Accounting study program present for educate graduated accounting that's superior in accounting science in accordance with demands globalization to present the education in the field of accounting. It is oriented towards academic and professional abilities on a national and international scale. Be equipped with a facility for comfortable study. With comfortable class, students could follow learning optimally. Sophisticated computers and accounting laboratory as facility to support practice learning accounting and statistical data analysis to implement the theory that received in lectures. Library as means of literature that can utilize students to discuss many issues and search relevant references. Department Accounting also covers directly Himaja, UNESA. Himpunan Mahasiswa Jurusan Akuntansi as a receptacle for students who want to develop soft skills in themselves implemented. Of course, with existing useful activities. To achieve the vision, mission, and goals that have been proclaimed, as well as to answer the demands of the business and the industrial world, the Bachelor of Accounting major continues to strive to foster innovation and creativity in the quality of learning. Through the use of various supporting applications to increase the competitiveness of graduates. Power Designer, Power BI, Visio Microsoft, Audit Tool, and Link Archive System or Atlas, ESPD, and Accurate are some examples of such applications. This process is expected to emphasize the unique characteristics of the accounting undergraduate major, namely being a digital-based study program. Thus, it is hoped that graduates of the Bachelor of Accounting major are competent and adaptive profiles to development of science and technology. Bachelor of Accounting study program also has many competent educators. Emphasize proportion practice speaker from theory with involving stakeholders and activity capable academic. Combining the world of education and the world of business. Bachelor of Accounting study program is committed not only to providing competent and quality education, but also to always educating character in each student through various kinds of intracurricular, co-curricular, and extracurricular activities. In line with the manifestation of the motto of the State University of Surabaya, namely growing with character.
The capacity to learn is a gift. The ability to learn is a skill. The willingness to learn is a choice. Accounting Department, Faculty of Economics and Business is committed to developing reputable human resources in accounting science, not only nationally but also in Southeast Asia region. The profile of all graduates is not only competent and skilled in their respective fields, but also have a good character. Always maximize the learning capacity, continuing to own your study skills, and constantly fostering a desire to learn. Join and make the future with us. Surabaya State University, growing with character. Akuntansi, 1. Synergy, accountability, transparency, and unity.
Surabaya State University is one of the best colleges in Indonesia. Surabaya State University has 8 faculties. One of them is Faculty Economics and Business. In 2009, the State University of Surabaya developed Diploma of 3 years Accounting Study Program becomes Major Accounting. Based on SK number 2077/DB/2008 in 2008. Department of Accountancy has one study program, namely Bachelor of Accounting. Bachelor of Accounting study program itself is located at the UNESA Ketintang campus, and Bachelor Accounting study program present for educated graduated accountant that's superior in accounting science in accordance with demands globalization to present the education in the field of accounting. It is oriented towards academic and professional abilities on a national and international scale. Be equipped with a facility for comfortable study. With comfortable class, students could follow learning optimally. Sophisticated computers and accounting laboratory as facility to support practice learning accounting and statistical data analysis to implement the theory that received in lectures. Library as means of literature that can utilize students to discuss many issues and search relevant references. Department Accounting also covers directly Himaja, UNESA. Himpunan Mahasiswa Jurusan Akuntansi as a receptacle for students who want to develop soft skills in themselves implemented. Of course, with existing useful activities. To achieve the vision, mission, and goals that have been proclaimed, as well as to answer the demands of the business and the industrial world, the Bachelor of Accounting major continues to strive to foster innovation and creativity in the quality of learning. Through the use of various supporting applications to increase the competitiveness of graduates. Power Designer, Power BI, Visio Microsoft, Audit Tool, and Link Archive System or Atlas, ESPD, and Accurate are some examples of such applications. This process is expected to emphasize the unique characteristics of the accounting undergraduate major, namely being a digital-based study program. Thus, it is hoped that graduates of the Bachelor of Accounting major are competent and adaptive profiles to development of science and technology. Bachelor of Accounting study program also has many competent educators. Emphasize proportion practice speaker from theory with involving stakeholders and activity capable academic. Combining the world of education and the world of business. Bachelor of Accounting study program is committed not only to providing competent and quality education, but also to always educating character in each student through various kinds of intracurricular, co-curricular, and extracurricular activities. In line with the manifestation of the motto of the State University of Surabaya, namely growing with character.
The capacity to learn is a gift. The ability to learn is a skill. The willingness to learn is a choice. Accounting Department, Faculty of Economics and Business is committed to developing reputable human resources in accounting science, not only nationally but also in Southeast Asia region. The profile of our graduates is not only competent and skilled in their respective fields, but also have a good character. Always maximize the learning capacity, continuing to own your study skills, and constantly fostering a desire to learn. Join and make the future with us. Surabaya State University, growing with character. Akuntansi, 1. Synergy, accountability, transparency, and unity.
Surabaya State University is one of the best colleges in Indonesia. Surabaya State University has 8 faculties. One of them is Faculty Economics and Business. In 2009, the State University of Surabaya developed Diploma of 3 years Accounting Study Program becomes Major Accounting. Based on SK number 2077/DD/2008 in 2008. Department of Accountancy has one study program, namely Bachelor of Accounting. Bachelor of Accounting study program itself is located at the UNESA Ketintang campus, and Bachelor Accounting study program present for educate graduated accounting that's superior in accounting science in accordance with demands globalization to present the education in the field of accounting. It is oriented towards academic and professional abilities on a national and international scale. Be equipped with a facility for comfortable study. With comfortable class, students could follow learning optimally. Sophisticated computers and accounting laboratory as facility to support practice learning accounting and statistical data analysis to implement the theory that received in lectures. Library as means of literature that can utilize students to discuss many issues and search relevant references. Department Accounting also covers directly Himaja, UNESA. Himpunan Mahasiswa Jurusan Akuntansi as a receptacle for students who want to develop soft skills in themselves implemented. Of course, with existing useful activities. To achieve the vision, mission, and goals that have been proclaimed, as well as to answer the demands of the business and the industrial world, the Bachelor of Accounting major continues to strive to foster innovation and creativity in the quality of learning. through the use of various supporting applications to increase the competitiveness of graduates. Power Designer, Power BI, Visio Microsoft, Audit Tool, and Link Archive System or Atlas, ESPD, and Accurate are some examples of such applications. This process is expected to emphasize the unique characteristic of the accounting undergraduate major, namely being a digital-based study program. Thus, it is hoped that graduates of the Bachelor of Accounting major are competent and adaptive profiles to development of science and technology. Bachelor of Accounting study program also has many competent educators. Emphasize proportion practice speaker from theory with involving stakeholders and activity capable academic, combining the world of education and the world of business. Bachelor of Accounting study program is committed not only to providing competent and quality education, but also to always educating character in each student through various kinds of intracurricular, co-curricular, and extracurricular activities. In line with the manifestation of the motto of the State University of Surabaya, namely growing with character.
The capacity to learn is a gift. The ability to learn is a skill. The willingness to learn is a choice. Accounting Department, Faculty of Economics and Business is committed to developing reputable human resources in accounting science, not only nationally but also in Southeast Asia region. The profile of all graduates is not only competent and skilled in their respective fields, but also have a good character. Always maximize your learning capacity, continuing to own your study skills, and constantly fostering a desire to learn. Join and make the future with us. Surabaya State University, growing with character. Akuntansi, 1. Synergy, accountability, transparency, and unity.
Welcome to CPA Days, semarakan bersama para kontestan kompetisi dan profesional di Indonesia.
Melalui CPA Days, kamu akan mendapatkan akses mengembangkan kompetensi melalui beragam kegiatan.
Dengan cara yang kreatif, menyenangkan, dan inspiratif.
Mulai dari kompetisi audit dan akuntansi,
talk show dan webinar,
call for paper,
kompetisi TikTok dan Reels Instagram.
dan acara puncak yang diisi dengan babak final kompetisi audit dan akuntansi terbesar di Indonesia, serta kegiatan menarik lainnya.
CPA Days adalah langkah awal kamu untuk menghadapi masa depan.
Jangan lewatkan kesempatan ini. Bergabunglah dengan CPA Days dan temukan passionmu dalam dunia audit dan akuntansi.
Kalau udah lulus, nanti jadi apa ya? Kerja, lanjut S2, atau nikah dulu?
Sa, lagi apa? Aku lagi seneng banget nih hari ini dapet 3 panggilan kerja.
Kok bisa? Kita kan baru selesai sidang bulan lalu.
Jadi, waktu semester 6, aku mengikuti ujian IECBA tingkat dasar dan lulus. Dan dapat gelar IECBA bersamaan dengan lulus kuliah. Jadi, selain punya ijazah S1 akuntansi, aku juga punya sertifikat IECBA sebagai kualifikasi profesional akuntansi dan audit.
Oh, jadi udah bisa ikut ujian sertifikasi dari semester 6 ya? Syaratnya apa aja?
Nah, iya betul. Kamu bisa mengikuti ujian CPA tingkat dasar mulai dari semester 6 dengan syarat melampirkan surat keterangan mahasiswa aktif. Nah, aku saranin kalau kamu berminat buat daftar ujian, kamu bisa cek informasinya melalui website iapi.or.id atau melalui sosial media IAPI.
Oh, kayak gitu. Aku daftar sekarang deh.
Surabaya State University is one of the best colleges in Indonesia. Surabaya State University has 8 faculties. One of them is Faculty Economics and Business. In 2009, the State University of Surabaya developed Diploma of 3 years Accounting Study Program becomes Major Accounting. Based on SK number 2077/DB/2008 in 2008. Department of Accountancy has one study program, namely Bachelor of Accounting. Bachelor of Accounting study program itself is located at the UNESA Ketintang campus, and Bachelor Accounting study program present for educate graduated accounting that's superior in accounting science in accordance with demands globalization to present the education in the field of accounting. It is oriented towards academic and professional abilities on a national and international scale. Be equipped with a facility for comfortable study. With comfortable class, students could follow learning optimally. Sophisticated computers and accounting laboratory as facility to support practice learning accounting and statistical data analysis to implement the theory that received in lectures. Library as means of literature that can utilize students to discuss many issues and search relevant references. Department Accounting also covers directly Himaja, UNESA. Himpunan Mahasiswa Jurusan Akuntansi as a receptacle for students who want to develop soft skills in themselves implemented. Of course, with existing useful activities. To achieve the vision, mission, and goals that have been proclaimed, as well as to answer the demands of the business and the industrial world, the Bachelor of Accounting major continues to strive to foster innovation and creativity in the quality of learning. Through the use of various supporting applications to increase the competitiveness of graduates. Power Designer, Power BI, Visio Microsoft, Audit Tool, and Link Archive System or Atlas, ESPD, and Accurate are some examples of such applications. This process is expected to emphasize the unique characteristic of the accounting undergraduate major, namely being a digital-based study program. Thus, it is hoped that graduates of the Bachelor of Accounting major are competent and adaptive profiles to development of science and technology. Bachelor of Accounting study program also has many competent educators. emphasize proportion practice speaker from theory with involving stakeholders and activity capable academic, combining the world of education and the world of business. Bachelor of Accounting study program is committed not only to providing competent and quality education, but also to always educating character in each student through various kinds of intracurricular, co-curricular, and extracurricular activities. In line with the manifestation of the motto of the State University of Surabaya, namely growing with character.
The capacity to learn is a gift. The ability to learn is a skill. The willingness to learn is a choice. Accounting Department, Faculty of Economics and Business is committed to developing reputable human resources in accounting science, not only nationally, but also in the Southeast Asia region. The profile of our graduates is not only competent and skilled in their respective fields, but also have a good character. Always maximize your learning capacity, continuing to own your study skills, and constantly pursuing a desire to learn. Join and make the future with us. Surabaya State University, growing with character. Akuntansi, 1. Synergy, accountability, transparency, and unity.
Surabaya State University is one of the best colleges in Indonesia. Surabaya State University has 8 faculties. One of them is Faculty Economics and Business. In 2009, the State University of Surabaya developed Diploma of 3 years Accounting study program becomes Major Accounting. Based on SK number 2077/DB/2008 in 2008. Department of Accountancy has one study program, namely Bachelor of Accounting. Bachelor of Accounting study program itself is located at the UNESA Ketintang campus, and Bachelor Accounting study program present for educate graduated accounting that superior in accounting science in accordance with demands globalization with present the education in the field of accounting. It is oriented towards academic and professional abilities on a national and international scale. Be equipped with a facility for comfortable study. With comfortable class, students could follow learning optimally. Sophisticated computers and accounting laboratory as facility to support practice learning accounting and statistical data analysis to implement the theory that received in lectures. Library as means of literature that can utilize students to discuss many issues and search relevant references. Department Accounting also covers directly Himaja, UNESA. Himpunan Mahasiswa Jurusan Akuntansi as a receptacle for students who want to develop soft skills in themselves implemented. Of course, with existing useful activities. To achieve the vision, mission, and goals that have been proclaimed, as well as to answer the demands of the business and the industrial world, the Bachelor of Accounting major continues to strive to foster innovation and creativity in the quality of learning. Through the use of various supporting applications to increase the competitiveness of graduates. Power Designer, Power BI, Visio Microsoft, Audit Tool, and Link Archive System for Atlas, ESPD, and Accurate are some examples of such applications. This process is expected to emphasize the unique characteristics of the accounting undergraduate major, namely being a digital-based study program. Thus, it is hoped that graduates of the Bachelor of Accounting major are competent and adaptive profiles to development of science and technology. Bachelor of Accounting study program also has many competent educators. Emphasize proportion practice speaker from theory with involving stakeholders and activity capable academic, combining the world of education and the world of business. Bachelor of Accounting study program is committed not only to providing competent and quality education, but also to always educating character in each student through various kinds of intracurricular, co-curricular, and extracurricular activities. In line with the manifestation of the motto of the State University of Surabaya, namely growing with character.
The capacity to learn is a gift. The ability to learn is a skill. The willingness to learn is a choice. Accounting Department, Faculty of Economics and Business is committed to developing reputable human resources in accounting science, not only nationally, but also in Southeast Asia region. The profile of our graduates is not only competent and skilled in their respective fields, but also have a good character. Always maximize your learning capacity, continuing to own your study skills, and constantly fostering a desire to learn. Join and make the future with us. Surabaya State University, growing with character. Akuntansi, satu. Synergy, accountability, transparency, and unity.
Surabaya State University is one of the best colleges in Indonesia. Surabaya State University has 8 faculties. One of them is Faculty Economics and Business. In 2009, the State University of Surabaya developed Diploma of 3 years Accounting study program becomes Major Accounting. Based on SK number 2077/DB/2008 in 2008. Department of Accountancy has one study program, namely Bachelor of Accounting. Bachelor of Accounting study program itself is located at the UNESA Ketintang campus, and Bachelor Accounting study program present for educate graduated accounting that superior in accounting science in accordance with demands globalization to present the education in the field of accounting. It is oriented towards academic and professional abilities on a national and international scale. Be equipped with a facility for comfortable study. With comfortable class, students could follow learning optimally. Sophisticated computers and accounting laboratory as facility to support practice learning accounting and statistical data analysis to implement the theory that received in lectures. Library as means of literature that can utilize students to discuss many issues and search relevant references. Department Accounting also covers directly Himaja, UNESA. Himpunan Mahasiswa Jurusan Akuntansi as a receptacle for students who want to develop soft skills in themselves implemented. Of course, with existing useful activities. To achieve the vision, mission, and goals that have been proclaimed, as well as to answer the demands of the business and the industrial world, the Bachelor of Accounting major continues to strive to foster innovation and creativity in the quality of learning. Through the use of various supporting applications to increase the competitiveness of graduates. Power Designer, Power BI, Visio Microsoft, Audit Tool, and Link Archive System for Atlas, ESPD, and Accurate are some examples of such applications. This process is expected to emphasize the unique characteristics of the accounting undergraduate major, namely being a digital-based study program. Thus, it is hoped that graduates of the Bachelor of Accounting major are competent and adaptive profiles to development of science and technology. Bachelor of Accounting study program also has many competent educators. Emphasize proportion practice speaker from theory with involving stakeholders and activity capable academic. Combining the world of education and the world of business. Bachelor of Accounting study program is committed not only to providing competent and quality education, but also to always educating character in each student through various kinds of intracurricular, co-curricular, and extracurricular activities. In line with the manifestation of the motto of the State University of Surabaya, namely growing with character.
The capacity to learn is a gift. The ability to learn is a skill. The willingness to learn is a choice. Accounting Department, Faculty of Economics and Business is committed to developing reputable human resources in accounting science, not only nationally but also in Southeast Asia region. The profile of our graduates is not only competent and skilled in their respective fields, but also have a good character. Always maximize the learning capacity, continuing to own your study skills, and constantly fostering a desire to learn. Join and make the future with us. Surabaya State University, growing with character. Akuntansi, 1. Synergy, accountability, transparency, and unity.
Welcome to CPA Days, semarakan bersama para kontestan kompetisi dan profesional di Indonesia.
Melalui CPA Days, kamu akan mendapatkan akses mengembangkan kompetensi melalui beragam kegiatan.
Dengan cara yang kreatif, menyenangkan, dan inspiratif.
Mulai dari kompetisi audit dan akuntansi,
Talk show dan webinar,
call for paper,
kompetisi TikTok dan Reels Instagram.
dan acara puncak yang diisi dengan babak final kompetisi audit dan akuntansi terbesar di Indonesia, serta kegiatan menarik lainnya.
CPA Days adalah langkah awal kamu untuk menghadapi masa depan.
Jangan lewatkan kesempatan ini. Bergabunglah dengan CPA Days dan temukan passionmu dalam dunia audit dan akuntansi.
Kalau udah lulus, nanti jadi apa ya? Kerja, lanjut S2, atau nikah dulu?
Sa, lagi apa? Aku lagi seneng banget nih hari ini dapat 3 panggilan kerja.
Kok bisa? Kita kan baru selesai sidang bulan lalu.
Jadi, waktu semester 6, aku mengikuti ujian IECBA tingkat dasar dan lulus. Dan dapat gelar IECBA bersamaan dengan lulus kuliah. Jadi, selain punya ijazah S1 akuntansi, aku juga punya sertifikat IECBA sebagai kualifikasi profesional akuntansi dan audit.
Oh, jadi udah bisa ikut ujian sertifikasi dari semester 6 ya? Syaratnya apa aja?
Nah, iya betul. Kamu bisa mengikuti ujian CPA tingkat dasar mulai dari semester 6. Dengan syarat melampirkan surat keterangan mahasiswa aktif. Nah, aku saranin kalau kamu berminat buat daftar ujian, kamu bisa cek informasinya melalui website iapi.or.id atau melalui sosial media IAPI.
Oh, kayak gitu. Aku daftar sekarang deh.
Surabaya State University is one of the best colleges in Indonesia. Surabaya State University has 8 faculties. One of them is Faculty Economics and Business. In 2009, the State University of Surabaya developed Diploma of 3 years Accounting Study Program Beacons Major Accounting. Based on SK number 2077/DD/2008 in 2008. Department of Accountancy has one study program, namely Bachelor of Accounting. Bachelor of Accounting study program itself is located at the UNESA Ketintang campus, and Bachelor Accounting study program present for educate graduated accounting that's superior in accounting science in accordance with demands globalization to present the education in the field of accounting. It is oriented towards academic and professional abilities on a national and international scale. Be equipped with a facility for comfortable study. With comfortable class, students could follow learning optimally. Sophisticated computers and accounting laboratory as facility to support practice learning accounting and statistical data analysis to implement the theory that received in lectures. Library as means of literature that can utilize students to discuss many issues and search relevant references. Department Accounting also covers directly Himaja, UNESA. Himpunan Mahasiswa Jurusan Akuntansi as a receptacle for students who want to develop soft skills in themselves implemented. Of course, with existing useful activities. To achieve the vision, mission, and goals that have been proclaimed, as well as to answer the demands of the business and the industrial world, the Bachelor of Accounting major continues to strive to foster innovation and creativity in the quality of learning. Through the use of various supporting applications to increase the competitiveness of graduates. Power Designer, Power BI, Visio Microsoft, Audit Tool, and Link Archive System for Atlas, ESPD, and Accurate are some examples of such applications. This process is expected to emphasize the unique characteristics of the accounting undergraduate major, namely being a digital-based study program. Thus, it is hoped that graduates of the Bachelor of Accounting major are competent and adaptive profiles to development of science and technology. Bachelor of Accounting study program also has many competent educators. Emphasize proportion practice speaker from theory with involving stakeholders and activity capable academic, combining the world of education and the world of business. Bachelor of Accounting study program is committed not only to providing competent and quality education, but also to always educating character in each student through various kinds of intracurricular, co-curricular, and extracurricular activities. In line with the manifestation of the motto of the State University of Surabaya, namely growing with character.
The capacity to learn is a gift. The ability to learn is a skill. The willingness to learn is a choice. Accounting Department, Faculty of Economics and Business is committed to developing reputable human resources in accounting science, not only nationally but also in Southeast Asia region. The profile of all graduates is not only competent and skilled in their respective fields, but also have a good character. Always maximize the learning capacity, continuing to own your study skills, and constantly fostering a desire to learn. Join and make the future with us. Surabaya State University, growing with character. Akuntansi, 1. Sinergi, accountability, transparency, and unity.
Welcome to CPA Days, semarakan bersama para kontestan kompetisi dan profesional di Indonesia.
Melalui CPA Days, kamu akan mendapatkan akses mengembangkan kompetensi melalui beragam kegiatan.
Dengan cara yang kreatif, menyenangkan, dan inspiratif.
Mulai dari kompetisi audit dan akuntansi,
talk show dan webinar,
call for paper,
kompetisi TikTok dan Reels Instagram.
Dan acara puncak yang diisi dengan babak final kompetisi audit dan akuntansi terbesar di Indonesia, serta kegiatan menarik lainnya.
CPA Days adalah langkah awal kamu untuk menghadapi masa depan.
Jangan lewatkan kesempatan ini. Bergabunglah dengan CPA Days dan temukan passionmu dalam dunia audit dan akuntansi.
Kalau udah lulus, nanti jadi apa ya? Kerja, lanjut S2, atau nikah dulu?
Sa, lagi apa? Aku lagi seneng banget nih hari ini dapet 3 panggilan kerja.
Kok bisa? Kita kan baru selesai sidang bulan lalu.
Jadi, waktu semester 6, aku mengikuti ujian IECBA tingkat dasar dan lulus. Dan dapat gelar IECBA bersamaan dengan lulus kuliah. Jadi, selain punya ijazah S1 akuntansi, aku juga punya sertifikat IECBA sebagai kualifikasi profesional akuntansi dan audit.
Oh, jadi udah bisa ikut ujian sertifikasi dari semester 6 ya? Syaratnya apa aja?
Nah, iya betul. Kamu bisa mengikuti ujian CPA tingkat dasar mulai dari semester 6. Dengan syarat melampirkan surat keterangan mahasiswa aktif. Nah, aku saranin kalau kamu berminat buat daftar ujian, kamu bisa cek informasinya melalui website iapi.or.id atau melalui sosial media IAPI.
Oh, kayak gitu. Aku daftar sekarang deh.
Surabaya State University is one of the best colleges in Indonesia. Surabaya State University has 8 faculties. One of them is Faculty Economics and Business. In 2009, the State University of Surabaya developed Diploma of 3 years Accounting Study Program Beacons Major Accounting. Based on SK number 2077/DB/2008 in 2008. Department of Accountancy has one study program, namely Bachelor of Accounting. Bachelor of Accounting study program itself is located at the UNESA Ketintang campus, and Bachelor Accounting study program present for educated graduated accounting that's superior in accounting science in accordance with demands globalization to present the education in the field of accounting. It is oriented towards academic and professional abilities on a national and international scale. Be equipped with a facility for comfortable study. With comfortable class, students could follow learning optimally. Sophisticated computers and accounting laboratory as facility to support practice learning accounting and statistical data analysis to implement the theory that received in lectures. Library as means of literature that can utilize students to discuss many issues and search relevant references. Department Accounting also covers directly Himaja, UNESA. Himpunan Mahasiswa Jurusan Akuntansi as a receptacle for students who want to develop soft skills in themselves implemented. Of course, with existing useful activities. To achieve the vision, mission, and goals that have been proclaimed, as well as to answer the demands of the business and the industrial world, the Bachelor of Accounting major continues to strive to foster innovation and creativity in the quality of learning. Through the use of various supporting applications to increase the competitiveness of graduates. Power Designer, Power BI, Visio Microsoft, Audit Tool, and Link Archive System or Atlas, ESPD, and Accurate are some examples of such applications. This process is expected to to emphasize the unique characteristics of the accounting undergraduate major, namely being a digital-based study program. Thus, it is hoped that graduates of the Bachelor of Accounting major are competent and adaptive profiles to development of science and technology. Bachelor of Accounting study program also has many competent educators. Emphasize proportion practice speaker from theory with involving stakeholders and activity capable academic, combining the world of education and the world of business. Bachelor of Accounting study program is committed not only to providing competent and quality education, but also to always educating character in each student through various kinds of intracurricular, co-curricular, and extracurricular activities. In line with the manifestation of the motto of the State University of Surabaya, namely growing with character.
The capacity to learn is a gift. The ability to learn is a skill. The willingness to learn is a choice. Accounting Department, Faculty of Economics and Business is committed to developing reputable human resources in accounting science, not only nationally but also in Southeast Asia region. The profile of all graduates is not only competent and skilled in their respective fields, but also have a good character. Always maximize the learning capacity, continuing to own your study skills, and constantly fostering a desire to learn. Join and make the future with us. Surabaya State University, growing with character. Akuntansi, 1. Synergy, accountability, transparency, and unity.
Surabaya State University is one of the best colleges in Indonesia. Surabaya State University has 8 faculties. One of them is Faculty Economics and Business. In 2009, the State University of Surabaya developed Diploma of 3 years Accounting Study Program becomes Major Accounting. Based on SK number 2077/DB/2008 in 2008. Department of Accountancy has one study program, namely Bachelor of Accounting. Bachelor of Accounting study program itself is located at the UNESA Ketintang campus, and Bachelor Accounting study program present for educated and graduated accountant that superior in accounting science in accordance with demands globalization to present the education in the field of accounting. It is oriented towards academic and professional abilities on a national and international scale. Be equipped with a facility for comfortable study, With comfortable class, students could follow learning optimally. Sophisticated computers and accounting laboratory as facility to support practice learning accounting and statistical data analysis to implement the theory that received in lectures. Library as means of literature that can utilize students to discuss many issues and search relevant references. Department Accounting also covers directly Himaja, UNESA. Himpunan Mahasiswa Jurusan Akuntansi as a receptacle for students who want to develop soft skills in themselves implemented. Of course, with existing useful activities. To achieve the vision, mission, and goals that have been proclaimed as well as to answer the demands of the business and the industrial world, the Bachelor of Accounting major continues to strive to foster innovation and creativity in the quality of learning. Through the use of various supporting applications to increase the competitiveness of graduates. Power Designer, Power BI, Visio Microsoft, Audit Tool, and Link Archive System for Atlas, ESPD, and Accurate are some examples of such applications. This process is expected to emphasize the unique characteristics of the accounting undergraduate major, namely being a digital-based study program. Thus, it is hoped that graduates of the Bachelor of Accounting major are competent and adaptive profiles to development of science and technology. Bachelor of Accounting study program also has many competent educators. Emphasize proportion practice speaker from theory with involving stakeholders and activity capable academic, combining the world of education and the world of business. Bachelor of Accounting study program is committed not only to providing competent and quality education, but also to always educating character in each student through various kinds of intracurricular, co-curricular, and extracurricular activities. In line with the manifestation of the motto of the State University of Surabaya, namely growing with character.
The capacity to learn is a gift. The ability to learn is a skill. The willingness to learn is a choice. Accounting Department, Faculty of Economics and Business is committed to developing reputable human resources in accounting science, not only nationally but also in Southeast Asia region. The profile of our graduates is not only competent and skilled in their respective fields, but also have a good character. Always maximize the learning capacity, continuing to own your study skills, and constantly fostering a desire to learn. Join and make the future with us. Surabaya State University, growing with character. Akuntansi, 1. Synergy, accountability, transparency, and unity.
Welcome to CPA Days, semarakan bersama para kontestan kompetisi dan profesional di Indonesia.
Melalui CPA Days, kamu akan mendapatkan akses mengembangkan kompetensi melalui beragam kegiatan.
Dengan cara yang kreatif, menyenangkan, dan inspiratif.
Mulai dari kompetisi audit dan akuntansi,
talk show dan webinar,
call for paper,
kompetisi TikTok dan Reels Instagram.
dan acara puncak yang diisi dengan babak final kompetisi audit dan akuntansi terbesar di Indonesia, serta kegiatan menarik lainnya.
CPEDs adalah langkah awal kamu untuk menghadapi masa depan.
Jangan lewatkan kesempatan ini. Bergabunglah dengan CPEDs dan temukan passionmu dalam dunia audit dan akuntansi.
Kalau udah lulus, nanti jadi apa ya? Kerja, lanjut S2, atau nikah dulu?
Sa, lagi apa? Aku lagi seneng banget nih hari ini dapat 3 panggilan kerja.
Kok bisa? Kita kan baru selesai sidang bulan lalu.
Jadi, waktu semester 6, aku mengikuti ujian IECBA tingkat dasar dan lulus. Dan dapat gelar IECBA bersamaan dengan lulus kuliah. Jadi, selain punya ijazah S1 akuntansi, aku juga punya sertifikat IECBA sebagai kualifikasi profesional akuntansi dan audit.
Oh, jadi udah bisa ikut ujian sertifikasi dari semester 6 ya? Syaratnya apa aja?
Nah, iya betul. Kamu bisa mengikuti ujian CPA tingkat dasar mulai dari semester 6. Dengan syarat melampirkan surat keterangan mahasiswa aktif. Nah, aku saranin kalau kamu berminat buat daftar ujian, kamu bisa cek informasinya melalui website iapi.or.id atau melalui sosial media IAPI.
Oh, kayak gitu. Aku daftar sekarang deh.
Surabaya State University is one of the best colleges in Indonesia. Surabaya State University has 8 faculties. One of them is Faculty Economics and Business. In 2009, the State University of Surabaya developed Diploma of 3 years Accounting Study Program becomes Major Accounting. Based on SK number 2077/DD/2008 in 2008. Department of Accountancy has one study program, namely Bachelor of Accounting. Bachelor of Accounting study program itself is located at the UNESA Ketintang campus, and Bachelor Accounting study program present for educate graduated accountant that's superior in accounting science in accordance with demands globalization to present the education in the field of accounting. It is oriented towards academic and professional abilities on a national and international scale. Be equipped with a facility for comfortable study. With comfortable class, students could follow learning optimally. Sophisticated computers and accounting laboratory as facility to support practice learning accounting and statistical data analysis to implement the theory that received in lectures. Library as means of literature that can utilize students to discuss many issues and search relevant references. Department Accounting also covers directly Himaja, UNESA. Himpunan Mahasiswa Jurusan Akuntansi as a receptacle for students who want to develop soft skills in themselves implemented. Of course, with existing useful activities. To achieve the vision, mission, and goals that have been proclaimed, as well as to answer the demands of the business and the industrial world, the Bachelor of Accounting major continues to strive to foster innovation and creativity in the quality of learning. Through the use of various supporting applications to increase the competitiveness of graduates. Power Designer, Power BI, Visio Microsoft, Audit Tool, and Link Archive System for Atlas, ESPD, and Accurate are some examples of such applications. This process is expected to emphasize the unique characteristics of the accounting undergraduate major, namely being a digital-based study program. Thus, it is hoped that graduates of the Bachelor of Accounting major are competent and adaptive profiles to development of science and technology. Bachelor of Accounting study program also has many competent educators. Emphasize proportion practice speaker from theory with involving stakeholders and activity capable academic, combining the world of education and the world of business. Bachelor of Accounting study program is committed not only to providing competent and quality education, but also to always educating character in each student through various kinds of intracurricular, co-curricular, and extracurricular activities. In line with the manifestation of the motto of the State University of Surabaya, namely growing with character.
The capacity to learn is a gift. The ability to learn is a skill. The willingness to learn is a choice. Accounting Department, Faculty of Economics and Business is committed to developing reputable human resources in accounting science, not only nationally but also in Southeast Asia region. The profile of our graduates is not only competent and skilled in their respective fields, but also have a good character. Always maximize the learning capacity, continuing to own your study skills, and constantly fostering a desire to learn. Join and make the future with us. Surabaya State University, growing with character. Akuntansi, 1. Sinergi, accountability, transparansi, and unity.
Welcome to CPA Days, semarakan bersama para kontestan kompetisi dan profesional di Indonesia.
Melalui CPA Days, kamu akan mendapatkan akses mengembangkan kompetensi melalui beragam kegiatan.
Dengan cara yang kreatif, menyenangkan, dan inspiratif.
Mulai dari kompetisi audit dan akuntansi,
talk show dan webinar,
call for paper,
kompetisi TikTok dan Reels Instagram.
Dan acara puncak yang diisi dengan babak final kompetisi audit dan akuntansi terbesar di Indonesia, serta kegiatan menarik lainnya.
CPA Days adalah langkah awal kamu untuk menghadapi masa depan.
Jangan lewatkan kesempatan ini. Bergabunglah dengan CPA Days dan temukan passionmu dalam dunia audit dan akuntansi.
Kalau udah lulus, nanti jadi apa ya? Kerja, lanjut S2, atau nikah dulu?
Sa, lagi apa? Aku lagi seneng banget nih hari ini dapet 3 panggilan kerja.
Kok bisa? Kita kan baru selesai sidang bulan lalu.
Jadi, waktu semester 6, aku mengikuti ujian IECBA tingkat dasar dan lulus. Dan dapat gelar IECBA bersamaan dengan lulus kuliah. Jadi, selain punya ijazah S1 akuntansi, aku juga punya sertifikat IECBA sebagai kualifikasi profesional akuntansi dan audit.
Oh, jadi udah bisa ikut ujian sertifikasi dari semester 6 ya? Syaratnya apa aja?
Nah, iya betul. Kamu bisa mengikuti ujian CPA tingkat dasar mulai dari semester 6. Dengan syarat melampirkan surat keterangan mahasiswa aktif. Nah, aku saranin kalau kamu berminat buat daftar ujian, kamu bisa cek informasinya melalui website iapi.or.id atau melalui sosial media IAPI.
Oh, kayak gitu. Aku daftar sekarang deh.
Surabaya State University is one of the best colleges in Indonesia. Surabaya State University has 8 faculties. One of them is Faculty Economics and Business. In 2009, the State University of Surabaya developed Diploma of 3 years Accounting Study Program becomes Major Accounting. Based on SK number 2077/DD/2008 in 2008. Department of Accountancy has one study program, namely Bachelor of Accounting. Bachelor of Accounting study program itself is located at the UNESA Ketintang campus, and Bachelor Accounting study program present for educated graduated accountant that's superior in accounting science in accordance with demands globalization to present the education in the field of accounting. It is oriented towards academic and professional abilities on a national and international scale. Be equipped with a facility for comfortable study. With comfortable class, students could follow learning optimally. Sophisticated computers and accounting laboratory as facility to support practice learning accounting and statistical data analysis to implement the theory that received in lectures. Library as means of literature that can utilize students to discuss many issues and search relevant references. Department Accounting also covers directly Himaja, UNESA. Himpunan Mahasiswa Jurusan Akuntansi as a receptacle for students who want to develop soft skills in themselves implemented. Of course, with existing useful activities. To achieve the vision, mission, and goals that have been proclaimed, as well as to answer the demands of the business and the industrial world, the Bachelor of Accounting major continues to strive to foster innovation and creativity in the quality of learning. Through the use of various supporting applications to increase the competitiveness of graduates. Power Designer, Power BI, Visio Microsoft, Audit Tool, and Link Archive System or Atlas, ESPD, and Accurate are some examples of such applications. This process is expected to to emphasize the unique characteristic of the accounting undergraduate major, namely being a digital-based study program. Thus, it is hoped that graduates of the Bachelor of Accounting major are competent and adaptive profiles to development of science and technology. Bachelor of Accounting study program also has many competent educators. Emphasize proportion practice speaker from theory with involving stakeholders and activity capable academic, combining the world of education and the world of business. Bachelor of Accounting study program is committed not only to providing competent and quality education, but also to always educating character in each student through various kinds of intracurricular, co-curricular, and extracurricular activities. In line with the manifestation of the motto of the State University of Surabaya, namely growing with character.
The capacity to learn is a gift. The ability to learn is a skill. The willingness to learn is a choice. Accounting Department, Faculty of Economics and Business is committed to developing reputable human resources in accounting science, not only nationally but also in Southeast Asia region. The profile of all graduates is not only competent and skilled in their respective fields, but also have a good character. Always maximize the learning capacity, continuing to own your study skills, and constantly fostering a desire to learn. Join and make the future with us. Surabaya State University, growing with character. Akuntansi, 1. Synergy, accountability, transparency, and unity.
Welcome to CPA Days, semarakan bersama para kontestan kompetisi dan profesional di Indonesia.
Melalui CPA Days, kamu akan mendapatkan akses mengembangkan kompetensi melalui beragam kegiatan.
Dengan cara yang kreatif, menyenangkan, dan inspiratif.
Mulai dari kompetisi audit dan akuntansi,
talk show dan webinar,
call for paper,
kompetisi TikTok dan Reels Instagram.
dan acara puncak yang diisi dengan babak final kompetisi audit dan akuntansi terbesar di Indonesia, serta kegiatan menarik lainnya.
CPA Days adalah langkah awal kamu untuk menghadapi masa depan.
Jangan lewatkan kesempatan ini. Bergabunglah dengan CPA Days dan temukan passionmu dalam dunia audit dan akuntansi.
Kalau udah lulus, nanti jadi apa ya? Kerja, lanjut S2, atau nikah dulu?
Sa, lagi apa? Aku lagi seneng banget nih hari ini dapet 3 panggilan kerja.
Kok bisa? Kita kan baru selesai sidang bulan lalu.
Jadi, waktu semester 6, aku mengikuti ujian IECBA tingkat dasar dan lulus. Dan dapat gelar IECBA bersamaan dengan lulus kuliah. Jadi, selain punya ijazah S1 akuntansi, aku juga punya sertifikat IECBA sebagai kualifikasi profesional akuntansi dan audit.
Oh, jadi udah bisa ikut ujian sertifikasi dari semester 6 ya? Syaratnya apa aja?
Nah, iya betul. Kamu bisa mengikuti ujian CPA tingkat dasar mulai dari semester 6. Dengan syarat melampirkan surat keterangan mahasiswa aktif. Nah, aku saranin kalau kamu berminat buat daftar ujian, kamu bisa cek informasinya melalui website iapi.or.id atau melalui sosial media IAPI.
Oh, kayak gitu. Aku daftar sekarang deh.
Surabaya State University is one of the best colleges in Indonesia. Surabaya State University has 8 faculties. One of them is Faculty Economics and Business. In 2009, the State University of Surabaya developed Diploma of 3 years Accounting Study Program becomes Major Accounting. Based on SK number 2077/DD/2008 in 2008. Department of Accountancy has one study program, namely Bachelor of Accounting. Bachelor of Accounting study program itself is located at the UNESA Ketintang campus, and Bachelor Accounting study program present for educated graduated accounting that's superior in accounting science in accordance with demands globalization to present the education in the field of accounting. It is oriented towards academic and professional abilities on a national and international scale. Be equipped with a facility for comfortable study. With comfortable class, students could follow learning optimally. Sophisticated computers and accounting laboratory as facility to support practice learning accounting and statistical data analysis to implement the theory that received in lectures. Library as means of literature that can utilize students to discuss many issues and search relevant references. Department Accounting also covers directly Himaja, UNESA. Himpunan Mahasiswa Jurusan Akuntansi as a receptacle for students who want to develop soft skills in themselves implemented. Of course, with existing useful activities. To achieve the vision, mission, and goals that have been proclaimed, as well as to answer the demands of the business and the industrial world, the Bachelor of Accounting major continues to strive to foster innovation and creativity in the quality of learning. Through the use of various supporting applications to increase the competitiveness of graduates. Power Designer, Power BI, Visio Microsoft, Audit Tool, and Link Archive System for Atlas, ESPD, and Accurate are some examples of such applications. This process is expected to emphasize the unique characteristics of the accounting undergraduate major, namely being a digital-based study program. Thus, it is hoped that graduates of the Bachelor of Accounting major are competent and adaptive profiles to development of science and technology. Bachelor of Accounting study program also has many competent educators. Emphasize proportion practice speaker from theory with involving stakeholders and activity capable academic. Combining the world of education and the world of business. Bachelor of Accounting study program is committed not only to providing competent and quality education, but also to always educating character in each student through various kinds of intracurricular, co-curricular, and extracurricular activities. In line with the manifestation of the motto of the State University of Surabaya, namely growing with character.
The capacity to learn is a gift. The ability to learn is a skill. The willingness to learn is a choice. Accounting Department, Faculty of Economics and Business is committed to developing reputable human resources in accounting science, not only nationally but also in Southeast Asia region. The profile of our graduates is not only competent and skilled in their respective fields, but also have a good character. Always maximize the learning capacity, continuing to own your study skills, and constantly fostering a desire to learn. Join and make the future with us. Surabaya State University, growing with character. Akuntansi, 1. Sinergi, accountability, transparency, and unity.
Surabaya State University is one of the best colleges in Indonesia. Surabaya State University has 8 faculties. One of them is Faculty Economics and Business. In 2009, the State University of Surabaya developed Diploma of 3 years Accounting Study Program becomes Major Accounting. Based on SK number 2077/DB/2008 in 2008.
Welcome back to all participants in the main room. Well, how was the presentation session last time? Are you relieved after holding back your nervousness? Or all of you are now excited to hear the announcement? Okay, before that, I would like to invite the participants who want to talk about today's agenda. Participants who want to tell their impression are asked to raise your hand first and turn on the camera. Once more, for the participants who want to talk with me about today's agenda, please raise your hand and turn on the camera. In this session, I will only ask about today's event. So this is a casual talk. Okay, someone has raised their hand in the name of Azel. Okay, hello Azel, can you hear me?
Okay, can you hear my voice?
Sorry, can you repeat? Can you hear me?
Okay. And can you
Okay.
hear my voice?
Oh, yes. Okay, I can hear your voice. Okay, so Azel, how are you today?
I'm good.
Okay, you are good. Okay, before I ask some question, can you introduce yourself? Like, where are you come from and what institute you are from?
Okay, thank you, MC. Let me introduce myself. My name is Azel, and I'm from UNESA, Surabaya.
Okay, so you are from this university. Okay, Azel, so what do you think about today's event?
Okay, MC. I'm attending this international seminar and calls for paper. I think this seminar is very useful and meaningful, and I gain a lot of new knowledge from the presenter who are expert in economic. And the topic that discussed are very relevant to current development in economic. And I want to thanks for committee for this wonderful event. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Azel. That's an incredible answer from your impression in this today's event. Okay, and lastly, what are your message for the next International Economic and Conference of Business and Accounting?
Okay. I think in the next event of ISBA, maybe we can more discuss with other presenter in other world.
Okay, that's a great message for us. Thank you, Azel. I hope also we can invite many presenters or keynoters from another country so that we can expand our knowledge in the next conference. Okay, so thank you, Azel, for accompanying me in this casual talk. See you, Azel.
See you. Thank you, MC.
Okay, so is there another participants who want to accompany me to do some casual talk here? If there is other participants, please raise your hand and turn on your camera. To other participants, don't be shy or nervous because we will only talk about today's agenda, like overall about this agenda. So I just want to know your impression, your message, also and suggestion for us in the next International Economic and Conference of Business and Accounting. Well, last time participants in the name of Azel has give us some impression, a nice impression. Okay, here there is participants in the name of, okay, in the name of Christina. Okay, hello Christina, can you hear my voice? Sorry, Christina, I don't hear your voice. Can you please unmute yourself? Okay, Christina, are you still cannot unmute yourself? Okay, I think there is a technically problem. I'm so sorry for the bad network here.
Nenek itu. Nenekku, soalnya apa loh? Mereka yang dimiliki oleh tiap
Okay,
suku.
well, if some participants are nervous to open the camera or talk with me, you can read it on the Zoom chat or in the room chat. So we can talk in the room chat. Okay, there is participants here. Okay, hello, can you hear me? Hello, Cahyo, can you hear my voice? Or you cannot unmute yourself? Okay, I think there are no participants again who want to tell their impression, but I think overall all of the participants have a great experience here and can expand their knowledge in this conference. Okay, now before we move on to the next part of our agenda, let's take a moment to relax and recharge. So we are going to have a quick ice-breaking activity. This will be a fun way to energize the room after all those brilliant presentations. So I invite everyone to join in and let's enjoy this short break together. Okay, so for today's ice breaking, you will answer some questions from quizzes. The committee will share the link for quizzes so all of you can join the quizzes by clicking the link in this room chat. Don't worry, the question is a general knowledge about the economy. And for more information, the faster you answer, the higher you get your score. Okay, so please for the committee to share the quizzes link in the room chat. Okay, so the committee has shared the link for quizzes for our quiz today. So for all participants, please start to join the game by clicking the link that has been shared by the committee in this room chat. Okay, while waiting for other participants join this quiz, are there any questions before all of you do the quiz? Such as the quiz systemically or maybe the question or something like that. Okay, once more, for all participants, please start to join this quiz to recharge and to relax after we doing the whole of this event. Okay, is there any participants who want to ask about this quiz? Okay, there are more than 100 participants already joined. So let's wait maybe until 150. Okay, I think all participants already understand about the quiz systemically. So after this, we will start the quiz. Are you guys are excited to know what is the question of the quiz? Okay, because I'm here, are really excited to joining the quiz. Okay, there are 165 participants, more than that has joined this quiz. So I think it's more than a half from who joined this Zoom. So to shorten the time, let's start the quiz. Okay, so I will count down in 3, 2, 1. Okay, have a great time. Okay, we can see here there is Aditya Ramadan who take the first position in this quiz. I think he answered too fast and get the correct answer. Okay. Okay, now there is participants in the name of Evan Susanto who take the first position from Aditya. I think all participants here compute to get the first rank and to get the rewards maybe. Okay, Evan Susanto is still lead the position in the first position. And Aditya Ramadan also still try to compute other participants. Let's see who will take the first position and the second, also the third position. Okay, I can see here there are many participants are trying to get the first rank. The leaderboards are still moving, going up and going down. Yeah, and I want to remind you that the faster you answer the question, the higher your score that you will get. So try to answer quickly but correctly also. Okay, Evan Sutanto is still leading the first rank. Okay, let's see is Evan Susanto will still be the first rank in this quiz. Okay, in this leaderboard, I often to see Evan Susanto, Arsha, and Aditya that compute to get the first, second, and the third position. Okay, for other participants, you can try to think correctly about the answer, but in the faster way also. Okay, the leaderboard is still moving, going up and going down. Okay, for Arasha, she has answered 7 questions. Okay, here I still see Evan, Susanto, Arsha, and Aditya are leading the first, the second, and the third position. Let's see, are they will still be the winner in this quiz session? Okay, there is participants in the name of who that is try to compute them. Okay, the leaderboard are moving fast to see who will be the first winner. Okay, I think this is a really exciting quiz because all participants are still racing to get the first, the second, and the third rank. There is participants in the name Arin Salsabila who can race the other participants and take the first position. Okay, are Evan, Aditya, and the last participants who take the first position will still going down, or Aryan Salsa will take over the position and become the winner. Okay, we can see in the leaderboard is stop moving. And in the first rank, we have Arin Salsabila. In the second, we have Arsha. And in the third, we have who? Oh, in the third is still moving. There is Oris Arya and who, which is still racing to get the third position. Okay, how about others participants? Are you still doing the quiz well? Okay, the leaderboard are moving again to okay, there is new participants in the name Friska Aditya that now take over the first position from Arin Salsabila, and the last participants is Evan and Aditya. Okay, the leaderboard are still moving, which means there are still many questions that haven't you answer. Okay, there is participants in the name Azwar Anwar that asked. There were 15 questions. Yeah, there were 15 questions in this quiz. So in this leaderboard is not the participants who have finished, but the participants who get the higher score. If you already finished your quiz, but there is not in the leaderboard, so I think other participants get the higher score more than you, Azwar Amar. Okay, there is participants in the name of Laylatul who try to raise other participants to get the first rank. Okay, is Laylatul will survive until the end to be the first rank in this quiz. And we can see here, there is new participants in the name of Leon Gerald and Revanda Putri, who take over the second and third place. Okay, so there are many new participants in this leaderboard that I can see, which means all participants are really excited to get the first, second, and the third rank. Okay, we can see here the leaderboard are stop moving. I think all participants already done to answer all of the question in this quizzes. Oh, the leaderboard is still moving, and we get the new name, who is Rama, that take the second place. Okay, I think there are still other participants who still answering the question, so we will wait. Okay, because we have the limitation time, so we will end this quiz session and we will see who will be the winner in the first, second, and the third rank. Okay, so we will end this quiz session. Okay, we have our winner in this quiz. So the first place is Rama from UNESA. Then the second place is Shahrul Saifur. And the third place is Lailatul. Congratulations for three of you for being the winner in this quiz session. Okay, so how the ice breaking last time? Is it exciting? Is it great? Or the questions are hard to answer? Well, I think all the participants here are, oh, there is participants in the name Azwar Anwar that say the question is easy. Okay, I think all participants are feel the same because all of you raised in the quiz session last time. Okay, so that's all for today's ice breaking. Thank you for all participants who participating and being active in this session. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now is the time to announce the winner of call for paper of the International Economic Conference of Business and Accounting 2024. Okay, but before we proceed, we would like to take this opportunity to thank our esteemed judge who have worked hard to evaluate the performance of the participants. Okay, and for your information, in this rewarding session is not only for call for paper winner, but also we will announce the most active participants in today's agenda. So please, okay, so please to take attention in this rewarding session. So maybe there is your name in the most active participant in today's agenda. Okay, are you excited to see who will be the winner in call for paper IECBA today? Okay, so this is the announcement of the best paper in the International Economic Conference of Business and Accounting. Okay, so let's see who be the third winner of the call for paper IECBA. So the third winner of the call for paper IECBA goes to, who is it? Okay, Muhammad Dafa Al-Ghazi. Okay, congratulations to Muhammad Dafa Al-Ghazi for being the third winner in the International Economic Conference of Business and Accounting 2024. Okay, let's move on to the next winner. So the second winner of the call for paper IECBA goes to, okay, who is it? Windy Ariasti Anggraini. Congratulations to Windy Ariasti Anggraini for being the second winner in the IECBA 2024. Okay, and the last is the most awaited one, the best paper of call for paper in International Economic Conference of Business and Accounting today. So the first winner call for paper goes to, let's see. Okay, so The first winner goes to Evan Susanto Putra. Congratulations for Evan Susanto Putra for being the best paper in International Economic Conference of Business and Accounting 2024. For the winner call for paper, please contact person that will be shared by the committee in the room chat. Okay, after the announcement of the winner of the call for paper, we will give rewards to the active participants in today's entire agenda. So here are the active participants in the International Economic Conference of Business and Accounting 2024. Okay, so in the most active participants, there are Arum Widya Putri, Sylvia Putri Yolanda, Yarjan Naufal, Rama, Syahrul, and Lailatul Mufi. Congratulations for all participants that be the most active participants in today's ISBA agenda. Once more, congratulations for all participants that be the winner of call for paper, also be the active participants in the International Economic Conference of Business and Accounting 2024. Okay, well, that's all the announcement for the participants. For those who I called last time, please contact the contact person that will be written on the chat of the Zoom meeting. And for those whose names have not been called, don't be discouraged and keep up your enthusiasm for another opportunity. Okay, before we move to the next agenda, I would like to invite our winner today, the first winner of call for paper, Evan Susantov. Are you still in this Zoom meeting? Okay, hello, Mr. Evan Susanto. Okay, so here I would like to talk and congratulate you for your achievement being the first winner call for paper in this agenda. Okay, so hello, Mr. Evan.
Hello.
Is your feeling being the winner?
I'm feeling very grateful, but I'm not the only winner here, but my student also who writes with me, named Tiffany Evangelisianis, also I should congratulate her to this success. Thank you so much for this conference.
Okay, so your achievement is okay. That's a great impression from you. Okay, and I would like to ask, what is your motivation, also your team motivation, can write the paper and be the first winner in the call for paper?
About our research, actually, it's come from the slang of Gen Z is a strawberry generation. We are trying to proving that by good governance, they are not strawberry generation, yet they are the golden age of Indonesia that coming in 2045. That's the main point. And also for the sustainability part, I think that in near future, Gen Z will lead the charge against like unethical doing in sustainability. That's the point.
Okay, That's a great motivation for us. So for other participants, you can hear their motivation until become the first winner, the call for paper in IECBA today. And Mr. Evan, are you expect that you and your team will be the first winner in this conference?
Mm, we actually never expect anything, but yeah, there are the other papers, the other articles also. There are good paper also from other presenter, but yeah, we are very grateful to it. That's all.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Evan, to accompany me talk about your achievement to be the first winner in Call for Paper ISBA 2024.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Evan, do you have any speech for other participants?
How about my student give the speech about Kenzi? A message about Kenzi. Can she do it? Do it? Can she do it? About my team. My team.
Okay. Okay.
Bacaan orasinya tadi.
Is your team joined in this meeting?
Yeah.
Okay. Who is his?
Oh, or maybe she can be here.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yang buat Kenzi itu.
Okay. Hello, Miss Tiffany. Yeah. So, what is your message for other participants so they can motivate to be the winner like your team?
Okay. First of all, I want to say thank you for ICBA 2024, and I want to give a message to Generation Z. Generation Z, you are the bridge between the old and the new, between tradition and innovation. Your skills, values, and visions are precisely what the world needs at this critical moment. Don't let the stereotype define you. Prove them wrong by using your strength to lead the charge against unethical practice and to defend sustainability in all its form. The words in your the words is in your hand, and you have the power to shape it for the better. We are not the strawberries generation, but we are a golden age of Indonesia and the world in the near future. Okay, that's all from me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Miss Tiffany. That's a great speech from you. Okay, thank you to Mr. Evan's team that have been accompanied me to talk about your achievement in this ISBA. Okay, thank you, and once more, congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now let's talk with the most active participants in today's entire agenda. That is Mr. Rama. Okay, Mr. Rama, are you still in this Zoom meeting? Because Mr. Rama is one of the participants that be the active participants and also winning the ice breaking session last time. Okay, because Mr. Rama doesn't exist in this Zoom meeting, so let's move to Miss Arum. Okay, hello, Miss Arum. Can you hear me? Okay, hello, Mr. Rama. Okay, hello, can you hear me? Okay, so Mr. Rama is still here. So let's have a casual talk with Mr. Rama as the winner, as the most active participants. Hello, Mr. Rama, can you hear me?
Yes, what? Yes, what repeat? Yes, what repeat?
Okay, I think Mr. Rama can hear me. So the first is, are you expected to be the most active participants in this today's agenda?
Yes, I'm so excited.
Okay, Mr. Rama, last time you be the first winner in the ice-breaking session, uh, which is answering some question in quizzes. So, what is your strategy to can be the first rank until I mean, what is your strategy to can answer correctly the questions with the higher score?
Oh, I think today is my lucky day. So hari ini gitu. Lucky day. I think today is my lucky today.
Okay, so you don't have any strategy to answering the question. Okay.
Please repeat again.
Okay, so I think the questions is easy for you until you can get the higher score.
Yes, the question is so easy. That's why I can answer that.
Okay. 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 Thank you for joining me. Okay, so I hope you can join in International Economic Conference of Business and Accounting in the next year and be the winner again. Okay, so thank you for Rama for accompanying me here. Okay, see you and once more congratulations for your achievement.
Okay, see you.
Okay, before we officially close this event by hearing some closing remarks, we would like to show you IECBA's after movie. For the committee in charge, please share the IECBA after movie. Okay, enjoy the movie. Okay, thanks to the committee for showing after movie of IECBA 2024, and that was an awesome after movie for our agenda. Okay, the next agenda is the closing remarks by coordinator of the undergraduate accounting study program, Dr. Hajah Romamati Kusumaningtyas, SE, MSA, CA. To Dr. Hajah Romamati Kusumaningtyas, SE, MSA, CA, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. Salam Om Swastiastu. Greeting of virtue. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala Sayyidina Muhammad. Respectable the Dean of FFB Nesa, Professor Dr. Anand Stianto, along with the Deputy Dean. Respectively, the second IECBA 2024 Chairwoman is Intan Kurnia Permatasari SAK NA and the teams. Honorable the Undergraduate Program of Accounting Student Association FEB UNISA Chairman Luki Agung Febrian and the teams. Honorable the second IECBA 2024 Chairman from the Undergraduate Program of Accounting Association Sandi Bagas Permana and the teams. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. On behalf of Universitas Negeri Surabaya and the organizing committee, I am delighted to deliver this closing remark on the success of the second International Economic Conference of Business and Accounting 2024, which is held virtually today. Undergraduate Program of Accounting Association FEB Indonesia, in collaboration with the Undergraduate Program in Accounting, as the committee successfully host the event as the plenary breakout session, and all presentations were delivered with minimum technical issues. Alhamdulillah. Today, we had insightful, interactive discussion and had a great chance to share the outcomes of our research. Finally, I would like to express my gratitude to our esteemed keynote speakers, Noel Virginia MPA CPA, Dr. Louis Fitzgerald Fitra Rahman Cahaya SAMCOM PhD, and Dr. Muhammad Rafiq for sharing their valuable experiences in the plenary session. I also want to thank all presenters, authors, reviewers, and our co-hosts, Pembangunan Jaya University, Garut University, Mataram University, Makassar University, and Muhammadiyah Kudus University. Furthermore, we appreciate the support of our sponsor, the Indonesia Institute of Certified Public Accounting, IAPI, and the Institute of Indonesia Chartered Accountants, IAI, whose generous support and commitment made this event possible. We are truly grateful for their contribution. Lastly, we thank all parties who contributed their best efforts and assistance in organizing this event. It was a team effort, and your collective contribution were instrumental in ensuring its success. I hope that the IECBA 2024 can significantly impact us and empower society through science and technology based on sustainable innovation. To conclude, thank you for your outstanding contribution. I look forward to seeing you at third IECBA 2025, inshallah. May God protect and bless us abundantly. Amin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. Salam Om Swastiastu. Greeting of virtue. Thank you.
I would like to thank Dr. Hajah Romawati Kusumaningtyas, SE, AKMSACA, regarding the great closing remarks for the International Economic Conference of Business and Accounting 2024. Well, we have come to the end of today's agenda, but before closing, we will hold a group photo session today. Therefore, I invite all participants, guests, and presenters to take part in this photo session by doing it on camera. Also, please provide the virtual background that committee has provided. Okay, once more, I would like to ask for all participants and everyone who joined this Zoom meeting to turn on the camera and using the virtual background that has been provided. Okay, once more, I ask for all participants and everyone who still join this Zoom meeting to turn on the camera and using the virtual background that has been provided. Okay, because we will take a documentation session. So after this, please give your best expression. Okay, so here I will guide the group photo session this time, and I ask that the committee in charge can help in this photo session. Okay, first is for the first slide. Okay, don't forget to give your best expression in 3, 2, 1. Okay, already done for the first slide. Okay, we will go to the next slide. Okay, for the next slide, don't forget to show your best expression. Okay, I will count down in 3, 2, 1. Okay, don't forget to smile. Okay, already done for the second slide. Let's move to the next slide. Okay, for the next slide, don't forget to smile and show your best expression. Okay, in 3, 2, 1. Okay, thank you. And for the next slide, okay, for the next slide, keep smile and give your best expression. Okay, I will count down in 3, 2, 1. Okay, now let's move to the next slide. Okay, I think in this slide, there are many participants that haven't turned on the camera. Okay, but it's okay. Okay, so I think it's done for the photo session in this time. Thank you for all participants for participating in documentation session and to the committee for helping. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the end of the International Economic Conference of Business and Accounting 2024. We hope you have all enjoyed this incredible experience as much as we have. Before we officially close, we want to take a moment to express our gratitude to our great keynoters, Dr. Muhammad Rafiqu from University of Nottingham, United Kingdom, Dr. Noel A. Bergonia, MBA CPA from Polytechnic University of the Philippines, and Dr. Fitra Rahman Cahaya, SEM.Com PhD from University of Essex, United Kingdom. And last, Dr. Louise Fitzgerald and her partner, Dr. Jinky Trevelyan from University of New South Wales Business School, Sydney, Australia. And not least, for our beloved co-hosts from Pembangunan Jaya University, Garut University, Mataram University, Makassar University, and Muhammadiyah Kudus University. And the last but not least, for sponsors who have supported this event, Indonesia Institute of Certified Public Accounting, and everyone who made this event possible, all your hard works mean a lot at today's event. Okay, last but not least, let us pray according to our respective religions and belief. Prayer begins. Praying never ends. I'm Salma Palupi Hartana, as the Master of Ceremony, would like to excuse myself and on behalf of the committee in charge, would like to thank you for your presence and engagement in the IECBA 2024 event. See you at the International Economic Conference of Business and Accounting 2025. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Have a good day.
Welcome to CPA Days, semarakan bersama para kontestan kompetisi dan profesional di Indonesia.
Melalui CPA Days, kamu akan mendapatkan akses mengembangkan kompetensi melalui beragam kegiatan.
Dengan cara yang kreatif, menyenangkan, dan inspiratif.
Mulai dari kompetisi audit dan akuntansi,
talk show dan webinar,
call for paper,
kompetisi TikTok dan Reels Instagram.
dan acara puncak yang diisi dengan babak final kompetisi audit dan akuntansi terbesar di Indonesia, serta kegiatan menarik lainnya.
CPA Days adalah langkah awal kamu untuk menghadapi masa depan.
Jangan lewatkan kesempatan ini. Bergabunglah dengan CPA Days dan temukan passionmu dalam dunia audit dan akuntansi.
Kalau udah lulus, nanti jadi apa ya? Kerja, lanjut S2, atau nikah dulu?
Sa, lagi apa? Aku lagi seneng banget nih hari ini dapet 3 panggilan kerja.
Kok bisa? Kita kan baru selesai sidang bulan lalu.
Jadi, waktu semester 6, aku mengikuti ujian IECBA tingkat dasar dan lulus. Dan dapat gelar IECBA bersamaan dengan lulus kuliah. Jadi, selain punya ijazah S1 akuntansi, aku juga punya sertifikat IECBA sebagai kualifikasi profesional akuntansi dan audit.
Oh, jadi udah bisa ikut ujian sertifikasi dari semester 6 ya? Syaratnya apa aja?
Nah, iya betul. Kamu bisa mengikuti ujian CPA tingkat dasar mulai dari semester 6. Dengan syarat melampirkan surat keterangan mahasiswa aktif. Nah, aku saranin kalau kamu berminat buat daftar ujian, kamu bisa cek informasinya melalui website iapi.or.id atau melalui sosial media IAPI.
Oh, kayak gitu. Aku daftar sekarang deh.
Surabaya State University is one of the best colleges in Indonesia. Surabaya State University has 8 faculties. One of them is Faculty Economics and Business. In 2009, the State University of Surabaya developed Diploma of 3 years Accounting Study Program becomes Major Accounting. Based on SK number 2077/DD/2008 in 2008. Department of Accountancy has one study program, namely Bachelor of Accounting. Bachelor of Accounting study